Am I in the wrong for refusing to let my cousin take over my late sister's bedroom? I, 29, recently moved back into my childhood home to support my parents after my younger sister, Sarah, passed away. Losing her was sudden, unexpected, and it hit all of us hard. She was only 20, and to be honest, none of us have really been able to process it properly. My parents, especially, are just, well, they're not doing well. They barely leave the house, and when they do, it's only for the basics. Most of the time, they're just going through the motions. One thing that's really stuck out to me since I've been back is how my parents have been treating Sarah's room. They don't go near it. It's been left exactly the way it was when she was still here, with all her belongings in place, like she's just stepped out for a bit and will be back any minute. I know they don't even look in there if they don't have to, and I think they're afraid that if they open the door, it'll hit them even harder. But for me, it's different. I find myself going in there when things feel too overwhelming. I go in, and just for a moment, it feels like she's still here, like she could walk in and we'd just sit and talk the way we used to. It's probably not healthy, but it's what I do to cope. So, all of this has been going on, and I was just starting to settle into this strange new reality when my cousin Maddie came to town. She's 21 and moved here for a job opportunity. We were close growing up, but over the years, we drifted a bit. She reached out to see if she could stay with us while she got herself sorted out, and my parents, being the generous people they are, immediately said yes. It made sense at the time. She's family, and they wanted to help her out. It seemed like a small distraction from everything else, a chance to focus on something other than their grief. I wasn't too sure about it, but it wasn't my place to say anything, so I went along with it. Maddie's been here for a few weeks now, staying on the living room couch. She's been job hunting and looking for apartments, but she hasn't found anything solid yet. At first, she was only supposed to stay for a few days, but that quickly turned into a week, and now it's looking like it might be longer. She's been dropping hints here and there about needing more space, especially since she's working odd hours and wants somewhere she can rest without being disturbed. I get it. The couch isn't ideal, but every time she hints at needing more privacy, I feel this weird sense of dread, like I know where the conversation is headed. Then, last night, it finally came up. We were sitting at dinner, just the four of us, and out of nowhere, Maddie says, "Have you guys thought about turning Sarah's room into a guest room?" The room just went silent. My parents went pale. They looked uncomfortable, glancing down at their plates, but they didn't say anything. Maddie took their silence as some kind of agreement, so she kept talking. She started going on about how it could be a healthy step for all of us, that keeping the room untouched might not be helping anyone to move forward. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was talking about Sarah's room like it was just some spare space, like it didn't mean anything more than a bed and four walls. I couldn't hold back. I told her, flat out, no. There was no way I was letting her use that room. She looked shocked, like she hadn't expected anyone to push back. The rest of the dinner was silent and awkward, and my parents didn't say a word, but I could see they were uncomfortable. Maddie went quiet too, but I could tell she was frustrated. I don't think she really understood what she was asking. After dinner, Maddie pulled me aside. She was upset, saying I was overreacting and being possessive about Sarah's memory. She said that I was holding everyone back by insisting the room stay the same, and that maybe I was the one who needed to move on. That hit hard. I didn't have a response because, in some ways, I wondered if she was right. Maybe I was clinging to Sarah's memory too tightly, and maybe I wasn't allowing anyone else to grieve in their own way. But still, the thought of someone else taking over that room just felt wrong. I didn't sleep well after that dinner. I kept replaying the conversation with Maddie in my head, wondering if maybe I had overreacted. Part of me started questioning if she was right, if I was holding on to Sarah's memory so tightly that I was making it hard for the rest of us to move on. But the other part of me felt a deep sense of guilt. Like letting Maddie use Sarah's room would somehow mean erasing her from our lives. I couldn't shake that feeling, even if it was irrational. The next day, my parents brought it up, and that only made things worse. They sat me down and gently suggested that maybe Maddie's idea wasn't entirely wrong. They said that maybe it would be good for us to start making changes, and that turning Sarah's room into a guest room wouldn't mean we were forgetting her, just that we were trying to live with her memory in a different way. They didn't say it outright, but I could tell they were trying to find a way to support Maddie without upsetting me. I couldn't believe it. After all this time of them being so protective of Sarah's room, suddenly, they were considering the possibility of letting someone else stay in there. I tried to explain why it felt wrong to me, why it didn't sit right to just let someone else take over her space. But my parents kept repeating that maybe it was time for us all to find some closure, and that maybe I was being too rigid about it. I didn't know what to say. I felt like they were starting to see me as the obstacle, as if I was the one preventing us from moving forward. It hurt because I'd come back home specifically to help them get through this, and now it felt like I was the only one still holding on to Sarah's memory. Maddie, of course, took this as a green light to keep pushing. She started bringing it up more often, making little comments about how the room would look so much better if it was repainted, or how it just needed a bit of a refresh. I could tell she was trying to convince my parents, subtly planting the idea that using the room differently would be good for everyone. It was infuriating to watch her talk about Sarah's room like it was just another room in the house, like it didn't mean anything beyond four walls and some furniture. At one point, I tried to compromise. I told Maddie that maybe we could turn it into a guest room, but that we could keep a few of Sarah's things in a small corner, like a kind of memorial. I figured it would be a way to keep part of Sarah's presence in the room while still making it usable. But Maddie shot that idea down immediately. She said it would feel too creepy for her to stay in a room with Sarah's things there, and that if she was going to use the room, she needed it to be a clean slate, completely free of any trace of my sister. That really stung. Maddie knew how much Sarah's things meant to me, but she was acting like they were just objects, like they didn't hold any significance. She didn't seem to understand that removing everything would feel like erasing Sarah completely. It felt disrespectful, like she was dismissing the importance of those memories. But I could see that my parents were considering it. They didn't say it outright, but they were clearly conflicted, like they didn't want to disappoint Maddie, but also didn't want to upset me. I started feeling like I was the only one who still cared about keeping Sarah's memory alive in a real, tangible way. It was a lonely feeling, realizing that everyone else seemed ready to let go while I was still holding on. I tried to talk to my parents again, to explain that it wasn't just about the room itself, but about what it represented. Sarah's room was the last part of her that we had left, and letting someone else take it over felt like losing her all over again. But they just kept telling me that they understood my feelings, that they knew it was hard, but that maybe this would be good for all of us. Maddie didn't back down either. She started to act like I was being unreasonable, that I was making her feel unwelcome and uncomfortable. She even went as far as to hint that she might look for somewhere else to stay if things didn't change. At one point, she made a comment about how my attachment to the room was unhealthy, and how I was projecting my grief onto everyone else. That really got under my skin. I knew I was grieving, but I didn't think I was being unhealthy about it. It felt like she was trying to twist the situation, like she was turning my pain into something that made me the problem. It all came to a head one night when I overheard Maddie on the phone with her mom, who's my aunt. She was saying how she felt unwelcome, how I was overreacting about the room and making things difficult for everyone. She was acting like I was being irrational and dramatic, and it made my blood boil. Here I was, trying to navigate my own grief while also helping my parents, and now she was making me out to be the villain in her story. The worst part was that after that phone call, my aunt called my parents, and I could tell the conversation had an effect on them. They started acting more reserved around me, like they didn't want to bring up the room again. but also didn't want to openly support me. It was like they were caught in the middle, and I was starting to feel like an outsider in my own family. It hurt to feel that way, especially when I was the one who had come back to help them cope. Maddie kept acting distant, giving me the cold shoulder whenever we crossed paths in the house. She stopped speaking to me unless it was necessary, and it felt like she was creating this tension on purpose, trying to make it clear that I was the one causing the problem. She even started leaving her stuff outside of Sarah's room, like she was marking her territory, just waiting for my parents to finally give her the go-ahead. The whole situation was tearing me apart. I wanted to respect my parents' wishes and be supportive, but I couldn't bring myself to agree to something that felt so wrong. It felt like I was fighting a losing battle, and I didn't know how much longer I could hold my ground without causing a complete rift in the family. Over the next few days, things got even worse. Maddie wasn't backing down, and I could feel my parents getting more and more uncomfortable with the whole situation. It seemed like they were trying to find a way to keep the peace, but they didn't know how. They wanted to be supportive of me, but I could tell they were feeling the pressure from Maddie and my aunt. Every time I tried to talk to them about it, they would say things like, "We understand how you feel, but maybe it's time to move forward." I didn't know how to respond anymore. It was like we were all speaking different languages, and no one was really listening to each other. Then, one evening, I came home to find my parents and Maddie sitting in the living room together. The atmosphere was tense, and I knew immediately that something was up. My mom asked me to sit down, and my dad looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Maddie had this smug expression, and I could tell she thought she'd won. My mom started talking, saying that they'd thought about it long and hard and decided that maybe it was time to make some changes. She said they were planning to let Maddie stay in Sarah's room temporarily until she found her own place. I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. After everything we'd been through, they were just going to let someone else take over Sarah's room. I could barely speak. I tried to explain, again, why this felt wrong to me, why it felt like a betrayal of Sarah's memory. But they just kept saying that maybe this would help everyone move on. Maddie sat there the whole time, looking completely pleased with herself, as if she'd finally gotten what she wanted. I couldn't believe it. I was outnumbered in my own family. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the conversation over and over in my head, wondering if maybe I was being unreasonable. Maybe I was the one holding everyone back, like Maddie had said. But I just couldn't shake the feeling that letting someone else take over that room was wrong. It felt like letting go of Sarah in a way that I wasn't ready for, and I didn't understand why no one else seemed to feel the same way. It was like they were all willing to erase her just to avoid conflict. The next morning, I decided to try one last time to reach some sort of compromise. I suggested that we could convert the room into a guest room without making any major changes, keeping some of Sarah's things in there as a way to honor her memory. I figured it was a fair middle ground, a way to move forward without completely erasing her presence. But Maddie wasn't having it. She insisted that if she was going to stay in the room, she needed it to be a fresh start, and that having Sarah's things around would be too depressing for her. I couldn't believe the nerve. Here she was, staying in our house, in a space that wasn't even hers to begin with, and now she was dictating how it should look and feel. I tried to hold my ground, but my parents were siding with her, saying that maybe it was time to let go and start fresh. I felt completely alone. It was like my grief didn't matter, like my connection to Sarah didn't mean anything to them anymore. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was losing not only Sarah's memory, but also my family. Maddie started moving her things into Sarah's room later that day. I couldn't watch. I just went out for a drive, needing to clear my head. When I came back, it was already dark, and her things were in the room. She'd started putting away Sarah's belongings in boxes, and my parents were helping her. Seeing that felt like a slap in the face. It was like they were all moving on without me, like Sarah's memory was something to be packed away and forgotten. I didn't say anything, but the anger and hurt were building up inside me. and I didn't know how much longer I could keep it in. Over the next few days, I kept my distance. Maddie settled into the room as if it was always hers, and my parents acted like nothing was wrong. I felt completely alienated, like I didn't belong in my own family. I started avoiding being home as much as possible, spending my days out just to avoid seeing Maddie and Sarah's space. It felt like a betrayal, and I couldn't bring myself to pretend like everything was fine. Finally, I reached a breaking point. One night, after dinner, I confronted Maddie. I told her exactly how I felt, that she was being disrespectful, that she didn't understand what Sarah's room meant to me and my family, and that she had no right to demand that we erase every trace of her. Maddie didn't take it well. She got defensive, accusing me of being selfish and holding on to the past in an unhealthy way. My parents stepped in, trying to calm us down, but I was beyond listening at that point. It was clear to me that no one understood where I was coming from. The fight ended with me storming out of the house. I drove around aimlessly, not knowing where to go or what to do. I felt completely alone, like I was the only one who still cared about Sarah, the only one who still felt her absence in a way that mattered. My family had moved on, and I was stuck, holding on to a memory that no one else seemed to value anymore. Now I don't know what to do. Part of me thinks I should just let it go. Let Maddie have the room and try to find some other way to remember Sarah. But another part of me feels like I can't just stand by and let them erase her like she never existed. Am I in the wrong for insisting that Sarah's room stay as it is, even if it means my family thinks I'm being unreasonable? Story 2 inches. Am I wrong for exposing my friend's secret to save her marriage? I, 34, have been close friends with Lily, 33, for over a decade. We met in college and clicked right away, becoming best friends who could talk about anything. Over the years, we've been through everything together: relationships, breakups, career changes, family dramas. There was no one I trusted more, and I thought the feeling was mutual. When she got married to Tom, who's 35, I couldn't have been happier for her. Tom was a genuinely great guy, hardworking and kind, and I thought they were perfect for each other. I was even her maid of honor, standing next to her on one of the happiest days of her life. So, you can imagine my surprise when a few months ago, she started opening up to me about a new crush she had on one of her coworkers. At first, I didn't think much of it. Who doesn't occasionally find someone attractive? But the way she talked about him, and how often she brought him up, made me feel like it wasn't just an innocent thing. She'd laugh and say it was harmless, something to spice up her day at the office, as she put it. I tried to be supportive, assuming it was just a passing phase. I mean, we all get a little bored sometimes, right? Marriage is a big change, and maybe she was just adjusting to it. But then things started escalating. It wasn't just casual mentions of him in our conversations. She started sharing little details, like how they'd grab coffee together during breaks. Then it was lunch, and before I knew it, she was talking about how he made her feel young again. I began to feel a bit uncomfortable, but I didn't want to overstep. I was her friend, and I wanted to trust her judgment. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just innocent fun. Every time I brought up Tom, trying to gently remind her of her commitment, she'd wave it off, saying it wasn't serious enough to tell him. That made me feel worse, like I was somehow complicit in this. The whole thing started to weigh on me, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was overthinking things, or maybe this was just a part of her adjusting to married life. I told myself it wasn't my place to judge, and I should just be there for her, like she'd been there for me so many times. Still, a nagging feeling told me that Tom wouldn't feel the same way if he knew what was going on. He'd always seemed like such a genuine guy, the kind of person who values loyalty and honesty above everything else. The situation came to a head one night at a company event that I'd tagged along to as her plus one. It was one of those casual after-work gatherings where everyone was a bit more relaxed, a bit more themselves. Halfway through the evening, I noticed Tom standing alone near the bar, looking like he was waiting for someone. I walked over to say hi, figuring he was just surprising her. He looked genuinely happy to see me and started chatting about how things were going at work, what their plans were for the future, and how excited he was for their upcoming anniversary. He even joked about the big surprise he was planning for her, saying how much she meant to him. That's when he mentioned, almost offhandedly, how lucky he felt to be married to someone as loyal and honest as Lily. My stomach twisted as he said it, and I felt this pang of guilt that was hard to ignore. Here he was, completely oblivious, and here I was, his wife's best friend, carrying this knowledge about her crush that he had no idea about. It felt wrong, like I was part of a secret that he had every right to know. I remember going home that night and lying awake, tossing and turning, wondering if I should say something. But then I'd think of all the times Lily had been there for me, all the years of friendship, and I felt torn. Was it my place to say anything? Did I even have a right to feel guilty when she was the one actually involved in this? Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that by keeping quiet, I was somehow enabling her behavior, giving her permission to keep it going. A few days later, I decided I couldn't just sit on it. I needed to talk to her, to at least make her aware of how uncomfortable I was with everything. We met for coffee, and after some small talk, I finally brought it up. I told her that I thought maybe she should set some boundaries with her coworker, that it was starting to look like more than just harmless fun. She just laughed it off, calling me old-fashioned and saying that Tom didn't need to know about every little detail of her life. That stung a bit, and I pushed back, reminding her of how much Tom clearly valued loyalty and trust. She brushed it off, saying that marriage was different from dating, that it didn't have to be so black and white. The more I tried to reason with her, the more defensive she got. Eventually, she told me to stay out of her marriage, that I had no idea what it was like to be married. That felt like a slap in the face because, in her eyes, my concerns seemed trivial, like I didn't understand what she was going through. It hurt because I'd always thought we were on the same page, that we valued the same things. After that conversation, I felt more conflicted than ever. I didn't want to betray her trust, but I also didn't want to watch her hurt someone who didn't deserve it. I thought back to my chat with Tom and his genuine excitement for their future, the way he looked at her with so much love and pride. It felt unfair that he was in the dark while she carried on like this, with no regard for the impact it might have on him if he found out. That night, I made a decision that I didn't think I would. The next time I saw Tom, I didn't tell him outright about the crush, but I made a subtle comment about how important it was for couples to be on the same page about boundaries. I thought maybe he'd pick up on it, that he'd have a conversation with her and sort things out. But instead, things took an unexpected turn that I hadn't anticipated. After that subtle conversation with Tom, I honestly thought I'd done enough. I didn't expect him to confront her directly, but I hoped he'd at least start paying closer attention. Maybe they'd have one of those relationship talks where they'd set clear boundaries. I figured that if he even nudged her about their values and honesty, it might make her rethink this crush she was entertaining. But things didn't go the way I'd planned. A few days later, Lily called me up, sounding more serious than usual. She wanted to meet, and I could tell by her tone that it wasn't her typical casual catch-up. When we met, she was cold and guarded, and it didn't take long for her to bring up what I'd said to Tom. Apparently, he'd mentioned my boundaries comment to her, asking if she felt they were still in sync about their relationship expectations. She knew right away that I was trying to send him a message, and she was furious. She accused me of meddling in her marriage, saying that I had no right to interfere, especially since I wasn't married myself. I was taken aback, and part of me was genuinely hurt. Here I was, just trying to protect both of them, and she was acting like I'd done the worst thing possible. I told her that it wasn't my intention to cause problems, but that I didn't feel right sitting on the sidelines while she entertained another man. I reminded her that Tom loved her and deserved to know the truth, or at least have some clarity on where they both stood. But she just brushed it off, saying I was being judgmental and old-fashioned, and that I needed to stay out of her business. She even hinted that I might be jealous of her marriage, which stung even more because nothing could be further from the truth. After that confrontation, things got awkward between us. She stopped reaching out as much, and when she did, she kept things surface level. We used to share everything, but now it felt like there was a wall between us. I could tell she wasn't really forgiving me for talking to Tom, even if I hadn't spelled things out directly. It was frustrating because I genuinely believed I'd done the right thing, but I didn't know if I'd crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. Meanwhile, I started noticing things on social media that made me think she was leaning into this whole office crush even more. She'd post vague quotes about living life to the fullest and following your heart, which felt like subtle digs at me, as if she was justifying her behavior. It felt like she was trying to convince herself that what she was doing was harmless, but it only made me worry more about Tom. I kept wondering if he'd noticed the shift, too, or if he was still completely oblivious. The tension kept building, and I felt stuck. I didn't want to push her further away, but I also didn't want to watch her ruin her marriage. I kept thinking back to our confrontation, replaying it in my head, and wondering if I should have just stayed quiet. Maybe I should have trusted that she'd figure it out on her own, but part of me knew that wasn't going to happen. She seemed too wrapped up in this new excitement to realize what she was risking. After a couple of weeks, I reached out to her, hoping we could talk things through. I didn't want to lose my best friend over this, and I was willing to apologize if it meant repairing things. But when I tried to bring it up, she shut me down almost immediately. She said she didn't want to talk about it anymore, that I'd already caused enough damage. It was clear she wasn't interested in hearing my perspective. In her mind, I was the one who'd crossed the line, and nothing I could say would change that. At this point, I was feeling pretty lost. I felt like I'd lost my best friend, and I was stuck with all this knowledge about her relationship that I couldn't share with anyone else. I started questioning my own choices, wondering if I'd really messed up by saying anything to Tom in the first place. Maybe I should have just let her handle things her way, but that felt wrong, too. I kept thinking about how Tom had looked at her that night at the event, so full of love and admiration. The whole thing just felt so unfair, like I was stuck in the middle of a mess I didn't create but couldn't ignore. Then, out of the blue, Lily sent me a message late one night. She said that she'd thought about things and decided to move forward with her life without my judgment hanging over her. It was a strange message, almost like she was ending our friendship, but in a roundabout way. She said she was focusing on herself and didn't need anyone dragging her down with negativity. That message hit me hard. It was like she was blaming me for everything when all I'd tried to do was look out for her and her marriage. I didn't respond right away. I felt like anything I said would just make things worse, and I didn't want to give her more fuel to accuse me of meddling. But as the days went on, I realized that this friendship was probably over, at least in the way it used to be. She was clearly done with me, and I couldn't force her to see my side of things. It was painful, but I had to accept that maybe she didn't want my advice or concern, even if it was coming from a good place. At this point, I had no idea what was going on between her and Tom. She wasn't reaching out to me, and I hadn't seen her post anything about him in a while. I wondered if they were still together, or if she was leaning into this crush even more. It felt weird to be cut out like this after everything we'd shared, but I couldn't force her to see things my way. I'd done what I thought was right, but now I was left dealing with the fallout on my own. After Lily's message about not needing negativity in her life, I tried to give her space. I told myself that maybe she'd come around if I left things alone for a while. But it was tough. We'd been so close for so long that suddenly not having her around felt like I'd lost a piece of my life. I'd see things online that reminded me of her, little inside jokes or memories, and I had to hold back from messaging her. It was hard, but I didn't want to make things worse. I kept hoping she'd reach out first, and that we'd be able to have a real conversation about everything. Weeks went by, and I heard nothing from her. In the meantime, I kept seeing hints that something had shifted in her life. Her social media presence had changed. She used to post pictures with Tom all the time. But now it was mostly pictures of herself, or vague, inspirational quotes about living authentically and embracing change. It wasn't like her, and it made me worry even more. I wondered if she was still seeing that coworker, or if she'd ended things with Tom altogether. It felt wrong to speculate. But without any information, my mind kept going to the worst case scenario. One night, I ran into one of our mutual friends at a gathering, and of course, Lily came up. I tried to play it cool, but our friend immediately noticed the tension. She asked if Lily and I had had a falling out, and I ended up spilling a bit more than I'd planned. I told her that we'd had a disagreement over her flirting with someone at work, and that she'd cut me off after I tried to talk to her about it. Our friend seemed shocked, and told me she hadn't heard from Lily much either, which made me feel a little better. At least I wasn't the only one she'd distanced herself from. Then our friend dropped a bomb. She'd seen Tom out recently, but he hadn't been with Lily. She'd seen him alone, and he looked pretty down. She didn't know what was going on, but she mentioned that he'd seemed quieter than usual, almost like something was bothering him. Hearing that made my heart sink. I wondered if Tom had started to pick up on things after our conversation, or if maybe Lily had already told him what was going on. I wanted to reach out to him, to offer some kind of support, but I knew that would just make things even messier. Tom was Lily's husband, not my friend, and stepping in would probably just create more problems. A few days later, I finally received a message from Lily, but it wasn't what I'd hoped for. It was a short, cold message saying that she was disappointed in me for going behind her back and talking to Tom. She said I'd violated her trust and that she couldn't forgive me for meddling in her personal life. She didn't give any details about what was going on between her and Tom, but it was clear from her tone that our friendship was over. I tried to reply, to explain my side one last time, but she didn't respond. It felt like a punch to the gut, knowing that this was really it. After everything we'd been through, our friendship was ending over something I thought I'd done out of care. For the next few weeks, I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I'd truly been wrong to get involved. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd acted with good intentions, but that somehow it had all backfired. Losing Lily as a friend was hard enough, but knowing that she blamed me for her marriage issues made it even worse. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I really had crossed a line. Maybe I should have just let her figure things out on her own. Then, out of nowhere, I got a message from Tom. I was surprised he'd never reached out to me directly before, and I had no idea what he wanted. He was polite but brief, asking if we could meet up to clear the air. I felt a mix of anxiety and relief. Part of me didn't want to get involved any further, but another part of me wanted some kind of closure. I agreed to meet him, hoping that we could both move forward and put this behind us. When we met, Tom looked exhausted, like he'd been carrying a huge weight. He was direct, telling me he'd had some suspicions, but hadn't wanted to believe them. Apparently, he and Lily had a huge fight after he'd brought up my boundaries comment, and things had spiraled from there. She'd admitted to him that she'd been flirting with her coworker, but she insisted it was nothing serious. Tom didn't seem convinced, though. He told me he felt betrayed and that he was questioning everything about their relationship. Hearing all of this from Tom made me feel worse, like maybe I'd pushed things in a direction they couldn't come back from. But at the same time, I couldn't help feeling like Lily had put herself in this position. She'd chosen to keep secrets, to play with fire, and now she was blaming everyone but herself. Tom thanked me for trying to look out for him, but he didn't seem to know what he was going to do next. It was clear that he was hurt and confused, and I felt guilty for having been the catalyst for all of this, even if I'd meant well. After our meeting, I felt even more conflicted. On one hand, I believed that honesty was important and that Tom deserved to know the truth about his marriage. But on the other hand, I couldn't help but wonder if my involvement had only made things worse. Maybe if I'd stayed out of it, things would have unfolded differently, or maybe they would have worked things out on their own. Now, I've lost my best friend, and Tom is left picking up the pieces of a marriage that might be beyond repair. So now, I'm left questioning everything. Was I wrong to step in? Or did I do the right thing by giving Tom a heads up? Even if it cost me my friendship with Lily. Story 3 inches. Am I wrong for taking back my late mother's jewelry from my sister-in-law after she gifted it to her own daughter? I'm Anna, 32, and honestly, this year has been a mess for me. I'm recently divorced, and as if that wasn't already enough to deal with, I lost my mom just last year. My mom was my rock through everything. Even when my marriage was crumbling, she was the one who kept me grounded, so losing her was brutal. The only thing I have left of her, besides memories, is the jewelry she left me. This jewelry collection wasn't just any random stuff, it was a family treasure. Each piece has its own story, and I grew up hearing about how these pieces had been passed down through generations. Mom always told me that one day, all of it would be mine, and when the time came, she made sure it was. In her will, she made it clear that the jewelry was meant for me, and I took that seriously. It's like I'm holding onto a piece of her. Now, my brother Mark, who's 35, and his wife Emily have always been a bit complicated, let's say. We don't exactly see eye to eye on things. Emily and I have never been close. She's always had this attitude, like she's doing everyone a favor just by showing up. And Mark, well, he's always kind of let her run the show. They have an 18-year-old daughter, Sophie, who I actually get along with pretty well. Sophie's a good kid, and I know she was close to Mom too. Still, I figured that as awkward as things can be with Mark and Emily, the jewelry situation wouldn't be an issue because Mom's wishes were clear. The collection was mine, and I thought they'd respect that. Last weekend, we had a family gathering to honor Mom's memory. It's been a year, and everyone wanted to come together and share stories, which I thought was nice. I'd been feeling pretty emotional, especially since this was one of the first big family events since the divorce and losing Mom. Everything was fine at first. We were all reminiscing, laughing, and for a moment, it felt like old times. But then I noticed something that completely threw me off. I saw Sophie wearing one of my mom's rings. Not just any ring, this was a ring that my mom wore every day, the one with her birthstone. It's one of the most sentimental pieces in the entire collection, and I hadn't given it to anyone. So, seeing it on Sophie's finger felt like a slap in the face. My heart sank because I knew there was no way this was just a mix-up. I asked Sophie about it, and she looked a bit embarrassed. She told me that her mom, Emily, had gifted it to her, saying that I'd agreed to share the jewelry among the family. I was stunned. I had never, not once, said anything about sharing the jewelry. The collection was left to me for a reason, and I couldn't believe that Emily had taken it upon herself to decide who got what. I took a few deep breaths because, honestly, I didn't want to make a scene. I knew it would turn into a family drama if I just started calling out Emily in front of everyone. But inside, I was furious. It felt like Emily had completely disregarded Mom's wishes and was just doing what she wanted. And the worst part, she was dragging Sophie into it, making her wear the ring and basically putting her in the middle of this mess. I didn't want to blame Sophie because she's just a kid and probably didn't know the full story. But Emily, she knew exactly what she was doing. So, I went over to Emily, trying to keep my cool. I asked her, as calmly as I could, why she had given Sophie the ring. And she just looked at me, totally unfazed, and said that it was just a ring, and that I shouldn't be so possessive. She started going on about how Sophie had always admired the jewelry, and how it was a family tradition to pass things down. She acted like I was the unreasonable one, like I was being selfish for not wanting to share. I couldn't believe it. Here I was, trying to respect my mom's wishes, and Emily was acting like I was overreacting. I tried to explain to her that the jewelry was left to me for a reason, and that if Sophie wanted to wear something, she could ask me directly. But Emily just rolled her eyes and said I was making a big deal out of nothing. She actually had the nerve to tell me that I should be grateful someone else wanted to keep Mom's memory alive by wearing the jewelry. As if I needed to be reminded of Mom's memory. I was the one she trusted with her things, the one who'd been there for her every day through her illness. It felt like Emily was just twisting things to make me look like the bad guy. Then, to make matters worse, Mark joined in. He backed Emily up, saying that I needed to let go, and that I was acting like a child over something that, in his words, should be shared. He even tried to guilt trip me by saying that I didn't have kids, so I wouldn't understand what it's like to want to pass things down. That hit hard because he knows how much the divorce has been affecting me, and that I've been struggling to rebuild my life. For him to throw that in my face felt like a low blow. At this point, I felt like the room was closing in on me. It wasn't just Mark and Emily, other family members were starting to side with them, saying that I should be more generous, and that maybe I was too attached to the jewelry. It was like I was suddenly the outsider, being told that my feelings didn't matter, that I should just let go of the one thing that still made me feel connected to Mom. I felt completely isolated, like no one could understand why this mattered so much to me. It wasn't about the jewelry itself. It was about respecting my mom's wishes and honoring her memory in a way that felt true to me. Sophie, meanwhile, looked like she didn't know what to do. She seemed embarrassed and uncomfortable, probably because she could tell there was a lot more going on than she realized. I could see she didn't want to be in the middle of it, and I didn't blame her. I wanted to reassure her that none of this was her fault, but with everyone else pushing me, I didn't know how to say anything without making it worse. It was clear that Emily was the one pulling the strings here, trying to make it seem like I was the unreasonable one. I decided I needed some space, so I stepped outside for a bit. I stood there, taking deep breaths, trying to calm down and figure out what to do. Part of me wanted to just walk away and let them have their way, just to avoid the conflict. But the more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong. This wasn't just about a ring or a piece of jewelry. It was about what Mom had left me to protect, the legacy she had trusted me with. If I let this go now, what would stop them from taking more? I took a few minutes outside, trying to gather myself. I couldn't believe how quickly things had escalated, and how alone I felt in a room full of family. All I wanted was to honor my mom's memory by keeping the jewelry safe and intact, just like she'd asked me to. But suddenly, I was being treated like I was the bad guy for wanting to follow her wishes. It was like no one understood why this was so important to me, or worse, they just didn't care. When I went back inside, I thought maybe we could talk this through calmly, without everyone jumping on me. I approached Emily again, hoping we could reach some kind of understanding. I told her that I wasn't opposed to Sophie wearing a piece here or there if she wanted, but I needed her to ask me first. I thought that sounded reasonable. It wasn't like I was refusing to share, just setting boundaries on something that was personally important to me. But Emily just gave me this look, like I was being completely ridiculous. And then she launched into a whole spiel about how I was hoarding the jewelry and being possessive. She started bringing up how Sophie had always admired the jewelry, and how it would mean so much to her to feel connected to our family's history. She made it sound like I was depriving Sophie of a chance to honor her grandmother's memory, which couldn't be further from the truth. I felt like she was twisting my intentions, trying to make me out as someone who didn't care about family, when that was the furthest thing from reality. I wanted to keep the jewelry safe, because it was important to me and to my mom. And I knew Sophie would understand that if Emily wasn't pushing her into the middle of this mess. Then Emily brought up the fact that I don't have kids of my own, saying I wouldn't understand what it's like to want to pass things down. She insinuated that since I was alone now, I was clinging to the jewelry because I didn't have anything else meaningful in my life. That stung, and she knew it. My divorce was still fresh, and it had been a painful process to adjust to life on my own again. For her to weaponize that against me in front of everyone felt cruel, like she was trying to tear me down to make her point. Mark chimed in, siding with Emily, of course. He told me that I was overreacting, and that it was just jewelry. He said I needed to move on and stop making everything about myself. Hearing him talk like that, as if I was being selfish for wanting to keep the jewelry, made me realize how little he understood me, or maybe just didn't care to understand. It hurt to think that my own brother couldn't see why this mattered so much to me. He was treating it like it was some trivial thing, something I should just give up, because it would make things easier. Other family members were starting to join the conversation, and it felt like the whole room was against me. A few relatives were nodding along with Mark and Emily, agreeing that family heirlooms should be shared, and that I was making a big deal out of nothing. One of my aunts even said that maybe I was holding on to the jewelry too tightly because I hadn't properly moved on from Mom's death. I was floored. I hadn't moved on because I didn't want to let go of the one thing that kept me connected to her. It wasn't about moving on. It was about respecting her wishes. I glanced over at Sophie, who was sitting quietly, looking uncomfortable. I could tell she didn't know where to look or what to say. She was caught in the middle, and it wasn't fair to her. I didn't want her to feel guilty or awkward about wearing the ring, but I also couldn't just let it slide. I could see that this whole situation was making her feel weird, and I wanted to spare her that if I could. But every time I tried to explain my side, Emily would jump in, twisting my words to make me look like I was being unreasonable. It was like no one wanted to hear my side of things. After what felt like an eternity of being lectured and criticized, I decided I couldn't just sit there and take it. I told everyone that the jewelry was left to me, and that decision was final. I wasn't trying to keep anyone from remembering Mom, but the collection was mine, and I wasn't going to let anyone make decisions about it without consulting me first. I thought that was a fair boundary to set, especially given how Emily had gone behind my back to gift the ring to Sophie without even telling me. But instead of understanding, Emily got even more defensive. She started accusing me of trying to control the family and dictate who gets what, like I was some kind of dictator holding on to power. She kept saying that I was being petty, that I was the only one making a fuss about this, and that if I wasn't so attached to things, then we wouldn't be having this argument. It was like she couldn't see that this was about so much more than just things to me. Mark stood there, silent for a while, but I could tell by his expression that he was on Emily's side. He looked disappointed in me, like he was ashamed of how I was acting. That hurt more than anything Emily said, because Mark and I used to be close. Growing up, we were each other's support system, especially when things got tough. But here he was, siding with his wife against me, acting like I was the one causing trouble. It felt like I was losing him too, like Mom's passing had somehow created this divide between us that I couldn't bridge. The rest of the family was starting to take sides, and it was clear that a lot of them thought I was in the wrong. A couple of my cousins pulled me aside later, saying they understood where I was coming from, but that maybe I should just let it go for the sake of peace. They told me that holding on to the jewelry so tightly might make people think I was obsessed with the past, and that maybe it was time to let others share in Mom's memory. It was like they were trying to talk me into giving up the jewelry just to avoid conflict, as if that was the easy solution. But I couldn't just let it go. I kept thinking about Mom, about all the times she'd told me those pieces were meant for me. I couldn't just ignore that, and I knew if I gave in now, it wouldn't end here. Emily had shown that she was willing to cross boundaries, and I had no doubt she'd keep pushing if I didn't stand my ground. It wasn't just about Sophie wearing the ring. It was about respect, about honoring what Mom had wanted. I couldn't let them make me feel like I was wrong for that. After a while, I realized that staying in the room was only making things worse. I felt like I was being ganged up on, and I didn't want to say something in anger that I'd regret. So I told Mark and Emily that I needed some time to think. and I left. I could see the look of smug satisfaction on Emily's face, like she thought she'd won, and that only made me more determined to stand my ground. I knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. When I left that gathering, I felt so many things at once: anger, betrayal, sadness, but mostly just a deep frustration. I kept replaying the whole situation in my mind, wondering if there was some way I could have handled it differently. But no matter how I looked at it, I kept coming back to the same thing. Emily crossed a line, and no one seemed to care. Mark's support of her over me just made it that much worse. I never thought my own family would make me feel like an outsider. But that's exactly what happened. The days after the gathering were tense. I didn't hear from Mark or Emily, which wasn't really surprising, but it still hurt. I thought maybe they'd reach out, that Mark, at least, would want to talk things over. But the silence just kept growing, and with each day, it felt like the distance between us was only getting wider. Part of me wanted to reach out first, to try and smooth things over, but the other part of me felt like I shouldn't have to. I wasn't the one who disrespected Mom's wishes. I wasn't the one who went behind someone's back. They were the ones in the wrong. And yet, I was the one left feeling isolated. Then, a few days later, I got a message from Emily. She didn't apologize or acknowledge that she'd overstepped. Instead, she basically told me that my attitude was the problem and that I needed to get over it if I wanted to keep the family together. She went on about how I was clinging to the past and how my unwillingness to share was hurting everyone, especially Sophie. She even threw in a line about how this kind of behavior was probably why I was alone now. That one stung, and she knew it. It was like she was deliberately trying to hit where she knew it would hurt the most. After reading her message, I felt this overwhelming urge to just cut them off entirely. It was clear that she didn't respect me or my feelings, and Mark's silence was just as loud as her words. I'd been holding on to this hope that maybe they'd come around. Maybe they'd understand why this mattered so much to me. But that message showed me that wasn't going to happen. If anything, Emily was digging in her heels, doubling down on her decision to take what wasn't hers. She didn't care about my mom's wishes, and she certainly didn't care about how I felt. I didn't reply to her message right away. I was too angry, and I knew anything I said in that moment would just escalate things further. But I also knew that I couldn't just sit back and let her walk all over me. So I took some time to think, to really figure out what I wanted to say. I decided that I needed to set a clear boundary. This wasn't just about the jewelry anymore. It was about respect, about standing up for myself and my mom's legacy. I knew that if I didn't make a stand now, it would only get worse. Finally, I wrote back to Emily, laying it all out. I told her that I wasn't going to get over it, because this was about more than just jewelry. This was about my mom's wishes, and as the person she entrusted with a collection, it was my responsibility to honor that. I told her that I was hurt by the way she disregarded my feelings, and that her comments about my personal life were unnecessary and hurtful. I told her that if she or anyone else wanted to wear a piece from the collection, they needed to ask me directly. And if they couldn't respect that boundary, then maybe it was best they kept their distance. After sending that message, I felt a mix of relief and dread. I'd finally stood up for myself, but I knew it would only make things more strained. And I was right. Emily didn't respond, but Mark finally reached out, and it wasn't to apologize or make amends. Instead, he called me up and told me I was blowing everything out of proportion. He said that family should come before things, and that I was letting my emotions cloud my judgment. He didn't even acknowledge how hurtful Emily's words had been. And when I brought it up, he brushed it off, saying I was being too sensitive. That conversation was like the final nail in the coffin. I realized that Mark wasn't going to stand up for me, not against his wife. No matter what Emily did or said, he'd be on her side. It hurt to admit, but it was clear that he'd chosen his allegiance, and it wasn't with me. I felt like I'd lost not only my mom, but also the brother I'd once been so close to. The worst part was that he couldn't even see how much it hurt me. To him, this was just family drama, something I should get over. But to me, it was about so much more than that. After that call, I made a decision. I gathered up the jewelry collection and put it in a safe deposit box. I didn't want to risk anything disappearing or being taken again without my permission. I felt a little paranoid, maybe, but after everything that had happened, I didn't trust Emily to respect my boundaries. I knew it would probably cause more issues, but at that point, I was done trying to please everyone. I had to protect what was left of my mom's legacy, even if it meant putting some distance between myself and my family. Since then, things have been tense. I haven't spoken to Mark or Emily, and family gatherings have been awkward, to say the least. Some relatives have reached out to ask why I overreacted, or why I couldn't just let it go, but I stand by my decision. I know that Mom would have wanted me to protect the jewelry, to keep it safe for future generations, not to let it be treated like just any other thing. I've explained my side to a few people, but it's clear that most of them don't really understand why this matters so much to me. To them, it's just jewelry. But to me, it's a connection to my mom, to my family's history, and I won't let anyone take that away. Now I'm left wondering if I did the right thing. Did I go too far by putting the jewelry in a safe deposit box and setting such strict boundaries? Or was I justified in standing up for myself and my mom's wishes, even if it means creating a rift with my own family? Story 4. Am I wrong for telling my sister she needs to apologize to my daughter for ruining her birthday? I, 38, have been dealing with a complicated relationship with my sister, who's 41, for as long as I can remember. Growing up, she was always the dominant one, the type to push her opinions on everyone and make sure her voice was heard. Even as adults, she's never lost that need to impose her views on everything, especially when it comes to family. We've never really seen eye to eye, and this dynamic has only gotten worse as we've gotten older, especially since I became a mother. I'm raising 2 kids on my own, a 15-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son, and I work full-time to make sure they have a good life. But if you ask my sister, I'm too soft, and she thinks I'm setting them up for failure. It's not like I haven't heard this from her a million times before. I'm used to the comments, the little digs, the unsolicited advice. She always says she's just being helpful, or that she's trying to prepare my kids for the real world, as if she's the only person who understands what that means. My sister doesn't have kids of her own, but that doesn't stop her from acting like she's an expert on parenting. Normally, I just let her comments roll off my back. I'm not looking for a fight, especially with family, and I know arguing with her will just make things worse. But then came my daughter's birthday. We planned a small gathering at my house, just close family, to celebrate. My daughter was looking forward to it, and I'd done my best to make the day special for her. She's a sensitive, thoughtful kid, and she's going through all the usual teenage things. Lately, she's been experimenting with her style, figuring out who she is. It's harmless, she's just a teenager trying to find herself. But my sister, she has a habit of making negative comments about my daughter's appearance or attitude, saying things like, "Why don't you try something more natural?" Or, "Don't be so moody, it doesn't look good on you." It's always something, and even though my daughter has tried to brush it off, I know these comments get to her. I went into the day feeling a little anxious, knowing my sister would be there. I just wanted my daughter to enjoy her birthday without any drama. She'd worked hard planning the party with me, picking out decorations, and deciding on a menu. I thought we'd get through the night without any issues, that maybe my sister would keep her thoughts to herself for once, and just let my daughter have her moment. But even as the party started, I could feel the tension. My sister didn't say anything outright at first, but I noticed her looking at my daughter, giving her these critical glances. I tried to ignore it, focusing on making the night fun for everyone. Things seemed to be going fine, and we'd just finished singing happy birthday. My daughter was smiling, looking genuinely happy, and I thought maybe, just maybe, we'd get through the evening without incident. But then, right as we were cutting the cake, my sister pulled my daughter aside. I didn't hear everything she said, but I saw my daughter's face fall, and that told me everything I needed to know. She looked hurt, like something had been crushed in her. And that's when I realized my sister had crossed a line. After my daughter came back over, she was quieter, not her usual self. I could tell whatever my sister said had upset her, and it was like a dark cloud had settled over her. My sister came back to the table like nothing had happened, like she hadn't just said something that completely ruined my daughter's mood. It took everything in me to stay calm, to not let my anger show, especially in front of everyone else. But I needed to know what she'd said, so I quietly asked her about it when I got the chance. My sister brushed me off at first, saying she was only helping my daughter grow up, that my daughter needed to learn a few hard truths if she was ever going to make it in the real world. She kept saying it was her duty as an aunt to give guidance where it was needed. I didn't want to start a fight at the party, but I felt this anger building in me, this protective instinct that just wouldn't let me stay silent. I told her that her words had clearly hurt my daughter, and that she should apologize, at least for the sake of keeping the peace. That's when my sister's whole demeanor changed. She started saying that I was being overly sensitive, that I was coddling my daughter too much, and that I was setting her up to fail by sheltering her from criticism. She said that my daughter needs to toughen up if she's going to survive in the real world, and that I should be grateful she's there to correct my mistakes. At that point, I was barely holding myself together. My sister's voice was rising, and people were starting to look over at us. She wasn't backing down, and now it felt like she was attacking me, accusing me of being a bad parent in front of everyone. My mom, who was watching all this unfold, tried to step in and calm things down. But instead of diffusing the situation, she sided with my sister. She said something like, "Your sister has a point. Maybe you're being too protective, and that maybe I should listen to her advice once in a while." In that moment, I felt completely ganged up on. I looked over at my daughter, who was just sitting there, looking down at her plate, clearly hurt and humiliated. It was supposed to be her birthday, her day, and now it was turning into a lecture about how I was raising her. My daughter eventually got up and left the table, saying she needed some time alone. I could see how upset she was, but I didn't follow her right away. I was still in shock, trying to process everything that was happening, feeling a mixture of anger, guilt, and frustration. I wanted to go after her, to comfort her, but I also didn't want to leave things unresolved with my sister and mom. I just couldn't believe how quickly things had escalated, and how they'd both managed to turn what should have been a joyful occasion into an attack on my parenting and my daughter's character. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I decided to go check on my daughter. I found her in her room, looking like she was on the verge of tears. I wanted to tell her that it wasn't her fault, that she didn't deserve any of what had happened, but I didn't know if my words would make any difference. The damage had already been done. She just sat there, staring at the floor, looking completely defeated, and I didn't know how to fix it. Later that night, after everyone had gone home, I lay in bed replaying everything in my head. I kept asking myself if I'd handled things wrong, if maybe I'd overreacted or should have found a way to keep the peace. But then I'd think of my daughter's face, how hurt she looked, and I'd feel that anger all over again. It wasn't just about what my sister had said, it was about the pattern, the constant criticism, and the way she thought she had a right to interfere in how I raise my kids. I couldn't shake the feeling that, for once, I needed to stand up to her, not just for me, but for my daughter's sake too. In that moment, I realized I couldn't just let this go. I didn't sleep much that night. My mind kept circling back to the argument with my sister and the look on my daughter's face. I kept wondering if there was something I could have done differently, or if I should have stepped in sooner. But no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't shake the feeling that my sister had overstepped. This wasn't the first time she'd made my daughter feel small. but it was the first time she'd done it on such an important day. I just couldn't let it go. The next morning, I decided to reach out to my mom first, hoping she'd understand my perspective. I thought that if she could see why I was upset, maybe she'd help me talk some sense into my sister. But as soon as I brought it up, she brushed me off, saying that I was making too big a deal out of harmless advice. She went on about how my sister was just trying to help, and that I needed to stop being so sensitive. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told her it wasn't just harmless advice, and that my daughter was hurt. But my mom didn't see it that way. To her, my sister was the only one brave enough to give tough love, and apparently, I was too protective. It was like talking to a wall. No matter what I said, she kept defending my sister, insisting that I was the one blowing things out of proportion. At that point, I felt completely alone. Not only was my sister refusing to see how her words had affected my daughter, but now my own mom was backing her up, acting like I was the one with the problem. I couldn't help but feel betrayed. My daughter had been through enough without having her own family turn against her. It wasn't just about that one comment anymore. It was about a pattern of behavior that was clearly causing harm, yet everyone seemed willing to overlook it. After that conversation with my mom, I knew I had to confront my sister directly. I didn't want to go into it angry, but I was done tiptoeing around her. This wasn't just some passing issue, it was affecting my daughter's happiness, and I couldn't keep letting it slide. So, I called my sister and told her we needed to talk. She sounded irritated, like I was bothering her over nothing, but she agreed to meet me later that day. When we sat down to talk, I tried to explain how her words had hurt my daughter, hoping that if I approached it calmly, she might actually listen. But right from the start, she was defensive. She rolled her eyes, saying my daughter was being overly dramatic, and that I was only making it worse by coddling her. She even accused me of raising my kids to be too soft, like it was some kind of failing on my part. I felt my patience slipping. I told her this wasn't about toughness or resilience. It was about basic respect. My daughter didn't deserve to be treated that way, especially on her birthday. But my sister just couldn't see it. She kept going on about how teenagers these days are too sensitive, and how my daughter needed to toughen up if she was going to make it in the world. At that point, I realized she wasn't going to apologize. She was so wrapped up in her own beliefs about what's right that she couldn't even consider how my daughter might feel. It was infuriating. I told her that if she couldn't respect my daughter, then maybe it was best if she kept her distance for a while. She looked shocked, like I'd just slapped her. But I was done. I couldn't keep exposing my daughter to someone who thought tearing her down was helpful. After that conversation, things felt tense. My sister didn't call or text, and I didn't feel like reaching out to her either. But I could tell my daughter was still affected by everything that had happened. She was quieter than usual, staying in her room more often, and when she did come out, she seemed distant. I hated seeing her like that, knowing she was still carrying the weight of my sister's words. It made me question whether I'd done enough to protect her, or if there was something more I could do to help her feel better. One evening, I tried talking to her about it, hoping she'd open up. She told me she felt embarrassed, that her aunt's words made her feel like there was something wrong with her. I did my best to reassure her, to remind her that she's perfect just the way she is. But I could tell the damage had been done. My sister's words had planted a seed of doubt in her mind, and no matter how much I tried to comfort her, it wasn't going away. Over the next few days, my daughter started avoiding family gatherings. She told me she didn't want to go if her aunt was going to be there. Part of me felt relieved. I didn't want her exposed to my sister's negativity either, but another part of me felt sad that she was being driven away from her own family. It was like this one incident had started to pull us apart, creating a divide that I wasn't sure how to bridge. I kept hoping my sister would reach out, that maybe she'd realize the impact of her words and apologize. But days turned into weeks, and there was no word from her. I was torn. Part of me wanted to just let it go, to move on and keep my family together. But every time I saw my daughter withdrawing further, I felt that protective anger rising up again. I couldn't just let my sister's behavior slide, not when it was clearly affecting my daughter's well-being. In the meantime, I started getting calls from other family members. Apparently, my sister had been telling them her side of the story, painting me as this overly sensitive parent who couldn't handle a bit of honest advice. Some of my relatives even called to suggest that I should be more open-minded about my sister's intentions, saying she was just trying to help. It was infuriating. I felt like my family was more concerned with keeping the peace than with supporting my daughter or acknowledging her feelings. Through all of this, my mom remained firmly on my sister's side. Every time we spoke, she'd bring up how my sister was only trying to look out for my daughter, and that I needed to be more understanding. I felt like I was losing my entire family over this, like I was the one causing all this tension just because I wanted to protect my daughter. It made me wonder if I was being unreasonable, if maybe I should just let it go for the sake of family harmony. But every time I thought about giving in, I'd remember the hurt on my daughter's face, and I knew I couldn't back down. Eventually, I reached a breaking point. I told my mom that until my sister apologized, I wouldn't be bringing my kids to any family events where she'd be present. My mom was shocked and tried to talk me out of it, saying I was overreacting and that it would only create more distance in the family. But I stood my ground. I couldn't keep putting my daughter in situations where she felt belittled and unwanted. If that meant fewer family gatherings, so be it. After that conversation, my mom stopped calling as often, and when she did, our conversations were short and tense. It was clear that she didn't agree with my decision, and she wasn't happy about the divide it was creating. Part of me felt guilty, wondering if I was making the right choice, but I knew I had to prioritize my daughter's well-being. As the days went by, I felt more isolated from my family than ever before. It felt like I was standing alone, trying to protect my daughter, while everyone else seemed determined to sweep the whole thing under the rug. I kept wondering if I was doing the right thing, if I was somehow overreacting or letting my emotions cloud my judgment. But every time I saw my daughter's quiet, withdrawn expression, I knew I couldn't back down. And just when I thought things couldn't get any more complicated, I heard through the grapevine that my sister was planning to clear the air at the next family gathering, claiming she'd done nothing wrong and that this whole situation was blown out of proportion. The thought of her twisting the narrative, making herself look like the victim, was almost too much to bear. But I knew I couldn't let her rewrite the story to fit her version of events. I went back and forth for days about whether I should even attend the family gathering. The idea of walking in there, knowing my sister would be there ready to clear the air, made me feel physically sick. I knew she'd try to twist things to make herself look innocent, and I didn't want my daughter anywhere near that. But I also felt like if I didn't go, she'd just get away with it, and everyone would take her side without hearing mine. My daughter had already said she didn't want to go, and I didn't want to force her, so I left her at home and went by myself. When I arrived, it felt like everyone was waiting for me. I could tell right away that my sister had been busy spreading her version of the story, painting herself as the one who was wrong. People were giving me looks, some sympathetic, some judgmental, like they'd already made up their minds about the situation. I felt tense and out of place, but I tried to stay calm and hold my head high. As soon as we all settled in, my sister jumped right in, talking about how there'd been a big misunderstanding and how she'd been misinterpreted. She went on about how she'd only ever meant to help my daughter, how she was just giving honest advice out of love, and how she never intended to hurt anyone. She kept throwing around phrases like tough love and preparing kids for the real world, like that somehow justified everything she'd said. I could feel my blood boiling, but I waited for her to finish. When she was done, I spoke up. I calmly explained that what she'd said had deeply hurt my daughter, and that her words weren't helpful, they were hurtful. I told everyone that this wasn't an isolated incident, that she'd been making these types of comments for years, and that my daughter was finally at a breaking point. I wasn't there to attack her, but I needed people to understand that there was a pattern here, and it was affecting my daughter's well-being. As I was speaking, I could see some people starting to shift uncomfortably. My sister looked annoyed, rolling her eyes like she couldn't believe I was bringing all this up. But I pushed on, saying that all I wanted was for her to apologize to my daughter, to acknowledge that her words had caused harm. I told everyone that my daughter had been avoiding family gatherings because she didn't feel welcome, and that this was something I couldn't ignore. My mom interrupted, saying I was making too big a deal out of a single comment, and that I needed to stop holding grudges. She went on about how families shouldn't be so sensitive, and how we all needed to forgive and forget. I felt like I was banging my head against a wall. No one was getting it. To them, I was the one causing drama just because I was standing up for my daughter's feelings. At that point, I realized there was nothing I could say to make them understand. They were too set in their ways, too used to my sister's behavior to see anything wrong with it. They'd spent so many years letting her get away with these tough love comments that it was like they were immune to it. I felt defeated, like I'd come all this way for nothing. But I couldn't just let it go. Not when I knew how much it was hurting my daughter. I looked at my sister one last time and told her that if she couldn't apologize, if she couldn't take even a small amount of responsibility, then we wouldn't be attending any more family gatherings. She laughed, like it was the most ridiculous thing she'd ever heard, and said something about how I was overreacting and letting my emotions get the best of me. I just shook my head, realizing that this was never going to change. My family was always going to side with her, no matter how wrong she was. I left the gathering feeling a mix of anger, sadness, and exhaustion. I'd tried everything I could to make them see how hurtful my sister's behavior was, but it was like they were all blind to it. They couldn't see the damage they were doing, and I couldn't keep putting my daughter through this. On the drive home, I started thinking about all the times my family had dismissed my feelings. All the times they'd made me feel like I was the problem for not going along with their version of normal. It was clear that if I wanted to protect my daughter, I'd have to start putting distance between us and the rest of the family. When I got home, I told my daughter what had happened, and she just nodded, like she'd expected it. I could see the relief in her eyes, knowing that she wouldn't have to deal with her aunt's comments anymore. It hurt to think that this was what it had come to, that my daughter felt safer without her own family around. But I knew this was the right decision for her, even if it meant we'd be a bit more isolated. Now, I'm left wondering if I did the right thing by standing up to my family, or if I've just made things worse by pushing them away. Was I wrong for expecting my sister to apologize, and for cutting ties when she refused? Story 5 inches. Am I wrong for refusing to attend my daughter's wedding over her stepfather's role? I'm a 50-year-old single mother who's done everything I can to raise my daughter, Emily, who's now 27. We've been a team since her father and I split up when she was little, and I thought we'd always be close. I've been there through everything. The school plays, the late-night study sessions, the heartbreaks. I worked long hours, juggling jobs to make sure she never missed out on anything. For years, it was just us, and I liked it that way. It wasn't easy, but I did it all for her, and I thought she knew that. About 2 years ago, I remarried a man named David. He's a good man, a bit traditional and old-fashioned, but kind-hearted. He knew how close Emily and I were, and he respected that, even if he didn't always understand it. I always sensed that Emily was a little distant with David, but I chalked it up to her being used to it, just being the two of us. David tried to make an effort, though, and I appreciated that. He would ask her about her job, show up to family dinners, and even tried to bond over shared interests. But I could tell she wasn't that interested. It was fine. I figured she'd warm up eventually, or at least tolerate him for my sake. I never pushed it. I didn't want to make things uncomfortable for anyone. Now, Emily's engaged, and she's marrying a great guy. I was thrilled when she told me about the engagement. I remember thinking that this was the moment I'd been waiting for, the day when I could proudly stand by her and watch her start a new chapter in her life. I imagined helping her plan, picking out flowers, maybe even shopping for her dress. I knew she'd want to do things her way, but I was ready to help however she needed. That's the kind of relationship we've always had. We're close, and I thought I'd be right by her side, just like I'd been for everything else. But as the planning got underway, I noticed Emily was keeping me at a distance. She wasn't sharing much with me, and every time I offered help, she'd brush me off. I'd say things like, "Let me know if you need me to come with you to look at venues," or, "Do you want to go dress shopping together?" She'd smile politely and say, "I just want to keep things simple, Mom," or, "Don't worry, I've got it under control." I tried not to take it personally, but it stung. This was supposed to be a mother-daughter experience, something we'd both remember forever, and I was barely involved. At first, I thought maybe it was just wedding stress. I know planning a wedding can be overwhelming, so I tried to give her space. But the more she shut me out, the more it hurt. It wasn't just the lack of involvement, it was the feeling that she didn't want me there at all. I thought about bringing it up to her, but I didn't want to seem needy or overbearing. I figured she'd come around and involve me when she was ready. But she didn't. Then, one night, she dropped a bombshell that I still can't fully process. We were having dinner together, just the two of us, and I thought maybe this was my chance to bring up my feelings. Before I could say anything, she said she had something important to tell me about the wedding. I was hopeful, thinking maybe she'd finally ask for my help or include me in some way. But instead, she told me that David, her stepfather, would be walking her down the aisle instead of me. I remember just sitting there, stunned. I didn't know what to say at first. I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. David. She chose David. I'd always dreamed of walking her down the aisle, or at the very least, sharing that moment in some way. I thought it would be the two of us together, the way it's always been. But no, she wanted him to do it. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why, trying to keep my emotions in check. She told me that she wanted a traditional feel, and that this was her decision. I felt crushed. Here I was, the person who'd been with her through everything, and she was choosing someone who had barely been in her life compared to me. I told her I was hurt, that it felt like she was pushing me aside. But she was firm, saying it was her day, her decision, and that I should respect her wishes. I left that dinner feeling blindsided and betrayed. I couldn't understand how she could make a choice like that, knowing how close we were and how much I'd sacrificed for her. Over the next few days, I couldn't get it out of my head. Every time I thought about it, I felt this mix of anger, sadness, and confusion. I tried talking to David about it, hoping he'd understand. He was sympathetic, but he didn't see the issue the way I did. He told me that maybe this was Emily's way of bonding with him, that maybe she wanted to include him in her life in a bigger way. He suggested that I support her decision, saying that it was a positive step for their relationship. But all I could feel was that I was being erased, as if my role in her life didn't matter as much anymore. I tried to talk to a few family members about it, hoping they'd understand. The reactions were mixed. Some said I should be happy for Emily and focus on the bigger picture. They reminded me that this was her wedding, and I should support her happiness. But others were on my side, saying they didn't understand why she'd make a choice like that, especially knowing all I'd done for her. One family member even suggested that maybe Emily was embarrassed not to have her biological father there, and this was her way of making things feel more normal or traditional. But Emily never said that outright, so I couldn't know if that was true. I debated whether I should bring it up with Emily again, but I was scared it would just lead to more hurt feelings. Still, the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I needed to say something. I couldn't just pretend that this didn't hurt me deeply. So, I decided to try and talk to her one more time, hoping she'd at least hear me out. I told her how much this moment meant to me, that I'd always imagined being by her side when she walked down that aisle. I explained that it wasn't just about the tradition, it was about everything we'd been through together, all the moments that had led up to this day. But she didn't see it that way. She just kept saying it was her choice, her day, and that I was making it about myself. It was like talking to a stranger. I couldn't recognize this version of her. She was so set on this decision. And no matter how much I tried to explain my side, she wouldn't budge. I left that conversation feeling even more hurt, if that was even possible. It felt like a wall had been built between us, and I didn't know how to tear it down. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling of hurt and betrayal. I kept replaying our conversations in my head, wondering if I was missing something, some clue that would explain why Emily was doing this. It felt like she was pushing me out of her life, and I didn't understand why. All those years of sacrifice, all the times I put her first, and this was how she chose to honor that. By giving a man she barely knew a role I thought was meant for me. David, for his part, kept telling me to support her decision. He seemed genuinely pleased about the whole thing, as if this was a chance for him to bond with her in a way they never had before. He'd say things like, "Maybe this is her way of reaching out, of making me feel part of her life," or, "Isn't it a good thing she wants me there?" And I get that, I do. But it felt like he was benefiting from my exclusion, even if he didn't mean it that way. Every time he brought it up, I felt more sidelined, like I was being told I wasn't as important as I'd thought. I tried talking to a few more family members, hoping to make sense of it all. Some told me to just be happy for her, to let her have her day without making it about me. They said I should just focus on the fact that she's getting married, and that this is a new beginning for her. I should let go and move on, as if this wasn't a big deal. But how could I let go when it felt like my own daughter was replacing me? Others, though, saw things my way. They said it didn't make sense for her to choose David over me, especially when I've been the one who's always been there for her. One friend even suggested that Emily might be embarrassed that her biological father wouldn't be there, and that she was trying to make things look normal. But that hurt even more, thinking that she'd be ashamed of our family, and would go so far as to exclude me just to make things look a certain way. I didn't know if that was true, but it left me with this hollow feeling, like I'd lost a part of her I'd never get back. I debated whether I should bring it up with Emily again, but I was honestly scared of how it would go. Our last conversation had been so tense, and I didn't want to make things worse. But at the same time, I couldn't just let it go. I felt like I had to say something to make her understand how much this hurt me. I wanted her to know that this wasn't just about the wedding day. It was about everything we'd been through, all the years I'd spent being her only support system. When I finally gathered the courage to bring it up again, things didn't go any better. I tried to explain my feelings, saying that I'd always imagined being there by her side, and that this moment meant more to me than she could ever know. I thought if I spoke from the heart, she'd see how deeply this affected me. But instead, she just brushed it off, saying that it was her decision and that I needed to respect it. She even hinted that I was being selfish, that I was trying to make her wedding about me instead of celebrating her happiness. I was stunned. Here I was, pouring my heart out, trying to make her see how much this meant to me, and she couldn't even acknowledge it. It was like she'd put up this wall, and no matter what I said, she wasn't willing to listen. I felt like a stranger to her, like everything we'd been through together meant nothing. I left that conversation feeling even more hurt and confused, wondering if I'd done something to make her push me away. In the days that followed, I tried to carry on like everything was normal, but the tension was always there. Every time I thought about the wedding, I felt this ache in my chest, like I was being erased from one of the most important days of her life. I didn't know how to deal with it. Part of me wanted to just give in, to pretend I was fine with it for the sake of peace. But another part of me couldn't let go of the hurt. David kept urging me to let it go, to be happy for her and support her choices. He didn't understand why this was so painful for me. To him, it was just a simple decision, a way for Emily to include him in her life. But to me, it felt like a betrayal. Every time he tried to talk me down, I felt more and more isolated, like no one understood what I was going through. I tried explaining it to him, but he just couldn't see my perspective. He kept saying, "It's her wedding, not yours. Let her do what makes her happy." But what about my happiness? Didn't my feelings matter? As the wedding got closer, I felt more and more like an outsider. I started to dread the idea of going, of sitting there, and watching someone else take the place I thought was meant for me. I knew I couldn't keep this up, pretending I was okay when I wasn't. I wanted to be there for her, but not like this, not when it felt like I was being pushed aside. Eventually, I decided to have one last conversation with her, hoping that maybe, just maybe, she'd understand. I told her that I didn't think I could come to the wedding if this was how things were going to be. I tried to explain that it wasn't about trying to control her day, but about honoring the relationship we'd had. But she didn't see it that way. She got defensive, accusing me of making everything about myself again and saying that maybe it was better if I didn't come if I couldn't support her decisions. That was the moment when I realized just how far apart we'd grown. This wasn't the daughter I'd raised, the person I'd spent years supporting and sacrificing for. I felt like I'd lost her, like the bond we'd shared was gone, and there was nothing I could do to get it back. I didn't know if I'd made the right decision, but I knew I couldn't stand there on her wedding day, pretending that everything was fine. In the end, I walked away from that conversation feeling completely defeated. I'd tried everything to make her understand, but nothing seemed to work. I didn't know what else I could do. Part of me wondered if I should just go to the wedding anyway, to put on a brave face and be there for her despite everything. But every time I thought about it, I felt this sinking feeling in my stomach, like I was betraying myself by pretending it didn't hurt. I still didn't have an answer, and the wedding day was approaching fast. I felt torn between wanting to be there for her and needing to protect myself from the pain of watching someone else walk her down the aisle. It was a decision I never thought I'd have to make, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever find peace with it, no matter what I chose. As the wedding day crept closer, I felt like I was in a constant state of dread. I couldn't believe I was actually considering not going to my own daughter's wedding. That's something I never thought I'd even have to think about. But every time I imagined being there, sitting in the audience while David walked her down the aisle, it felt like a punch to the gut. I knew it would be painful, but I also felt guilty about the idea of not being there for her. She was still my daughter, and this was one of the biggest days of her life. In the days leading up to the wedding, I went back and forth, debating with myself over whether I could handle being there or if I should just stay away. Part of me thought I should just suck it up, put my feelings aside, and show up for her. That's what I'd done my whole life, put her first, no matter what it cost me. But the other part of me felt like I'd be betraying myself by going. I'd tried everything I could think of to make her understand how much this hurt me, but nothing seemed to make a difference. It felt like I was being erased from her life, and I couldn't bring myself to sit through a wedding where that was the reality. David was still trying to convince me to go. He didn't understand why this was such a big deal, why it hurt so much. He kept saying things like, "It's one moment, one day. Don't let this ruin your relationship with her." But it wasn't just about one day. It was about what that day symbolized: the years I'd spent supporting her, sacrificing for her, being her only family. And now, it felt like all of that was being ignored. I felt like I was losing her, and I didn't know if I'd ever get her back. The night before the wedding, I still hadn't made a final decision. I was torn between wanting to be there for her and feeling like I couldn't handle the pain of watching David take my place. I barely slept that night, going over everything in my head. I kept thinking about all the memories we'd shared, all the times I'd been there for her, and I wondered if those moments meant anything to her anymore. I kept hoping she'd reach out, say something to show that she still cared about our relationship, but she never did. The morning of the wedding, I woke up feeling completely drained. I still hadn't decided if I was going or not, and the clock was ticking. Part of me was waiting for some kind of sign, something that would make the decision easier. But as the hours passed, I realized that no one was going to reach out to me. Emily was going through with this, and she wasn't going to change her mind. I knew I had to make a choice. In the end, I decided not to go. It was one of the hardest decisions I've ever made, and I still don't know if it was the right one. I spent the entire day feeling sick to my stomach, imagining what was happening at the wedding, wondering if anyone noticed I wasn't there, if Emily even cared. Part of me hoped she'd call, that she'd realize how much it hurt me and reach out. But the day came and went, and I didn't hear from her. I felt like I'd lost her completely, like the bond we'd shared was gone for good. A few days after the wedding, I finally got a call from Emily. I thought maybe she'd want to talk things over, that we'd be able to work through everything. But instead, she was furious. She accused me of being selfish, of making her wedding all about me, and said I'd embarrassed her by not showing up. She couldn't understand why I couldn't just get over it and support her choice. I tried to explain, to make her see that this wasn't just about the wedding day, but about how excluded I'd felt through the whole process. But she wouldn't listen. She was too angry to hear anything I had to say. The conversation ended with both of us feeling even worse than before. She told me that maybe it was best if we took some time apart, that she needed space. I couldn't believe it. I'd spent my entire life being there for her, doing everything I could to support her, and now she was the one telling me to back off. I felt completely lost, like I didn't even recognize my own daughter anymore. Since then, things have been tense. We barely speak, and when we do, it's strained and awkward. I feel like I've lost her, like the relationship we had is gone, and there's nothing I can do to get it back. I don't know if she'll ever understand why this hurt me so much, and I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to forgive her for how she handled everything. So now I'm left wondering if I did the right thing. Should I have just sucked it up and gone to the wedding, even though it felt like I was betraying myself? Or was I right to stand my ground and protect my own feelings? Am I wrong for not going to my daughter's wedding because she chose my husband, her stepfather, to walk her down the aisle instead of me? Story 6 inches. Am I wrong for telling my sister she's not welcome at our family home? I'm the oldest of three, 34, and I recently inherited my parents' house. After they passed away last year, the house became mine, and my husband and I moved in with our 2 young kids. It's been a tough adjustment, to say the least. The house is full of memories, both good and bad, and making it our own has been emotional. But we're doing our best to build something stable here. My sister, who's 29, has always been a bit of a wild card in the family. She's the free spirit type, always bouncing from one dramatic situation to another. Growing up, I ended up taking on a lot of responsibility because of her choices, even when we were kids. And, if I'm being honest, I still feel like I'm always dealing with the aftermath of her decisions, even now. So, recently, she went through a bad breakup, and she's back in town. I found out from mutual friends that her relationship ended in some major drama. She says they broke up because of irreconcilable issues, but I know for a fact she was involved in an affair. It's not something I want to judge her for openly, but it's just another example of the kind of messy situations she seems to create for herself. I hadn't heard from her directly, which didn't surprise me. She has a way of only coming to me when she needs something. I wasn't eager to reach out, knowing how things tend to go. But I figured it was just a matter of time before she showed up. One evening, after a long day of work and finally getting the kids settled down, there's a knock at my door. I open it, and there she is, looking miserable and on the verge of tears. She doesn't even say hello before launching into a story about how she has no one else and nowhere else to go. I'm exhausted and not sure what to say, but I let her in, trying to show some compassion. It's been a rough year for all of us, so maybe she just needs a bit of support. She spends the night on the couch, and I make it clear that it's just for the night. The next morning, I find her up early, rummaging around in the attic. She's pulling out boxes that I haven't touched since the funeral. These are our parents' things, items I haven't had the emotional energy to go through yet. She's acting as if it's her right to be going through everything, casually pulling out family heirlooms and random keepsakes. She says she misses family, and that seeing these things comforts her, but I'm just stunned. I'd barely had a chance to process my own grief, and here she was, making herself right at home, no questions asked. When I ask her what she's doing, she looks at me like I'm the one who's out of line. She talks about how our parents would have wanted her here, and how the house should be for both of us, not just me. She goes on about how I was lucky to get the house, as if I didn't spend months dealing with the legal and financial headaches that came with it. I worked hard to make this place livable for my family. But instead of appreciating that I even let her stay, she's making it seem like I'm selfish for not opening the doors to her long term. I try to hold my ground, explaining that while I understand she's going through a rough patch, this can't be a permanent arrangement. She's free to stay for the day, but we need to talk about finding her a place of her own. She responds by getting defensive, saying I'm treating her like a stranger, and that I'm the one putting walls up. That honestly stings, but I don't back down. We barely even talked the rest of the day. She spent most of her time moping around, sighing and giving me the silent treatment. My husband later tells me I might have been a bit too harsh, but he's not the one who's had to deal with her all these years. He hasn't had to clean up the messes she leaves behind every time she blows into town. It didn't stop there, though. Over the next few days, she kept coming back, more frequently than I expected. Each time, it was like she was testing how much I'd let her get away with. She'd drop by unannounced, claiming she just needed to pick up a few things, which turned into her staying the night more often than not. She borrowed items from around the house without asking, and treated it as if she had every right to be there. It felt invasive and disrespectful, but every time I tried to bring it up, she'd guilt-trip me by saying she just needed some family, and that she couldn't believe I was being so cold. Then my brother got involved. He's a few years younger than us, and he doesn't live in town, so he doesn't have to deal with the day-to-day chaos. He starts calling me up, saying he thinks I'm being too rigid, and that I should be more understanding, given what our sister is going through. He's always been the peacekeeper of the family, but he's never had to deal with her fallout the way I have. He tells me I could lighten up a bit, and reminds me that she's family, and she doesn't have anyone else right now. It's infuriating because he's talking from a distance, not having to face the constant interruptions to our daily lives. I tell him I've already offered to help her find a place, but he brushes it off, saying I should let her stay longer. It feels like everyone is expecting me to be the responsible one without considering what it's costing me personally. Meanwhile, my sister isn't helping things. She starts throwing out passive-aggressive comments about how family is supposed to be there for each other, and how she never thought her own sister would turn her away in her time of need. The guilt is starting to eat away at me, even though I know I've already gone out of my way to accommodate her. She brings up old grievances, saying that I've always held things over her head and never forgiven her for her mistakes. This narrative she's spinning makes me feel like the villain, and she's positioning herself as the victim, which she's always been good at doing. It's so frustrating because no matter how much I try to explain my side, she twists it into me being cold and heartless. I start questioning if maybe I am being too harsh, but then I remember that I have a responsibility to my own family first. With her constantly around, our home no longer feels like the peaceful place it used to be. It's stressful for my kids, and it's throwing off our entire routine. I feel like I'm being pulled in two directions, trying to be supportive of my sister while protecting my own family's stability. Every time she's here, I end up tense and on edge, wondering what she'll say or do next. I don't want my kids to feel the brunt of this tension, and I'm worried about the long-term effects of having her disrupt our lives this way. But the straw that breaks the camel's back comes after one of her more dramatic episodes, where she spends the evening making snide comments about how some people have it all handed to them. She doesn't say it outright, but it's clear she's talking about me and the fact that I got the house. She brings up our parents, talking about how they would have wanted her here, and how it's unfair that I get to live in the family home while she's left with nothing. It's as if she thinks I didn't go through the same loss she did, or that I didn't go through the emotional and financial toll of dealing with the inheritance. I'm reaching my breaking point. I feel like I'm being forced into a corner, where if I don't let her stay, I'm the bad guy. But if I do, I lose the peace and stability I've worked so hard to create for my family. Every time I try to set boundaries, she acts hurt or accuses me of being selfish, which is exhausting. I feel guilty, but I also feel trapped, like no matter what I do, it won't be enough for her or my brother. The weight of the responsibility is crushing, and I'm not sure how much more I can take. The days that followed just got worse. My sister kept coming over more often, and each visit seemed like an excuse to stay longer than the last. She'd show up with some small excuse, maybe she'd forgotten a book she was reading the night she stayed over or left her sweater behind. But somehow, these quick stops turned into her hanging around for hours, drifting from room to room, looking through things, and talking about old memories of our parents. I'd catch her looking at family photos on the walls or pulling out drawers that I had carefully organized. It felt invasive, like she was slowly taking over the space we had built. One afternoon, she decided to invite herself to dinner without asking. She sat at the table, talking to my kids as if she were their third parent, which made me uncomfortable, especially when she'd share stories that weren't exactly child appropriate. It wasn't anything horrible, but the tone of it was too casual for what I wanted my kids exposed to, especially with how chaotic her life has been. I'd tried to gently steer the conversation, but she'd just roll her eyes or give me that look that said I was being uptight. And every time I tried to assert that our routines were important for the kids, she'd make comments under her breath about how my life was too rigid. Things really started boiling over when she brought up our parents' stuff again. She kept hinting that she wanted a few specific items, things like our mom's jewelry and my dad's watch. I told her that I hadn't gone through everything yet, and that I'd let her know when I was ready to split things up. But she kept pushing. She'd go on and on about how she needed a reminder of them in her life, and how she deserved something to remember them by. She even brought it up in front of my husband, like she was trying to make me feel cornered into giving in right there. My husband stayed pretty neutral about it all, which I can't blame him for. He's just trying to keep the peace, and he thinks I should try to be more understanding of her situation. He hasn't seen what she's really like when she's in one of her episodes, so he doesn't get why I'm so firm about setting boundaries. He thinks I'm holding on to too much resentment from the past, and maybe I am, but it's hard not to when she's the same as she's always been. I told him I'd already offered to help her find a place, and that it should be enough. But even with his support, I could feel myself starting to crack under the pressure of it all. My brother's phone calls didn't help. He kept insisting that I should let her stay for just a little while longer, that she was going through something really hard, and that as family, we should be there for her. He reminded me that our parents wouldn't have wanted us to turn our backs on each other, which just made me feel even worse. It wasn't that I didn't care about her, I did, but it was starting to feel like everyone expected me to take on all the responsibility while they got to play the supportive sibling from a distance. I started to wonder if maybe I was being too harsh, if maybe I should just let her stay for a bit to keep the peace. But every time I thought about it, I pictured my house being completely overrun, my kids' routines thrown off, and all the work I'd put into making this place stable falling apart. My sister picked up on my guilt, and she started using it against me. She'd make comments like, "I thought you'd be more compassionate after everything we've been through," and "I didn't expect my own sister to turn me away." It felt like I was constantly being manipulated, and she knew exactly what buttons to press to make me feel like the bad guy. She kept saying I was stuck in the past and holding things over her head. But it wasn't about grudges, it was about her complete disregard for the boundaries I was trying to set. And the worst part was that my brother seemed to think I was the one overreacting. One day, I finally told her that she couldn't just keep coming by unannounced, that we had our own lives and routines to follow. She got defensive, saying that she wasn't hurting anyone and that she just wanted to feel close to family. I told her I'd help her find a place and even chip in for the first month's rent if she needed it, but that this situation couldn't go on indefinitely. She looked at me like I just slapped her, saying that I was trying to buy her off instead of showing her real support. She accused me of pushing her out of my life, of choosing my perfect little family over her, and I felt my patience wearing thin. It all reached a head when she started making digs about the house itself. She'd talk about how lucky I was to get it, how not everyone gets everything handed to them on a silver platter. It wasn't outright nasty, but it was clear what she meant. She resented that I got the house, that I was the one who ended up with this place we both grew up in, and she seemed to think I didn't deserve it. Every time she'd make a comment like that, I'd bite my tongue, not wanting to escalate things, but inside, I was boiling. I wanted to remind her of everything I'd gone through to keep this house, the endless legal and financial headaches I'd dealt with. But I knew it wouldn't make a difference. She'd already decided that I was the one who had everything, and that she was the victim. The tension between us was affecting everyone in the house. My husband could tell I was on edge, and the kids were starting to pick up on it too. I hated feeling like this in my own home, constantly bracing myself for the next time she'd show up or the next guilt trip she'd lay on me. The stress was eating at me, and I knew I couldn't keep this up much longer. But every time I tried to stand my ground, I felt the weight of my family's expectations, the voices telling me I was supposed to be the supportive older sister, that I was supposed to be the responsible one. My sister wasn't backing down, and the more I tried to set boundaries, the more she pushed against them. It was like a game to her, seeing how far she could go before I snapped, and I could feel myself getting closer and closer to that breaking point. I kept wondering if maybe I was the one who needed to let go, if maybe I was the one holding on too tightly to my need for control. But every time I considered it, I saw my life spiraling out of control, my home turning into the chaos I'd spent so long trying to escape. In the end, I felt trapped. Finally, I reached my breaking point. After weeks of tiptoeing around, I sat my sister down and tried to come up with some kind of compromise. I offered to pay the deposit on a small apartment for her, and I told her I'd even cover her first month's rent. I figured that would give her enough time to settle somewhere on her own, without feeling completely abandoned. I thought it was a fair offer, generous, even considering everything that had happened. But instead of being grateful, she took it as an insult. She looked at me with this wounded expression and said I was trying to buy her off, like I didn't actually care about her and just wanted her out of my life. She said things I didn't expect to hear from my own sister, things that stung way more than I wanted to admit. She accused me of not understanding what it felt like to lose everything, as if I hadn't lost our parents too, as if I hadn't struggled in my own ways to keep things together. She went on about how all she wanted was to be around people who actually cared, to feel some kind of stability after everything she'd been through. But instead of support, she said, all she was getting was charity money and a door slammed in her face. That was when I realized she wasn't going to leave willingly. No matter what I did, no matter how much I offered to help, she was going to keep pushing to stay, to make this house her own. And she was going to keep using every bit of guilt, every memory of our parents, to try to wear me down. It felt manipulative, and honestly, I felt betrayed. I was trying so hard to be fair, to make sure she was okay without sacrificing my own family's peace. But it was never going to be enough for her. She wanted it all or nothing. Things only got worse after that. She started coming over even more, showing up unannounced and finding reasons to linger. My husband started getting frustrated too, though he tried to keep it to himself. But I could see it in the way he'd sigh when she walked through the door, or the way he'd tense up whenever she brought up our parents' things. It was affecting everyone, including our kids, who were getting confused about why Auntie was always around, but seemed to make everyone tense. The last straw for him came when she started making passive-aggressive comments to him, talking about how nice it must be to live in a house that someone else had worked so hard to maintain, throwing in little digs about how we'd been gifted this house while she was left with nothing. After that, my husband told me privately that I needed to do something, that it was getting out of hand, and that he was starting to feel unwelcome in his own home. That really hit me, because it wasn't just about me anymore. It wasn't just my own peace I was sacrificing. I was letting my sister's presence affect my entire family. I'd let things get this bad because of guilt, because I didn't want to feel like I was failing her. But it was getting to a point where my loyalty to my sister was costing me too much. So, I made up my mind to confront her directly. I told her, flat out, that she couldn't keep coming over like this, that she needed to take my offer and find a place of her own. I told her I was willing to help her get set up, but that she couldn't stay here anymore. She didn't take it well. She started raising her voice, accusing me of abandoning her, of treating her like a stranger. She kept saying our parents would have wanted us to stick together, that they wouldn't have wanted me to turn my back on family. She told me I was selfish, that I only cared about myself and my perfect little life, and that I'd forgotten what family was supposed to mean. I could feel the anger building inside me, but I tried to keep calm. I told her that family doesn't mean letting someone walk all over you, that it doesn't mean sacrificing your own happiness and peace just because someone else is going through a rough time. But she didn't want to hear it. She stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her, and left me standing there, feeling like I'd done something unforgivable. Later that night, I got a series of text messages from her. Messages that ranged from pleading for me to reconsider to guilt-tripping me about how our parents would be disappointed in me. She told me I was cold-hearted, and that I'd never really understood what it meant to be there for someone. She brought up things from our childhood, old wounds and grievances that had nothing to do with the present situation, just to try to make me feel worse. After that, my brother called me again. He said he'd heard from our sister, and that she was devastated by how I'd treated her. He said he couldn't believe I'd let things get to this point, and that maybe I should think about being more compassionate. He kept repeating how she had nowhere else to go, as if I hadn't already offered her multiple ways out. It was clear he'd only heard her side of the story, and honestly, I didn't have the energy to explain it all over again. It felt like no matter what I did, I was always going to be the one blamed for not doing enough, even though I was the only one actually trying to help her in a meaningful way. Now, she's not speaking to me, and I haven't heard from her since that last argument. I'm left feeling drained, guilty, and frustrated, like I've somehow failed as a sister, even though I did everything I could. I'm trying to move on, to focus on my own family, and reclaim some sense of normalcy. But it's hard. Part of me wonders if I really did let her down, if maybe I could have been more patient or understanding. But another part of me knows that if I hadn't put my foot down, things would have only gotten worse. So now I'm stuck, wondering if I made the right choice, or if I really am the one who was in the wrong all along. Am I wrong for telling my sister that she's not welcome to stay in our family home, even if she's going through a rough time? Story 7 inches. Am I wrong for enforcing strict rules at my son's wedding, even though my ex and his new wife think I'm ruining the day? I, 49, am the mother of the groom, and I've spent countless hours and quite a bit of my savings helping my son plan his wedding. From the moment he got engaged, I promised to support him however I could. He's my only child, and it's always been just the two of us, so I wanted to give him the best day possible. His fiancée is lovely, and they've both been so excited to plan every detail of the wedding. I wanted them to have the kind of celebration that they'll look back on and remember with pride, knowing it all came together exactly how they envisioned. Now, a little backstory about me and my son's father. My ex-husband and I divorced when our son was just a toddler. And since then, I raised him on my own. My ex wasn't particularly involved in our son's life after the divorce, but he's made sporadic efforts to connect here and there over the years. About 2 years ago, he remarried, which would be fine except that he married the woman he'd been having an affair with while we were still married. So, as you might imagine, things between us have been tense for quite some time. But despite that, I've tried to be civil for the sake of our son, especially now that he's getting married. Leading up to the wedding, I was the one doing most of the heavy lifting with the planning. My son and his fiancée did all the fun stuff, like picking out flowers, choosing the cake, and figuring out the music. But when it came to securing the venue, coordinating with vendors, and organizing the seating chart, that all fell on me. I was happy to do it because I wanted everything to go smoothly, but it was a lot of work, and I was pretty much handling it alone. My ex didn't contribute financially or help out with any of the planning, which didn't surprise me, but I had assumed he'd respect that I was taking care of things. As the big day approached, I could feel the tension building. I tried to keep things organized and under control, but in the back of my mind, I knew that the rehearsal dinner might be a powder keg waiting to go off. My ex and his new wife had RSVP, of course, and I'd arranged seating to keep things as peaceful as possible. They were seated at a table with other extended family members, while I was at the main family table with my son, his fiancée, and her family. It seemed like the best way to avoid any awkwardness, but when they showed up for the rehearsal dinner, they were anything but subtle about their displeasure with the seating arrangement. Almost immediately, my ex's wife cornered me and started questioning why they weren't seated at the main family table. She kept saying that they deserved to sit with my son and me, and it wasn't fair that they were placed further back. She said it would make them look like they weren't important, which she thought would reflect poorly on my ex. I tried to calmly explain that we'd arranged seating to avoid any awkwardness, and that there were plenty of close family members spread across other tables, not just the main one. But she wasn't having it. She went on about how they were family of the groom and deserved to be front and center. I was doing my best to be polite, but it was clear she wasn't going to let it go. She kept pushing and pushing, bringing my ex into the conversation as well. They both started implying that I was trying to control everything and keeping them out on purpose. It felt absurd. I had spent months organizing this wedding to make it as smooth as possible, and they were acting like I was some villain keeping them away from their own son. Then, just when I thought it couldn't get worse, they started critiquing other parts of the wedding. They commented on the decor, saying it was too formal and didn't fit my son's personality. They questioned the timing of the speeches, insisting that my ex should be given a more prominent slot in the schedule. I was taken aback. My son had been clear about wanting his father to make a short speech, but we'd already set up a plan for the order, and it was decided months ago. It felt like they were deliberately trying to unravel everything I'd put together. Throughout all this, I kept catching glimpses of my son, who looked visibly uncomfortable. He was stuck in an impossible position, trying to keep the peace between his parents without making anyone feel slighted. I felt terrible for him. I didn't want him to feel caught in the middle, especially not on what was supposed to be one of the happiest days of his life. But every time I looked over at my ex and his wife, they were glaring at me like I was deliberately making things difficult for them. As the evening wore on, things just got worse. My ex's wife made a big scene about needing to be near my son for photos and insisted on changing the order of the shots. She kept saying things like, "It's important for us to look like a real family," which stung, considering she was part of the reason my family fell apart in the first place. The photographer was visibly confused, and my son had to step in and ask them to respect the planned order. I could tell he was frustrated, but he was trying to stay calm. not wanting to let on to the rest of the guests that there was a problem. By the end of the night, the atmosphere had become so tense that you could cut it with a knife. The other guests were noticing the uncomfortable interactions, and I could see people exchanging worried looks. I felt embarrassed and humiliated. All my hard work was being overshadowed by my ex and his wife's antics, and it was ruining the evening for everyone. My son pulled me aside at one point and, in a quiet voice, asked if I could just let them have this one thing, so that the night could end peacefully. I could see he was torn, wanting to please everyone and avoid any more conflict. I went to bed that night feeling frustrated, upset, and honestly exhausted. I had poured so much time, energy, and money into this wedding, and it felt like my ex and his wife were doing everything they could to undermine me. But I also kept thinking about my son and the look on his face when he asked me to let them have this one thing. I knew he just wanted peace. He wanted to get through this weekend without drama, and I didn't want to make things harder for him. But the way my ex and his wife were acting, it seemed like they were determined to make it about them. The next morning, I resolved to keep things as smooth as possible. I reminded myself that it was my son's wedding day, and no matter what my ex or his wife did, I would keep my focus on him. I went over to the venue early to make sure everything was in order and checked in with the coordinator to confirm all the plans. Everything looked perfect, and for a moment, I felt a bit of relief. All the little details we'd planned were finally coming together, and I could see the vision my son and his fiancée had worked so hard for taking shape. It was their day, and it looked beautiful. But as soon as my ex and his wife arrived, that calm feeling disappeared. They walked in like they owned the place, and the first thing his wife did was head straight for the seating chart to see if I'd changed anything. I hadn't, of course. We'd already been through this last night. But she made a point of glaring at me, clearly unhappy with the arrangements. I just ignored her and went about my tasks, focusing on greeting other guests and making sure my son and his fiancée were settled. The ceremony itself went off without a hitch. It was lovely, and for a brief time, I almost forgot about all the tension. Watching my son exchange vows with his new wife brought me to tears. It was a proud moment, and I felt grateful to witness it. For that short time, nothing else mattered, and I thought maybe, just maybe, we could get through the rest of the day without any issues. But as soon as the ceremony ended and we moved into the reception, the problems started up again. My ex and his wife immediately began rearranging themselves, trying to sit closer to my son and his new bride at the head table. It was like they didn't care about any of the plans or the seating chart. They wanted to be as close to him as possible, even if it meant disrupting everything. I politely asked them to return to their assigned seats, but they both shot me these looks, as if I was some sort of dictator enforcing pointless rules. My ex muttered something under his breath about me trying to run the show, and his wife just rolled her eyes. I was doing my best to stay calm and keep the peace, but it was becoming clear that they weren't going to stop. Then came the time for speeches. My son had already told both of us how he wanted things to go, and we'd agreed to stick to the plan. But as soon as the first round of speeches was over, my ex decided he wasn't happy with his spot and demanded to give another, proper speech. He got up, uninvited, and took the microphone, going off on this long, rambling story about our son's childhood. I could see my son getting uncomfortable, looking around nervously. His new wife looked equally tense. It was supposed to be a quick thank you, but my ex turned it into this lengthy monologue that completely derailed the flow of the evening. When he finally finished, the energy in the room had shifted. Guests looked uncomfortable, and I felt humiliated. It wasn't about my ex sharing a memory. It was the way he ignored everyone else and hijacked the moment. I wanted to keep things moving, so I tried to steer the focus back to the couple, giving a short, heartfelt toast that I'd prepared. But even as I spoke, I could feel my ex's wife glaring at me from across the room, arms crossed, practically fuming that I had dared to speak after her husband. After the speeches, The dancing began, and I hoped this would be a chance to relax. But instead, my ex and his wife decided to take over the dance floor, demanding their own special dance with our son. It was supposed to be a time for the bride and groom, but my ex's wife insisted on her moment with him, treating him like her own son in front of everyone. It was so forced and awkward, and I could see that my son was uncomfortable. He played along to keep the peace, but I could tell it wasn't what he wanted. I kept thinking, how much more of this do I have to endure? I could see the strain on my son's face, and I felt guilty for not stepping in sooner. But I also knew that confronting them would only make a scene. I wanted my son to enjoy his day without any more tension. At one point, he came over to me and asked if everything was okay. I could tell he was worried about how his dad and stepmom were behaving, but he was trying so hard to keep everyone happy. I reassured him that everything was fine and told him to focus on his new wife and enjoy the night. The final straw came when it was time to cut the cake. My ex and his wife suddenly decided they needed to be front and center for it. They pushed their way into the group gathered around the cake table, practically elbowing people aside to get closer. I tried to step back and let them have their moment, hoping they'd calm down, but it only made them bolder. It was like they wanted everyone to see that they were just as important as I was, if not more. As the night wore on, I felt more and more drained. I'd done everything I could to make this wedding special for my son, and it felt like my ex and his wife were determined to overshadow all of it. I kept wondering if I should just let them have their way and keep quiet to avoid any more conflict. But it felt wrong to let them walk all over me, especially after all the effort I'd put into this day. By the end of the reception, I was mentally and emotionally exhausted. I felt like I had been on edge the entire night, constantly having to adjust and accommodate them just to keep the peace. My son thanked me for everything, and I could tell he appreciated my support. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd spent the whole night fighting a losing battle. The next morning, after the chaos of the reception, I was still stewing over everything that had happened. I hadn't even been able to relax and enjoy my son's wedding because my ex and his wife had spent the whole evening trying to undermine me. I felt like I'd been backed into a corner all night, and I couldn't shake the frustration. I'd done everything I could to keep things civil and avoid drama, but they seemed determined to make me look like the difficult one. And now, after all that, I was left feeling like I was the one who'd somehow failed. As I was packing up the last of the decorations and gifts from the venue, my ex and his wife came over to talk. I knew this wasn't going to be pleasant, but I figured I might as well hear them out. Right away, they started in on me, accusing me of being selfish and controlling throughout the whole wedding. They said I had hogged all the attention and made everything about myself, which was unbelievable to me considering the way they'd behaved. They even had the nerve to say that I'd ruined the day for my son by not letting them take their rightful place as part of his family. I was absolutely stunned. After everything I'd done to make the day special for my son, they were turning it around and making me out to be the bad guy. I felt like I was in some kind of twisted alternate reality. I tried to defend myself, explaining that I had simply followed the plan we'd agreed on and that I'd made sure everything was exactly the way my son and his fiancée had wanted. But they weren't listening. They were determined to paint me as the villain, accusing me of being insecure and unable to let go. At that point, I could feel myself getting angry. I'd spent months pouring my time, money, and energy into this wedding, only to be accused of trying to control everything, when all I'd done was make sure things went smoothly. I told them that if they had truly cared about our son's happiness, they would have respected the plans he and I had worked so hard on instead of trying to take over at every turn. But even as I said it, I could see that nothing I said was going to change their minds. Eventually, I just walked away. There was no point in arguing with them any further, and I didn't want to get into an even bigger confrontation. But as I left, I felt a sense of bitterness that I couldn't shake. I had done everything in my power to create a beautiful day for my son, and now I was left feeling like all my efforts had been in vain. My ex and his wife had managed to turn what should have been a day of celebration into a power struggle, and I was left wondering if maybe I should have just let them have their way to keep the peace. After the wedding, things were strained between me and my son. I could tell he was caught in the middle, not wanting to take sides, but also unsure of how to deal with the tension between his parents. We spoke a few times, but it was clear he was still processing everything. He thanked me for all I'd done, but there was a distance there that hadn't been there before. I couldn't help but feel hurt, wondering if my ex and his wife's behavior had somehow affected his view of me. It wasn't long before I started hearing from other family members who had been at the wedding. Apparently, my ex and his wife had been talking to anyone who would listen, telling them their version of events, and making me out to be some kind of control freak who couldn't handle sharing the spotlight. I got calls from a few relatives who seemed to believe their story, questioning why I hadn't been more flexible and open-minded about the seating and speeches. It was like my ex was trying to turn people against me, and it was working. The more I thought about it, the more I started to wonder if I had been too rigid. Maybe I could have let them sit closer, or given them a bit more say in the speeches, just to avoid all the tension. But at the same time, I knew that if I'd given an inch, they would have taken a mile. They'd already shown they had no respect for the plans we'd put in place, and if I'd given in on one thing, it would have led to even more demands. Still, I couldn't help but feel guilty. I'd wanted my son to have a perfect day, and instead, he ended up stuck between two feuding parents. I hated the idea that I might have made things harder for him on what was supposed to be one of the happiest days of his life. But I also knew that letting my ex and his wife take over would have set a precedent, making it clear that they could walk all over me whenever they wanted. I was stuck between wanting to stand up for myself and wishing I'd just let it go for the sake of peace. Now, weeks later, the tension still hasn't fully resolved. My son and I talk, but it's not the same, and I can tell he's still wary of saying anything that might stir things up again. I want to move past it, but every time I think about that day, I feel a mixture of anger, sadness, and regret. I'm proud of the wedding I helped create, but I'm left wondering if my insistence on sticking to the plan ended up doing more harm than good. So now I'm left asking myself, am I wrong for not making more concessions for my ex and his wife on my son's wedding day, even though I'm paying and helped plan it all? Story 8. Am I wrong for refusing to help my daughter-in-law with childcare after she mocked my traditions? I'm a 62-year-old grandmother who lives alone in a quiet suburb. After retiring from my teaching job, I've spent most of my time keeping up with friends, getting into gardening, and staying close with my family. My son, Jack, is 34 now. He moved to a nearby town last year with his wife, Emily, and their toddler, my only grandchild. I've always been close with Jack, especially after his father passed when he was young. We've built a strong bond, and I did everything I could to make sure he felt connected to his roots and our cultural heritage. Jack married Emily about 5 years ago. I'll be honest, Emily has always been a little different from the type of person I imagined Jack would end up with. She's very focused on her career, independent, and strong-willed. I respect that about her, and I've tried hard to get along with her. I know times have changed, and I try to stay open-minded about the choices younger people make. But there's one thing that has caused tension over the years, and that's her complete disregard for family traditions. I've always valued our culture and made an effort to pass down those values. Emily, on the other hand, doesn't seem to care about them at all. I've noticed she often makes excuses to skip family events or gatherings that are important to me, like traditional holidays or celebrations, which I find a little disrespectful. This has been going on for years, but I let it slide because I didn't want to create any drama. I figured maybe she just didn't grow up with the same traditions and didn't understand their importance. Jack would tell me she was busy with work, and I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. I didn't want to be the overbearing mother-in-law who pushes her own beliefs onto someone else. So, I kept my feelings to myself and just continued helping out however I could, especially with babysitting. They have busy schedules, and I've been happy to spend time with my grandson whenever they need someone to watch him. But a few weeks ago, things came to a head. I was hosting a small family dinner to celebrate a holiday that's meaningful in our culture. It's one of those days where we gather, have a meal together, and talk about our family's history and values. I thought it would be a nice chance to share a bit of our heritage with my grandson, even if he's still too young to fully understand it. I spent the day preparing a traditional meal, setting up decorations, and arranging a few small activities that I thought would be fun for him. Jack was enthusiastic about it, or so I thought, and he brought Emily and my grandson over that evening. At first, everything seemed fine. I could tell Emily wasn't thrilled about being there, but she kept her phone in her bag and made small talk. I was just glad she showed up and was hoping she'd find a way to appreciate the evening, even if it wasn't her usual scene. I figured that even if the traditions didn't mean anything to her, she'd respect that they were important to me and my family. As we started eating, I shared some stories about my parents and the traditions they passed down to me, hoping to give a little background on why these customs mean so much to me. But then, out of nowhere, Emily starts laughing. At first, I thought she was laughing at something else. But then she looks at Jack and says something like, "Why are we still doing these rituals? It's all so silly." She went on to make a joke about how outdated it all was, saying it felt like something out of an old movie. Right there, in front of my grandson, she was mocking something I've spent my entire life valuing and preserving. I was stunned. I didn't know how to respond, so I just sat there, feeling embarrassed and hurt. Jack didn't say anything to defend me, and the room went silent for a moment before we just moved on. I decided to let it go, figuring it wasn't worth causing a scene. I didn't want to make things uncomfortable, especially with my grandson there. After that dinner, I started to wonder if I'd been too accommodating all these years. I've always tried to make Emily feel welcome and accepted, even when she clearly didn't care about the things that mattered to me. But seeing her laugh at something so personal, something I'd worked hard to pass down to Jack, left me feeling unappreciated. The next day, Jack called and asked if I could babysit their son that weekend because they had plans to go out. I told him I couldn't. For the first time, I said no, and I could tell he was taken aback. He asked if something was wrong, and I just said I needed some time to think. A few hours later, he called back, sounding frustrated. He asked why I was being difficult, and said that Emily didn't mean anything by her comments. She was just joking. He told me I was overreacting, and that I shouldn't take it so seriously. But it didn't feel like a joke to me. I tried to explain that I felt disrespected, and that it wasn't the first time Emily had dismissed our traditions. Jack didn't seem to understand where I was coming from. He tried to brush it off, saying that times have changed, and that people just aren't as focused on these old customs anymore. I could hear the disappointment in his voice, and I started to feel guilty. Part of me wondered if maybe I was making too big a deal out of it, but another part of me couldn't shake the feeling of being dismissed and invalidated. A few days went by, and then Emily called me herself. She didn't sound angry exactly, but there was definitely an edge to her voice. She told me they needed a break, and that it was unfair of me to withhold babysitting just because I felt offended. She said something about how family traditions are unnecessary and outdated, and that they have no intention of forcing these things onto my grandson. She went on to say they're trying to create their own family culture, one that doesn't need to revolve around customs from the past. It felt like a slap in the face. All I wanted was to share a piece of our family history with my grandson. And here was Emily making it sound like I was being controlling. After that conversation, I found myself at a crossroads. I didn't know if I should keep letting them take advantage of my time and effort if they weren't willing to respect the things that mattered to me. I tried talking to Jack again, suggesting we come to some sort of compromise. I asked if, at the very least, they could avoid making negative comments in front of my grandson, so he wouldn't start looking down on our traditions. But Jack didn't seem to think it was a big deal. He kept saying Emily was only joking, and that I was making something out of nothing. This whole situation has left me feeling frustrated and a little lost. I've always been there for Jack and his family, even when I felt like I wasn't being respected. I've tried to be the supportive mother-in-law, to give them space, and to let them live their lives. But now, I feel like my kindness is being taken for granted. I'm questioning whether I've been too lenient, and if by always giving in, I've made it easy for them to overlook what matters to me. I'm not asking them to follow every tradition, but I just want a little respect for the things I hold dear. For now, I've decided to keep my distance and think things over. I want to be involved in my grandson's life, but I also don't want to feel like I'm just there to be used when it's convenient for them. Part of me hopes they'll realize how much I've been there for them, and maybe even come to appreciate the things I've tried to pass down. But I'm not sure if that will ever happen, or if I'll have to keep sacrificing my own values to keep the peace in the family. I spent the next few days feeling conflicted about everything. On one hand, I wanted to stand my ground and make it clear to Jack and Emily that I wasn't just a convenient babysitter to call on whenever they needed a break. But on the other hand, I was worried that I might be driving a wedge between myself and my son. It's not like I have a big family or a whole group of people to lean on. Jack is my only son, my only close family, and his little family means the world to me. The idea of losing my connection with them over something like this felt devastating. But I also felt like I had reached a breaking point. For years, I'd been quietly enduring all these little comments and dismissals from Emily, letting it slide because I didn't want to make Jack uncomfortable or cause tension. I'd let it slide every time she made an excuse to avoid our family gatherings, every time she rolled her eyes at a traditional meal or cultural story. I figured if I just ignored it, maybe she'd come around eventually. But seeing her laugh in front of my grandson and openly mock something that means so much to me, that was something I couldn't ignore anymore. It felt like a turning point, like I had to finally set some kind of boundary. Jack must have sensed that I was really hurt because he tried reaching out again. He texted me a few times, saying that they really needed my help with babysitting, and that Emily was under a lot of pressure with work. He kept saying that it was just a joke, and that Emily didn't mean anything by it. But I was tired of hearing that. To me, it didn't feel like just a joke, it felt like a complete lack of respect for me and everything I'd tried to pass down to my family. It felt like they were brushing me off, telling me that what I valued was unimportant. A few days later, Emily called me herself. I thought maybe she was calling to apologize, or at least to talk things over in a calm way. But I quickly realized that wasn't the case. She sounded annoyed right from the start, almost like she was angry with me for even bringing up my feelings. She told me that it was unfair of me to withhold babysitting just because I was offended by a joke. And she went on to say that family traditions weren't really relevant in today's world. She told me that she and Jack were building their own family culture, and that they didn't need to be tied down by outdated customs. That conversation hit me hard. I'd always tried to welcome Emily into our family, to include her in our traditions, even if I could tell she didn't care much about them. I thought that by being kind and supportive, she might eventually see the value in what I was trying to share. But hearing her say outright that my traditions were outdated and unnecessary made me feel like I'd been wasting my time. I felt like all the effort I'd put into making her feel welcome, all the times I'd stayed quiet and held back my own feelings, were for nothing. I tried to explain that I wasn't asking them to follow every single tradition or to change their lives around for my sake. All I wanted was a little respect, just a small acknowledgement that these things matter to me and that they're a part of who I am. But Emily didn't seem to want to hear it. She just kept saying that I was overreacting, that I needed to get with the times, and that it was unreasonable of me to expect them to go along with my old customs. It was clear that she wasn't interested in compromising or finding any kind of middle ground. She saw my values as nothing more than an inconvenience, something she was being forced to put up with. After that call, I felt even more lost. I didn't know how to move forward. I wanted to keep seeing my grandson, to stay involved in his life. But I didn't want to feel like I was constantly walking on eggshells or being taken for granted. I started wondering if maybe I'd been too lenient all these years, if by always giving in and avoiding conflict, I'd made it easy for them to overlook my feelings. I thought maybe I needed to be more assertive, to let them know that I wasn't just going to accept being dismissed or disrespected. So, when Jack called again, asking if I'd reconsider babysitting for the weekend, I told him that I needed a break. I told him that I needed some time to think about everything, and that I wasn't sure I could continue being as involved as I had been if they weren't willing to respect what mattered to me. Jack didn't take it well. He sounded disappointed, almost hurt, and he tried to get me to change my mind. He kept saying that Emily was under a lot of stress with work and that they were really counting on me to help out. But I stood my ground. I told him that I'd always been there for them, but that I needed to feel like I was valued and respected too. Over the next few days, I heard less and less from Jack and Emily. Normally, Jack would text me at least once a day, even if it was just to say hello or ask how I was doing. But now, there was nothing. I started to worry that maybe I'd gone too far, that maybe by standing up for myself, I'd created a rift that couldn't be repaired. I kept thinking back on everything that had happened, wondering if there was some way I could have handled it better. But no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd done the right thing. I felt like I was finally standing up for something that mattered to me, even if it came at a cost. Eventually, I decided to reach out to Jack one more time, hoping we could at least have an honest conversation. I texted him, asking if we could meet up and talk things over in person. He replied a few hours later, saying that he was willing to talk, but that he didn't think anything would change. He said that Emily wasn't interested in discussing traditions, and that they had no intention of raising their son with unnecessary customs. He made it clear that, as far as they were concerned, this was just the way things were going to be from now on. Hearing that was like a final blow. I realized that no matter what I said or did, they weren't going to see things from my perspective. They were set on doing things their way, without any regard for the things I'd tried to teach them. I felt a mix of anger and sadness, like all my efforts over the years had been completely dismissed. It hurt to think that my own son, the boy I'd raised and taught to respect our family's heritage, was now telling me that none of it mattered. As I sat there, staring at his message, I started to wonder if maybe this was just the way things had to be. Maybe I'd been holding on too tightly, hoping that they would eventually see the value in our family traditions, when in reality, they'd moved on a long time ago. I didn't want to accept it, but part of me knew that I couldn't force them to care about something they didn't believe in. For now, I've decided to keep my distance and see if they reach out on their own. I'm hoping that maybe, with a little time, they'll come to realize that I'm not just a babysitter or someone to call when it's convenient. I want them to see that I'm a part of their family, someone with values and beliefs that deserve respect. I don't know if that will ever happen, but I feel like I have to hold on to some hope, even if it feels like a long shot. A few more weeks went by, and I didn't hear from Jack or Emily. I was surprised at first, then hurt, then just resigned. I figured if they wanted to reach out, they would, but I wasn't going to beg for a spot in their lives. I decided to keep busy with my own routines, seeing friends and focusing on my hobbies. But it was impossible not to think about them. I'd gotten so used to being a part of my grandson's life, helping out and being involved, that it felt like there was this huge gap now. I wondered if Jack ever thought about calling, or if he even missed having me around. Then, out of the blue, Jack called me. His voice was tense, like he was trying to keep his emotions in check. He said they needed my help. Emily's mother, who often pitched in with childcare, had fallen ill, and they were suddenly left without backup. I could tell he was uncomfortable asking me after everything that had happened. But he didn't come out and apologize or address any of the past issues. Instead, he just asked if I could watch my grandson for a few days to help them get through this tough time. I was taken aback, and I told him I needed to think about it. I spent that night wrestling with myself. Part of me wanted to step in and be there for them, for my grandson's sake, if nothing else. I hated the thought of him being left in the lurch because of the tension between me and his parents. But another part of me couldn't shake the feeling that they were only calling me now because they had no other choice. I didn't want to feel like a last resort, someone they turned to only when they were out of options. After everything they'd said, I couldn't just pretend that nothing had happened. The next day, I called Jack back and told him I would help out, but only for the weekend. I made it clear that this wasn't me just going back to the way things were. I wanted him to understand that I still felt hurt, and that I wasn't just going to sweep my feelings under the rug. Jack sounded relieved, but he didn't acknowledge any of what I said. He just thanked me, told me what time to come over, and that was that. When I got to their house, Emily was already gone for work, and Jack seemed a bit on edge. He was polite, but I could tell he was keeping his distance. I spent the day with my grandson, and being with him brought back a lot of memories of when Jack was young. It reminded me of why I'd put up with so much, why I'd kept quiet for so long. I didn't want him to grow up without a connection to his heritage or his family history. I wanted him to know where he came from and feel that he was part of something bigger. But seeing how things had turned out, I wasn't sure if that was ever going to be possible. At the end of the day, Jack came home and thanked me again, but he was still avoiding any real conversation. I decided to bring it up one last time. I told him that I loved him and my grandson, and that I wanted to be a part of their lives, but I needed to feel respected. I needed to know that my values weren't going to be mocked or dismissed. Jack looked uncomfortable, like he didn't want to get into it, and he just said something vague about trying to understand. I knew that was as close to an apology as I was going to get, and it left me feeling hollow. The weekend went by, and I helped them out as promised. But as I was leaving, I told Jack that I wasn't sure if I could keep doing this if things didn't change. I told him that I needed to feel like I mattered to them, not just as someone they called when they needed help, but as a real part of the family. Jack didn't say much, just nodded and thanked me again. As I drove home, I felt a strange mix of sadness and relief. I'd done my part. I'd shown up when they needed me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that nothing had really changed. A few days after that, Emily called me. I was surprised, given that she usually left the communication to Jack. She sounded tense, almost confrontational, and told me that she'd heard I'd given Jack an ultimatum. She went on about how they didn't want to feel pressured into living up to my expectations, and that they were trying to build their own lives, their own family culture. She made it clear that while they appreciated my help, they didn't want me to keep pushing my values on them. I told her that I wasn't trying to control them or force them into anything, but that I needed to feel respected if I was going to be a part of their lives. I said that if they wanted me to help out and be involved, then they couldn't just dismiss everything that was important to me. Emily wasn't having it. She said that I was being selfish, that I was making things harder for them, and that maybe it was best if they found other arrangements in the future. Her words hit me hard, but I didn't argue back. I realized that there was no point in trying to convince her. She'd made up her mind, and nothing I said was going to change that. Since that conversation, I haven't heard from them. I'm left wondering if I'll ever see my grandson again, or if they've decided that I'm too much trouble to keep around. I'm torn between feeling like I stood up for myself and feeling like maybe I was too harsh. I wanted to be there for my family, but not at the cost of my own dignity and values. It's hard to accept that this might be the end of our relationship, at least for now. Now, I'm left wondering if I went too far by setting boundaries, or if I should have kept quiet to keep the peace. Am I wrong for refusing to help with childcare after my daughter-in-law mocked my traditions? Story 9 inches. Am I wrong for refusing to give my sister her dream wedding despite her sacrifices for me? I'm 28, and for the last few years, I've worked as an event planner at a firm that handles high-end events. To my family, I'm the successful one. I left home right after high school, went to college, and focused on building a career while my younger sister, who's 26 now, stayed behind. Her path has been different from mine. She's always been the one holding things together. Growing up, she took on more than most people her age would even consider. She helped take care of our grandmother when her health declined, worked part-time to contribute to household expenses, and even put off going to college so she could be around when our parents needed her. Meanwhile, I was off in another city, climbing my way up and figuring out my career, while she was doing everything she could to keep our family together. Even now, that dynamic hasn't really changed. I come home for holidays or the occasional weekend, but my life and career are elsewhere. She's still the one closest to our parents, and there's always been this unspoken understanding that she sacrificed her early adulthood so I could go off and do my thing. Over the years, it's become more of a shadow hanging over me, a constant reminder that my freedom to chase my dreams has, in some way, come at the cost of hers. So now, my sister's getting married, and to be honest, I thought this would be a happy occasion for everyone. She's been dreaming about this wedding for years, and I was genuinely excited for her. I knew she'd want something special, and as an event planner, I figured I'd help her out with the planning. But as it turns out, she doesn't just want a nice wedding, she wants a fairy tale. And I get it. Who wouldn't want their dream wedding? But the reality is that her vision comes with a price tag that's way out of reach, not just for her, but for our whole family. A few weeks ago, we had a family dinner where things started to unravel. My sister brought up her wedding plans, going over her ideas for the ceremony and reception, and it was clear right away that she had high expectations. She talked about a specific venue. She had her heart set on a beautiful, expensive place that I know costs more than most people would even consider spending. She kept glancing at me throughout, and I got the feeling she was expecting me to step in and make things happen. It wasn't just the venue. She had ideas for lavish decor, a huge guest list, and a full-on fantasy experience. I started to get this sinking feeling that she wasn't just looking for a little help with planning. It seemed like she expected me to make her dream wedding happen, no matter what it took. Then came the part that really blindsided me. She started talking about how I have connections and discounts through work, and she hinted that I might even gift certain elements as a wedding present. She was careful with her wording, but it was clear she was expecting me to pull some strings to make her vision a reality. My parents were nodding along as if this was the most natural thing in the world, reminding me of everything my sister had done for our family and how she deserved something truly special. My mom even said something about how this wedding was my sister's one chance to have her moment, and that I should step up and help make it perfect for her. In that moment, I didn't know what to say. I just sat there, feeling trapped. I hadn't agreed to any of this, and suddenly it felt like they'd all decided I was responsible for giving her this dream wedding. There was this unspoken pressure from everyone around the table, as if they were all waiting for me to nod and say, "Of course, I'll make it happen." It wasn't just about my sister's wedding anymore. It felt like they were holding me accountable for all the times she sacrificed something so I could chase my career. That dinner left me with a knot in my stomach. I wanted to be there for her, but this was way beyond anything I'd anticipated. It felt like they were weaponizing the fact that she'd put the family first, using it to guilt me into going along with whatever she wanted. And sure, I get it, she did make sacrifices, and I appreciate that. But does that really mean I owe her a wedding that would push me beyond my own limits? It wasn't as if I didn't want to help. I just didn't want to be pressured into taking on something I hadn't agreed to. Over the next few days, I kept turning the conversation over in my head, trying to find a way to reconcile what I felt was fair with what they expected from me. I wanted to be supportive, but I also knew I had my own life and finances to consider. This wasn't a minor expense or a small favor. We were talking about thousands of dollars, not to mention the time and energy it would take to coordinate an event of that scale. After giving it some thought, I decided I'd try to set some boundaries. I figured I'd approach my sister and explain that while I'd love to help with the planning and could offer some advice and resources, I couldn't commit to footing the bill for the entire thing or calling in favors left and right to make it happen. I thought that would be reasonable. But the minute I tried to broach the subject with her, things got tense. She looked at me like I'd just shattered her dream, and there was this silence that felt like it stretched forever. She didn't say anything at first, but I could see the disappointment in her face. Finally, she told me that she thought I'd be more understanding after everything she'd done for me and the family. She said it as if I was betraying her, like I'd let her down in a way that was deeper than just the wedding. And then she hit me with a real guilt trip, telling me that if the roles were reversed, she wouldn't think twice about helping me, that she'd give up whatever it took to see me happy on my special day. I didn't know what to say. All I could do was stand there, feeling guilty and frustrated all at once. After that conversation, things felt different. It was as if a line had been drawn. She made it clear that she felt entitled to this wedding, that in her mind, it was something I owed her. And what made it worse was that my parents seemed to agree. They kept dropping hints every time I saw them, saying things like, "It's just one day," and "You know how much she's done for you." It was relentless. Even my aunt got involved, calling me up and telling me that family is family, and that if I could make this happen, I should. It was as if the entire family had closed ranks around her, pushing me into a corner. I started to feel like I was the villain in my own family, like I was failing them by setting boundaries. But deep down, I knew it wasn't fair for them to pile all this onto me. It felt like they were turning her sacrifices into a debt I had to repay, a burden that I didn't remember signing up for. I didn't want to disappoint her, but I also didn't want to be forced into something that wasn't right for me. At that point, I realized this wasn't just about a wedding. It was about years of unspoken expectations and family dynamics that had always been there, simmering under the surface. This wedding was just the spark that had brought everything out into the open, and now it felt like I was staring down years of guilt and obligation that I'd somehow inherited. As much as I wanted to be there for her, I was starting to question where my responsibility ended and where hers began. I tried to push back in the most careful way I could, but every time I hinted at my boundaries, it felt like I was stepping onto a landmine. I'd tried explaining that I'd be more than willing to help with planning and advice, even using some of my professional contacts to get a decent discount. But it wasn't going to be possible to pull off a dream wedding on her budget. I thought if I approached it reasonably, maybe she'd understand. But the second I even started to explain my limits, it was like she shut down completely. Her mood shifted, and she looked at me as if I'd just taken something away from her. She didn't say much at first, but I could feel the disappointment radiating off her, like I'd betrayed her. Then she told me flat out that she thought I was being selfish. According to her, I should be grateful that I'm in a position where I could even consider helping. She reminded me again of everything she'd done for the family, how she'd sacrificed her own dreams to keep things stable at home while I was off living my life. It was like she was saying, "Look, I did my time, and now it's your turn to give back." I felt this pit in my stomach, like I was being cornered, because the way she framed it made it sound like I owed her. Like all her sacrifices were a debt I'd never be able to repay unless I gave her this one perfect day. My parents weren't any help either. They'd sit me down every chance they got, trying to remind me of how important this wedding was to her, as if I didn't already know. My mom kept saying things like, "She deserves this after everything she's been through," and my dad would just nod along, adding in his own comments about how family should stick together. It was relentless. I couldn't make it through a family dinner or a casual visit without someone bringing it up. Even my aunt called to give her 2 cents, saying that family sacrifices should be honored. especially for someone like my sister, who had always put everyone else first. I felt like I was being pulled in a dozen directions, like no matter what I did, someone would see me as the villain. Part of me started questioning if maybe they were right, that maybe I was being selfish or not as considerate as I thought. But the other part of me couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't fair. Yes, she'd sacrificed a lot, and yes, she deserved happiness. But was it really my responsibility to give her a wedding I couldn't afford? I wasn't refusing to help at all, I was just saying I had limits. But that didn't seem to matter to anyone else. They had all latched onto this idea that I could make it happen, and in their eyes, that meant I should. The guilt was starting to eat at me, and every day I felt more and more isolated from my own family. I tried talking to a few close friends about it, hoping they'd give me some perspective, but even their advice was mixed. Some said I had every right to set boundaries, that it wasn't my job to provide her dream wedding just because I had a decent career. Others hinted that maybe I should do it, at least in part, to avoid family drama. It seemed like everyone had an opinion, and every one of those opinions left me feeling more trapped. Finally, I decided I needed to sit down with my sister, just the two of us, and have a real conversation. I thought if we could talk one-on-one, maybe she'd see where I was coming from. I started off by telling her how much I wanted to help, how I'd been looking forward to being part of her special day, and how I was happy to contribute in ways that made sense. But I also told her I had my own limitations, and I couldn't commit to funding or arranging an extravagant wedding beyond what I could manage. I tried to be as gentle as possible, hoping she'd see that I wasn't trying to hurt her. But she didn't take it well at all. Her face fell, and she looked at me like I just shattered her dreams right in front of her. She told me that this wasn't about money or logistics. It was about showing her how much I appreciated her. She said if I truly cared, if I was really grateful for everything she'd done, I wouldn't be holding back like this. It stung, hearing her say that, because it made me feel like all the years we'd been close, all the times I'd been there for her in smaller ways, didn't matter unless I did this one thing for her. She went on to say that she felt like she'd always been there for me, that she'd put everyone else first, and now that it was her turn, I was being stingy and unwilling to support her. She accused me of being more concerned with my own comfort than with her happiness. I didn't know what to say. I was trying so hard to balance my feelings of guilt and my own boundaries, but every word out of her mouth made me feel like I was failing as a sister, like I was letting her down in a way that I could never fix. After that conversation, things between us felt more strained than ever. She started avoiding me, or when she did talk to me, it was cold and short, like she was barely tolerating my presence. My parents noticed the tension, but instead of trying to help, they only piled on more guilt. My mom kept saying things like, "This is just one day of your life, and you're making it so hard for her," while my dad kept hinting that I should consider how much she sacrificed. Every time they brought it up, it felt like they were piling another weight onto my shoulders. Another reason why I was the one ruining her big day. The more they pushed, the more isolated I felt. It was like I couldn't get anyone to see my side of things. I wanted to be there for her, but I also didn't want to feel like I was being used. It was a constant tug of war between my own boundaries and the overwhelming pressure from my family to just give in and make it happen. I started avoiding family gatherings, making excuses to stay busy with work or saying I wasn't feeling well, just so I wouldn't have to face their disappointment. At this point, I'm questioning everything. Maybe I am being selfish. Maybe I'm letting my pride or my career get in the way of what really matters. But at the same time, I know that if I give in now, it won't end with just the wedding. This sense of obligation, this expectation that I should pay back for her sacrifices, it'll only grow. I don't want to be in a position where every future favor, every family need, is something I'm expected to handle just because I'm the one with a steady job. In the end, I feel like there's no winning here. Either I give in and resent them for making me feel obligated, or I stand my ground and risk losing my relationship with my sister. It's not even about the wedding anymore, it's about years of family dynamics. About all the ways we've been put in these roles that we never asked for. She was always the responsible one, the one who held the family together. And now that I'm in a position of success, I'm expected to take on that role too. A few days later, I decided I needed to try one last time to make things work. I thought that maybe if I framed it differently, if I explained myself in a way that she could see as genuine and fair, we could find some kind of compromise. I didn't want to leave things with this tension between us, and I especially didn't want our relationship to keep spiraling downward over something that was supposed to be one of the happiest days of her life. So, I asked her to meet me for coffee, hoping a neutral setting would make it easier to talk things through without everyone else weighing in. I started by apologizing if she'd felt hurt by anything I'd said, telling her that I didn't want her to feel like I wasn't there for her. I tried to reiterate that I truly wanted to help and that I was willing to put time and effort into her wedding. I offered to plan the whole event, down to the smallest details, and even suggested a few alternative ideas that could make her day special without breaking the bank. I thought maybe she'd be open to a different perspective, that she'd see that I was making an effort to meet her halfway. But as soon as I started talking about alternative ideas, she cut me off. She didn't want to hear about alternatives, she said. She wanted what she'd been dreaming about, and she felt that, as her sister, I should understand how much this wedding meant to her. She said I was treating it like a business transaction, when, to her, it was about so much more than that. She looked at me with this expression that was a mix of disappointment and frustration, and it was clear she didn't feel like I was doing enough. The conversation took a turn I hadn't expected. She accused me of putting myself first, of caring more about my career and my finances than about her happiness. She told me she'd always been there for me, even when it meant giving up things she wanted, and now that it was her turn, I was putting conditions on my support. She even brought up things from our past, times when she'd helped out our parents or been there when I wasn't, as if each of those moments were a deposit into a bank that I was now expected to pay back with interest. I sat there, listening to her list out every sacrifice, every act of kindness she'd done for me or the family, and I felt this overwhelming sense of guilt and frustration. On one hand, I could see where she was coming from. She had been there for us, and maybe she did feel like this wedding was her chance to finally be the center of attention, to finally have a moment that was all about her. But on the other hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't fair. It felt like she was using every past sacrifice as a bargaining chip to get me to give her the wedding of her dreams, no matter what it cost me. I tried one last time to explain my perspective, saying that I wanted to be there for her, but that I had my own boundaries, my own life to think about. But she wasn't having it. She looked at me like I was a stranger, like I was someone who didn't care about her at all. She said if I couldn't step up for her now, after everything she'd done for me, then she didn't see the point in us being close. That stung. I never thought our relationship would come down to this, to a wedding and a list of sacrifices. But here we were, at a standoff I didn't know how to break. After that, things just got worse. My parents took her side completely, telling me that I was letting her down, that I was being selfish and cold. They couldn't understand why I was so resistant, why I wouldn't just make this one big gesture for her. I tried to explain that I wasn't refusing to help, that I was simply setting limits, but they didn't see it that way. In their eyes, this was her one big moment, and as her sister, I was expected to do whatever it took to make it perfect. The more they pushed, the more isolated I felt. It was like no one was willing to see my side, like I was the bad guy no matter what I said or did. Every family member seemed to be on her side, making little comments or giving me these looks of disapproval whenever we were together. It got to the point where I started avoiding family events altogether, just to escape the constant guilt and pressure. I'd never felt so disconnected from them, and it hurt to realize that something as simple as setting a boundary had turned me into the villain in their eyes. Eventually, I stopped trying to explain myself. I figured there was no point in arguing with people who'd already made up their minds about me. I threw myself into work, focusing on my own life and trying to put the whole situation out of my mind. But every now and then, I'd get a message from a family member, some passive aggressive comment about how family is supposed to support each other, or you only get one chance to show up for the people who matter. It was exhausting. I couldn't escape it, no matter how much distance I tried to put between myself and them. Now, the wedding is only a few weeks away, and I feel like I'm walking on eggshells every time I speak to anyone in my family. My sister and I barely talk anymore, and when we do, it's strained and awkward. She's gone ahead with her plans without me, and I get the impression she's found other ways to make her dream wedding happen, though I have no idea how she's managing it. Part of me feels relieved that I'm not involved, but another part of me feels this deep sadness, like I've lost something important that I can never get back. I wonder if I should have just given in. If maybe the price of my pride and boundaries wasn't worth losing my relationship with my family. But at the same time, I know that if I had given in, it wouldn't have ended with just this wedding. They would have seen it as a green light to keep pushing, to keep expecting things from me that I'm not comfortable with. It's like I'm caught between wanting to keep the peace and wanting to stand up for myself. And either choice comes with a cost I'm not sure I'm willing to pay. So now I'm left wondering if I made the right choice, or if I've ruined something that can't be fixed. I know there's no going back, but I keep asking myself, was it worth it to hold my ground? Or should I have just done what they wanted and avoided all this mess? Am I wrong for setting boundaries with my sister's wedding, even if it meant losing my family's respect? Story 10. Am I the asshole for putting my career first over my best friend's wedding? I've been best friends with Sarah for over 20 years. We met in elementary school and have been through everything together: high school drama, college stress, breakups, and everything life throws at you. She's my person, and I'm hers. When she got engaged last year, I was ecstatic. I've always known she'd find someone amazing, and seeing her with him felt like everything finally falling into place. But then came the wedding date. Sarah set the date for her wedding last summer, right when I had just landed a huge case at work. I work as a corporate lawyer, and this wasn't just any case, it was a big one. It was the kind of case that could propel my career forward in a major way, especially considering where I was at professionally. I knew the trial would coincide with Sarah's wedding, but I thought maybe I could make it work. I could attend the wedding after the trial. It would be a little rushed, but I figured it'd be okay. I didn't realize how big of an issue this would become. When I first told Sarah about the trial and how it conflicted with her wedding, I thought she'd understand. I figured I'd give her a heads up early so she could adjust expectations. I didn't expect her to be upset, but I wasn't prepared for the level of frustration she showed. She insisted I be there for the entire wedding ceremony, reception, everything. She said that it wouldn't feel right without me, and that I was her best friend, and how could I possibly miss such an important moment in her life? I tried to explain that the trial was critical for my career, that it was more than just a job to me, it was a step toward the future I'd worked so hard for. But she didn't seem to care. All she could think about was the fact that I wouldn't be there for her. She didn't want me to just show up for a few hours. She wanted me present, from start to finish, as part of her big day. I didn't want to upset her. This was her wedding after all, and I know how important that day is. So, I suggested a compromise. I told her that I could fly in after the trial, maybe a few hours into the reception. It wouldn't be ideal, but I'd still be there. She shut that down immediately. She said it wasn't the same. Either I made her wedding a priority, or I didn't come at all. I felt cornered. But I couldn't give up on the trial. My boss had already made it clear how important this case was. There was no chance they'd reschedule it just because it conflicted with a wedding. It was a once-in-a-career opportunity for me. But here was Sarah, looking at me like I was betraying her. It felt like I was being pulled in two directions, and I didn't know which way to go. For weeks, I tried to justify it to myself. I tried to convince myself that I'd make it up to her in the future, that this one moment wasn't going to define our friendship. But deep down, I knew it was more than just missing her wedding. It felt like a test of our friendship, and no matter how I tried to explain, nothing seemed to make it better. The guilt of knowing I was disappointing her started eating at me. At the same time, I couldn't afford to put my career on the back burner either. I tried calling her again after a few weeks. She didn't pick up, so I left a voicemail. I told her I was really sorry, that I wished things were different, and that I wanted to make it work. But she still didn't call me back. It felt like the distance between us was growing with every passing day, and I couldn't bridge it. I kept trying to reach out, sending her text messages, but each time I did, she was distant. Sarah was always quick to respond to my texts in the past. But now, even when she did answer, it felt like she was holding back. The tone of her messages started to change. She stopped talking to me about her wedding plans, and when I tried to bring them up, she'd just give vague answers or change the subject. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I hated how I felt, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that she was being unreasonable. Yes, I was missing her wedding, but wasn't it her who should understand? Didn't she know how important this was to me? I had always been there for her, through everything, and this one time, I needed her to understand. But it wasn't working. Things got worse after that. As the wedding date got closer, I could feel the tension between us getting worse. I saw her post on social media about the final wedding preparations, and it made me feel like an outsider. She posted pictures of the dress fitting, the venue, the bridal shower, and all the things I would have been part of if I weren't dealing with this trial. Every post made it clearer how much I was missing, and it started to feel like she was rubbing it in my face. I knew I shouldn't feel that way, but I did. The worst part? I couldn't talk to anyone about it. I didn't want to burden my other friends with it, and I didn't want to look like I was complaining about missing a wedding. But at the same time, it was hurting me. I felt so isolated. My career was on the line, and my best friend was angry at me. I was stuck between two worlds, both of which seemed to demand everything from me. Then, finally, a few weeks before the wedding, I got an email from my boss confirming the trial dates. It was happening on the exact weekend of Sarah's wedding. No chance for rescheduling. No chance for a break. The moment I saw the email, my stomach dropped. I called Sarah. I wanted to explain it to her again, wanted her to understand that I couldn't just walk away from this case. But she didn't even let me get through my first sentence before she cut me off. "I already know," she said, her voice flat. "And I don't want to hear it." I was stunned. It wasn't the response I expected. I tried to talk to her, tried to make her see reason, but she just kept saying that I had made my choice. I was choosing my career over her, and that was it. There was no more room for discussion. I tried one last time to apologize, to explain that I wasn't trying to hurt her, but it felt like she had already made up her mind. She told me that I had broken her heart, and that she couldn't believe I was doing this to her. I didn't know how to respond. Everything I said only seemed to make it worse. My chest felt tight as the conversation ended with her telling me she needed space. She said she'd talk to me when she was ready, but it was clear that she was done with the whole situation. And now I'm here, a few weeks away from her wedding, still trying to figure out where I stand with her. I've tried reaching out, but I haven't heard back. I'm still dealing with this trial, still figuring out what to do about the wedding, and honestly, I don't even know if it's going to matter at this point. I keep telling myself that I'll make it up to her, that this won't ruin our friendship, but part of me is afraid that I've already lost her. After that conversation, things between Sarah and I only got worse. I reached out to her again after a few days, thinking maybe she'd calmed down and was ready to talk. I didn't want to lose her over this, but every time I tried, it felt like I was making it worse. She wouldn't pick up the phone, and when she did respond to texts, it was always short and cold. It wasn't like her at all. I kept asking myself if I had made the right decision, but every time I did, I'd think about the trial and how it could affect my career. I was stuck in this cycle of guilt and frustration. I wanted to apologize more. I wanted to fix everything, but it felt like I couldn't find the right words. Even when I did apologize, it never felt like it was enough. Sarah didn't want to hear it anymore. It felt like the distance between us was growing by the day, and no matter what I did, I couldn't bridge that gap. I kept thinking about the years we'd spent together, how we'd been there for each other through everything. But now, she was acting like I was a complete stranger. It hurt. I didn't know how to fix it. I had always been there for her, and she had always been there for me. This was supposed to be a happy time for her, and I had ruined it. At least, that's how it felt. Every time I saw her on social media, posting about the wedding and the planning, it felt like a reminder of everything I was missing. She had been posting so much about the details, the dress, the venue, and it was hard to avoid. It wasn't just the wedding itself. It was all the things I wasn't part of. She'd been sharing photos with the bridal party, and I wasn't even in any of them. I had always been the one to help her pick out outfits or talk through wedding details. But now, it felt like I was on the outside looking in. I knew I should have been happy for her. But instead, I just felt this pit in my stomach. I tried calling again after a few more days. She didn't pick up. But this time, she texted me back. It was brief, just one sentence. I don't want to talk right now. I don't think she even realized how much that hurt. It felt like she was shutting me out completely. I wanted to ask her why, to plead with her to let me explain, but I couldn't. I didn't want to make things worse. The last thing I wanted was for her to feel even more hurt by me. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was being unreasonable. I kept thinking that she was overreacting. Yes, I wasn't going to be at her wedding, but I had always been there for her in the past. How could she not understand that I couldn't just drop everything for a few days? The case was important to me, to my future. But no matter how much I tried to justify it, it never felt like enough. It wasn't just Sarah that was making me question myself. My family and friends kept asking about the situation, and every time I had to explain it. They didn't really understand either. Some of them said that I was making the right choice, that career was important, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Others, however, said I should have made the wedding a priority. It felt like everyone had an opinion, but none of them were in my shoes. No one understood the pressure I was under at work. The firm was counting on me. If I messed this up, it could set me back years. But I didn't expect Sarah to see it that way. I didn't expect her to be so hurt. It wasn't like I was abandoning her. I kept trying to tell myself that I could make it up to her later. I could help her with other things, be there for her in other ways, but every time I thought about it, I realized how badly I had let her down. I knew the wedding was a huge deal for her. It was her big day, and I wasn't going to be there. That's what kept running through my mind. I wasn't going to be there, and no amount of apologies would change that. A few weeks later, I sent her another message. I told her I understood if she was still upset, and that I didn't expect her to forgive me right away. But I told her I was sorry, and that I hoped we could figure this out. I meant every word, but it didn't matter. She never responded. It was like she had completely closed off from me. By the time the wedding was getting closer, I felt completely helpless. I had tried to fix things, but it was clear that Sarah wasn't interested in hearing it. I still didn't know if I had made the right choice, but at this point, it didn't matter. The wedding was coming up, and I knew there was no chance of me going. The trial was too important. I couldn't back out of it, even if I wanted to. And deep down, I didn't want to back out. I couldn't give up on this opportunity, not when I had worked so hard to get to this point. But I couldn't ignore the emptiness I felt either. Every time I thought about Sarah's wedding, I felt like I was missing out on something big. I knew it wasn't just about the wedding. It was about me not being there for her when she needed me most. I had been her best friend for years, and now I wasn't even going to be part of her biggest day. A few days before the wedding, I got a message from Sarah. I didn't expect it. My heart raced as I opened it, hoping for some sign that things were going to get better. But it wasn't what I hoped for. She told me that she had made peace with my decision. But it was clear that she wasn't just upset about me missing the wedding. She said that the fact I had chosen my career over her had hurt more than anything else. I didn't respond right away. I didn't know what to say. There was nothing I could say to fix it. It felt like there was no way to undo the damage that had been done. The wedding came and went. I knew it was happening, and I knew I wasn't there. I still haven't heard from Sarah. I haven't reached out either. Part of me is afraid that if I do, I'll just make things worse. Another part of me wants to just leave it alone and move on. But I can't. I can't stop thinking about how things went down and whether I'll ever be able to fix this. I don't know where we stand anymore. I don't know if I'll ever get to make it right. And I don't know if I've ruined our friendship for good. I keep hoping that maybe one day she'll reach out and tell me she forgives me. But I don't think that's going to happen. I've tried to distract myself with work, but it doesn't help. I'm just waiting for the next time I see her, but I'm not sure if that will ever happen. I don't know if there's a way to fix this anymore. I don't know if I'll ever be able to make it right with her. A few weeks after the wedding, I still hadn't heard from Sarah. It was strange. I had expected that the dust would settle and maybe, eventually, things would get better between us. But it wasn't happening. The silence between us was deafening, and I was left wondering what to do next. I kept checking my phone, hoping for a message, but none came. I tried to reach out once or twice, sending her messages that were more apologetic than the last. I told her that I understood if she needed space, but that I missed her, and I still hoped we could work things out. Each time, she didn't respond. The few mutual friends we had mentioned that she was still upset, but they didn't know much more than that. I was stuck in this limbo of not knowing where I stood with her, but knowing for sure that she was still angry with me. I went through a period where I just tried to bury myself in work. I told myself that maybe I could focus on my career and just let the friendship with Sarah go. It wasn't like I could change what had happened, and I didn't want to make it worse by constantly reaching out. But every time I saw a post from Sarah about something in her life, I couldn't stop myself from feeling the sting. It wasn't just the wedding, it was the fact that I had missed out on so much more. I had missed out on being there for her in a way that I always had been. I kept thinking back to all the times I'd been there for her, all the late night talks, all the celebrations, and all the moments that had defined our friendship. It made me wonder why this one thing, the wedding, was different. Why had I failed her so badly this time? Maybe I had been selfish, but wasn't it also selfish for her to expect me to drop everything for her wedding when I had worked so hard for the opportunity I had? I kept going back and forth in my mind, and it was exhausting. A few months after the wedding, I decided to send one final message. I didn't want to keep waiting for her to reach out, so I figured I'd make one last attempt. I told her that I understood if she was still hurt, but that I still valued our friendship and wanted to fix things between us. I reminded her that I had never meant to hurt her, and that I missed her more than anything. I told her that I knew I'd made a mistake, but that I still hoped we could move forward. The response I got back wasn't what I expected. She called me. I didn't know what to do, but I picked up the phone. Her voice was colder than I remembered. She said that she had read my message and that she had been thinking a lot about everything. She told me that she appreciated my apology, but that it wasn't enough. I had chosen my career over her, and she couldn't just forget that. She said she wasn't sure she could ever forgive me for what I'd done, and that it would take a long time, if it ever happened at all. I didn't know what to say. I had hoped that maybe time had healed things, that she might see things from my perspective, but it was clear that she was still angry. I told her I understood, but it didn't make it hurt any less. It felt like there was a permanent wall between us now, something that I couldn't break through no matter how hard I tried. After that conversation, I felt more lost than ever. I thought maybe, just maybe, I could fix things. But now I was sure that I had damaged something beyond repair. I had never meant for it to get this bad. But here we were. She said it would take time, but I didn't know how much time. And even then, would she really ever be able to forgive me? I spent the next few weeks trying to figure out where to go from here. I knew I couldn't change the past, but I also didn't want to give up on her entirely. I kept wondering if there was a way to make things right, even if it meant making big changes in my own life. Maybe I could rearrange my priorities, but would she even want that? Or would it just be another half-hearted attempt to make up for something I couldn't take back? I still couldn't figure it out. Every time I thought I was ready to move forward, something pulled me back to this place of uncertainty. The guilt never fully went away. I felt like I had betrayed her trust in a way that couldn't be undone, and no matter how much I wanted to fix it, I wasn't sure if it was even possible anymore. I went back and forth for weeks, thinking about what to do next. Should I give her more space, or should I keep trying to reach out? I didn't know. Part of me wanted to let things go, to stop holding on to something that seemed to have no chance of working out. But the other part of me couldn't just walk away from our friendship. I had been her best friend for years, and I didn't want to let that go without a fight. But maybe I was fighting a losing battle. Maybe she was right. Maybe I had let my career become more important than our friendship, and maybe that was something I couldn't fix. Maybe I had lost her for good. I still haven't made up my mind about what to do. Part of me wants to keep trying, to find some way to show her that I'm sorry. But another part of me wonders if I'm just prolonging the inevitable. If she can't forgive me, then what's the point? If I keep pushing, will I just make things worse? I keep thinking about the future, and whether we'll ever find our way back to each other. But I'm not sure if I'm just holding on to a fantasy. Maybe she's already moved on. Maybe it's time I did too. But it feels impossible to let go of a friendship that's meant so much to me for so long. So now I'm left wondering, did I make the wrong choice? Was my career really worth it? Or did I destroy something I'll never get back? Story 11. AITA for refusing to pay for my sister's wedding after she lied about needing money. I've always been close with my older sister, Claire. Growing up, we didn't always see eye to eye, but we've always had each other's backs when it mattered. I'm 28, she's 31, and we've both carved out our own lives, though we've remained close, at least until recently. Things have been a bit tense between us lately, and it all started with her wedding. Claire has always had a bit of an entitled streak. She's the kind of person who expects people to drop everything to help her when she's in a bind, even though she's perfectly capable of handling things herself. I've never minded helping her out when she needed it, though, because she's my sister and I love her. But this time, it felt different. It felt like she was manipulating me, and honestly, it's left me questioning everything. A few months ago, Claire started talking about her wedding. She was clearly stressed out, which I understood. Weddings are expensive, and they can be a logistical nightmare. But then, she started mentioning how the wedding costs were spiraling out of control. She said things like, "The venue is way more expensive than we thought," and "the catering is pushing us over budget," making it sound like they were barely scraping by. I tried to be understanding. I know how crazy wedding planning can get. And she and her fiancé, Mark, had already sunk a lot of money into the event. So, when she asked if I could help with some of the expenses, I didn't think twice. She told me that they were short on funds, and that it would be a huge help if I could pitch in a little. She gave me a number that didn't seem out of reach, and I figured, why not? I'm doing well financially, and I've helped out family before without hesitation. So, I sent her the money, no questions asked. I trusted her. I didn't even think twice about it. But then, a few days ago, I overheard something that completely changed my perspective. I was at our mom's house for dinner when I heard Claire on the phone in the other room. She was talking to one of her friends, and I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I overheard enough of the conversation to make my blood boil. Claire was gushing about her honeymoon plans, talking about all the luxury stuff she and Mark were going to do: five-star resorts, private excursions, spa treatments, the works. She was practically bragging about it, and it sounded like the vacation was going to cost a small fortune. But the part that really hit me was when she casually mentioned that she didn't really need the extra help I gave her. She said that she was just too proud to ask our parents for more money because they had already helped a lot with the wedding. But she was fine financially. I felt like I had been slapped across the face. She lied to me. She made me feel like I was helping her out of a tight spot. But in reality, she didn't need the money at all. She didn't even have the decency to tell me the truth. The worst part, she was planning an extravagant honeymoon, spending money on luxury stuff that wasn't even necessary. While I was out here, busting my ass to pay my bills and working hard to save for my future. And she was doing it all while pretending to be struggling. I walked away from the conversation feeling sick to my stomach. I didn't even know how to process it. How could she lie to me like that? I trusted her, and now I felt like an idiot. I spent the next couple of days just thinking about what to do. I didn't want to jump to conclusions or overreact, but it was hard to ignore the feeling that she had taken advantage of me. Part of me wanted to just forget about it and let it go, but another part of me was furious. I kept going back and forth in my head. Was I being too harsh? Should I just let her have the money? After all, it was just money, right? But at the same time, it wasn't just about the money. It was about the principle of it. She had lied to me, manipulated me into thinking she needed help when she didn't, and that wasn't something I could just ignore. I started replaying the conversation in my head. I remembered how she sounded on the phone, carefree, happy, talking about her honeymoon like it was just another vacation. She didn't sound like someone who was struggling. She didn't sound like someone who needed my help. She sounded like someone who was using me to fund her dream wedding and luxury honeymoon. I needed to do something. But what? I couldn't just let her get away with this. I wasn't going to pretend like it was okay. But confronting her felt complicated. I didn't want to cause drama, especially with the wedding coming up. But I also didn't want her to think she could keep pulling this kind of thing. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about trust, and I felt like I couldn't trust her anymore. I decided to take action. I sent her a message. I tried to keep it calm, polite, but firm. I told her that I needed to talk about something important. She agreed, and we arranged to meet up the next day. When we sat down, I just told her straight up. I said that I overheard her talking about the honeymoon and how she'd mentioned that she didn't really need the money I gave her. I told her I was hurt that she lied to me, especially since I thought she was struggling and needed help. I told her I felt manipulated and that I wasn't okay with it. Her response was defensive. She said that I was overreacting, that I was making a big deal out of nothing. She explained that she didn't want to ask our parents for more money, and that's why she didn't tell me the truth. She said she just wanted everything to be perfect for the wedding, and she didn't think the money I gave her would make a difference. But to me, that wasn't the point. She wasn't being honest, and that was what hurt the most. She apologized, but it didn't feel sincere. It felt like she was saying what she thought I wanted to hear, so she could move on and avoid any fallout. She said she was sorry if I felt hurt, but that she didn't think I needed to make such a big deal out of it. I wasn't buying it. At that point, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to escalate things further, but I also didn't feel like I could just let it go. Part of me wanted to stand my ground, but another part of me just wanted to avoid making things worse. I left the conversation feeling more confused than ever. On one hand, I wanted to be the bigger person and just let it slide. But on the other hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that she had disrespected me and taken advantage of my generosity. I felt like the trust was gone, and I didn't know how to fix that. So here I am, stuck in this uncomfortable limbo. I still don't know if I overreacted or if I'm right to be upset. The more I think about it, the more conflicted I feel. But one thing is clear. I'm not going to forget this. I didn't know what to do after that conversation with Claire. Part of me wanted to let it go because, at the end of the day, it was just money. But another part of me couldn't stop thinking about how I'd been lied to. And that feeling of being manipulated just wouldn't go away. For the next few days, I did what I usually do when I'm feeling unsure. I tried to distract myself. I worked, hung out with friends, and spent time with my boyfriend. But every time I went to bed, it was the first thing I thought about. I kept replaying the conversation in my head. The way Claire had acted like nothing was wrong, how she didn't seem genuinely sorry, and how easily she had lied to me. It left me feeling cold, like she didn't respect me at all. Then, of course, I started second-guessing myself. Was I overreacting? Maybe it wasn't a big deal. After all, it was just money, right? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it wasn't about the money. It was about trust. I'd helped her out because I thought she was in need. I thought I was doing something to help her and make her life easier. But she didn't need my help at all. She just wanted to make her wedding perfect. And if I'm being honest, it seemed like she'd use anyone around her to make that happen. I started talking to some of my friends about it, trying to get a sense of whether I was blowing this out of proportion. Some of them said I was being too hard on Claire. They said that weddings are expensive, and sometimes people don't know how to ask for help. They told me I should let it go and focus on supporting her, not making this a bigger issue. On the other hand, a few of my friends said I had every right to be upset. They agreed that she lied to me, and that's a betrayal of trust. They also pointed out that I had every right to ask for my money back if I wanted to. They made me feel like I wasn't wrong for feeling hurt. And honestly, that was a bit of a relief. But then I started to wonder if I was just letting my emotions get the best of me. Maybe I was just frustrated because the wedding was such a big deal to Claire, and it felt like she was always looking for ways to get more money out of people. She had always been a bit demanding, and I had always given in because she was my sister. But this time, it felt different. She had crossed a line. One evening, I ran into Claire at a family dinner. She was talking to our mom about the final details of the wedding, and I couldn't help but overhear. She was so excited about everything: the cake, the dress, the guest list, the venue. She was describing the honeymoon with such enthusiasm, and again, I felt a little sick to my stomach. This was the same person who had made me feel like I was bailing her out of a financial crisis. It didn't sit right with me. I started thinking about all the times Claire had done similar things over the years. She'd always expected others to step in and help her, whether it was financial support, emotional support, or just general favors. And every time, I had helped her without hesitation. I always told myself it was because she was my sister, and I wanted to see her happy. But now, looking back, I couldn't help but feel like I'd been used. She'd always been the one in need, the one asking for help, and I had always been the one to give, but now it felt like she didn't appreciate it. I knew I couldn't just sit there and take it anymore. So, I decided to reach out to her again. I wasn't sure what to say, but I knew I needed to express how I was feeling. I couldn't just let it go. This was about respect, and I wasn't going to let her walk all over me without saying anything. I sent her a text asking if we could talk. She replied quickly, saying she was free the next afternoon. I tried to calm my nerves before meeting her. I knew I had to stay calm, but inside, I was a mess. I was angry, hurt, and just confused. How could she have done this to me? I had to confront her, but I didn't want to lose my cool and make the situation worse. When we sat down to talk, I started by telling her how I felt. I said I was still upset about the conversation we had, and that I didn't appreciate being lied to. I told her that I thought she needed the money, and that I had helped her out of a sense of love and support. But now that I knew the truth, it didn't feel the same anymore. It felt like she had used me. Claire was quiet for a moment, and then she tried to defend herself. She told me again that she was just trying to make the wedding perfect, and that she didn't want to ask our parents for more money because they'd already given so much. She said she was grateful for the money I gave her, but she didn't think it should be a big deal. She apologized again, but it felt like she was just saying the words. I didn't feel like she truly understood why I was upset. She also mentioned how much stress she was under with the wedding planning, and I could see that. It wasn't that I didn't understand the pressures of planning a wedding, but that didn't justify lying about needing help. She wasn't being honest, and that was the core of the issue. I told her I wasn't asking for an apology just to move past it. I wanted her to understand why this was a problem. But as we sat there, I realized that she still didn't get it. She didn't see how serious this was. She kept trying to downplay it, like it wasn't a big deal. She told me I was blowing things out of proportion. It made me feel like my feelings didn't matter, like she was dismissing everything I had just said. At that point, I felt like I was at a crossroads. I could keep pushing her, keep trying to make her see where I was coming from, or I could walk away and just let this fester. I didn't want to make things worse between us, but at the same time, I wasn't going to let her manipulate me anymore. I told her that I needed some time to think. I wasn't ready to forgive her yet, but I didn't know how to handle things going forward. I didn't want to hold on to this resentment, but it was hard to let go of the feeling that she had taken advantage of me. It was hard to let go of the idea that I had trusted her, and she had betrayed that trust. I left the conversation feeling even more conflicted than before. It wasn't just about the money anymore, it was about our relationship, our trust, and whether I could ever fully trust her again. I wasn't sure where things would go from here, but I knew that I wasn't going to forget what had happened. And as I left, I couldn't help but wonder, if I couldn't trust my own sister, what did that mean for our future? After the conversation with Claire, I spent the next few days in a haze of confusion. Part of me just wanted to move on, to forget the whole thing and pretend like everything was normal. But every time I thought about it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted between us. I wasn't sure if it was just a momentary blip or if things had changed permanently, but it felt like the trust we had was broken. It felt like I couldn't look at her the same way again. I tried to focus on other things. Work was stressful, and I didn't have the mental space to be constantly thinking about this. But even at work, when I had a quiet moment, I would think back to that conversation. Every time I told myself I was done thinking about it, I'd find myself spiraling again. Was I overreacting? Should I just drop it? Maybe she had been under stress, and I was being too hard on her. But at the same time, it didn't feel like I was the one in the wrong. She was the one who lied, and she hadn't taken any responsibility for it. As the wedding drew closer, it seemed like Claire was even more wrapped up in her plans. She was constantly talking about the details: her dress, the flowers, the guests. But every time she mentioned something that felt excessive, like how much money they were spending on a photographer or the extravagant honeymoon, I couldn't help but think about the money she had gotten from me. It felt like the more she talked, the more I realized that she hadn't really needed the help at all. She had just wanted to make everything perfect for her wedding. And at the end of it all, it seemed like everyone else was just a means to an end. I hadn't reached out to Claire after our last conversation. I wasn't sure what to say or how to handle it. I knew I needed space, but I also knew that avoiding her wouldn't make things better. The family was all talking about the wedding, and I could already feel the pressure to play along like everything was fine. But it wasn't fine. How could I pretend that everything was normal when I felt like she'd taken advantage of me? How could I just show up to the wedding and act like nothing had happened? The tension between us was palpable, but neither of us brought it up. I think we were both trying to avoid a confrontation, but I could feel it building. I still hadn't asked for my money back, but part of me wondered if I should. Part of me thought that if I asked for it, it would just make everything worse. But then again, Why should I let her get away with it? Why should I let her keep that money when she didn't even need it? At one point, I talked to a few of my friends about it again. One of them said I should just go to the wedding, keep my distance from Claire, and let things cool off. It's her big day, they said. Don't make it about you. Another friend told me that I should just take a stand and ask for my money back. If she's really the one in the wrong, then you shouldn't feel bad about it. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to cause drama, but I also didn't want to let her off the hook. As the day of the wedding got closer, I started getting more anxious. I knew I was going to have to see her, and I knew that the subject of money wasn't going to go away. I could feel it in my gut that something was going to come to a head. I wasn't sure if I could go to the wedding and just pretend like everything was fine, but I also wasn't sure if I could have another fight with her. The day before the wedding, I called my mom to ask if she knew anything about Claire's financial situation, just to see if there was something I was missing. Maybe there was some other reason why Claire had lied, something I didn't know about. My mom didn't really know the details, but she did mention that Claire had seemed off lately. She said Claire had been under a lot of pressure with the wedding, but that didn't make me feel any better. If anything, it just made me feel like Claire had been playing the victim when she didn't need to. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the wedding and what I was going to do. I knew I had to either confront Claire or let it go, and I wasn't sure which was the better choice. I didn't want to cause a scene, but at the same time, I couldn't just let it slide. The wedding day came, and everything was in full swing. The ceremony went off without a hitch, and Claire looked beautiful, just like I knew she would. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Every time I looked at her, I remembered the conversation we had, and it made everything feel strained. She seemed so happy, so carefree, but I couldn't get past the way she had lied to me. I watched as she smiled and talked to the guests, and I couldn't help but feel like a part of her was still pretending. At the reception, I kept my distance. I tried to enjoy myself, but it wasn't the same. Every time someone congratulated Claire, I felt like I was faking it. She was surrounded by people telling her how perfect everything was, and I couldn't help but feel like I was the only one who saw the cracks in the facade. I kept thinking about the money, about how she had manipulated me into thinking she needed it when she didn't. I thought about the honeymoon, about how she had planned this luxurious vacation, while I was left feeling taken advantage of. I could tell that Claire was trying to make small talk, but I wasn't interested. I was still hurt, and I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know if I even wanted to fix it. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I was probably never going to look at her the same way again. It was like the trust we had built up over the years had been shattered, and I wasn't sure how to put the pieces back together. When the night was over, I left the wedding feeling more confused than ever. I hadn't made a scene, but I hadn't really enjoyed myself either. I knew I was going to have to deal with this sooner or later, but I wasn't sure what the right move was. Was I wrong to be upset? Should I have just let it go? Or was I justified in feeling hurt? I didn't know where to go from here. All I knew was that I couldn't pretend anymore. The question was, what was I going to do about it? Story 12. Am I the asshole for not allowing my husband to take a break from caring for my mom? I've been dealing with a lot of stress lately, and it's been really hard to manage everything on my own. I'm Rachel, 34, a middle school teacher, and I've been living with my husband, Alex, for the past 8 years. We don't have kids, but for the last 3 years, I've been the primary caregiver for my mom, Carol, who has early-stage dementia. I'll admit, I didn't expect things to get this complicated. At first, it seemed manageable, but it has slowly taken over my life. Alex, who is 35, is generally supportive, but doesn't really get the day-to-day reality of taking care of my mom. He helps when he can, but it's mostly me. I've been juggling my teaching job, mom's appointments, and trying to maintain some semblance of a relationship with Alex, which has become harder and harder. Lately, it's been especially difficult. My mom's condition has been getting worse, and her dementia is starting to show in ways that make me nervous. I feel like I'm barely keeping it together. Things were especially tense a few weeks ago when my mom had a minor fall. It wasn't serious, just a small bruise, but it triggered a huge domino effect of stress. She didn't break anything, but the doctors still wanted to keep her overnight for observation. I spent the entire day at the hospital with her, barely eating or sleeping. It felt like a constant stream of doctors and nurses checking in. I wasn't getting any downtime, and I was completely wiped out by the time we were allowed to go home. When Alex came home that evening, I was already drained. I was trying to put everything back in order, cleaning up the house, making sure mom was settled, and getting ready for the next day. Alex walked in, saw the state I was in, and asked how my day had gone. I told him the usual chaotic, tiring, and just one more thing added to the pile. He stood there for a second, and then, completely out of nowhere, he dropped a bomb. "I really need a break this weekend," he said. "I was thinking of going away with some friends, just for a couple of days. It'll help me recharge. Things seem under control here, so I think it'll be fine." It was like a punch to the gut. Here I was, barely keeping everything afloat, and he was talking about taking a weekend trip with friends. I couldn't believe it. I know he works hard too, but this was completely different. I hadn't had a break in months, and the thought of him leaving just felt so wrong. I snapped at him, telling him that this wasn't the time for a break. My mom's health wasn't something I could just push aside for a weekend getaway. He looked surprised, but then he got defensive, which only made everything worse. "Rachel, I haven't had a real break in over a year," he said, his voice getting more frustrated. "I can't keep going like this. I need some time to recharge. You know that, right?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Did he really think that this was about him needing a break? Of course, I understood the need to recharge, but I felt like I was the one carrying all the weight. I'm the one who takes care of my mom day in and day out. I'm the one who runs the household and juggles everything. Alex helps when he can, but his help feels like a band-aid solution compared to the weight I carry every single day. The conversation quickly escalated. I told him it wasn't fair, that I needed help too. I reminded him that my mom's health was getting worse, and I couldn't just leave her with anyone. I told him it wasn't just about me needing a break. It was about the responsibilities we both had. But Alex wasn't hearing it. He told me that I was being unreasonable, and that I had no idea how much pressure he was under. He said that he couldn't keep living like this, stuck in this constant cycle of caregiving and never having time for himself. It felt like he was accusing me of being the problem. I was furious, but I also felt a deep sense of guilt creeping in. Was I being too hard on him? I knew he was struggling with his own issues, but I just couldn't get past the fact that he was willing to take a break while I was left to hold everything together. In that moment, I didn't know what to think. I didn't know if I was right to be angry, or if I was just overwhelmed and taking it out on him. The argument didn't resolve that night. We went to bed angry, and I barely slept. The next morning, things were still tense. Alex didn't bring up the trip again, but I could feel the distance between us. We barely spoke that morning, and it felt like the whole house was suffocating. I wanted to try to fix things, but I was also just so exhausted. I felt like I couldn't win. I was struggling with my mom's care, my job, and now my relationship with Alex was starting to crumble too. I didn't want to be this angry all the time, but I couldn't ignore how much pressure I was under. I tried to distract myself by focusing on my work, but it didn't help. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened the night before. I wasn't sure if I was wrong for being upset, but I knew that something had to change. I needed help, and Alex needed to understand that. A few days went by without much being said. The tension lingered, but it was like we had both put the argument on pause. I couldn't get over what had happened, and I could tell that Alex was still processing everything. He never brought up the trip again, but I could see that he was unhappy. I knew that I was unhappy too. I tried to tell myself that things would settle down, but in the back of my mind, I knew that nothing was going to change unless we did something about it. Finally, after a few days, I decided that we needed to talk about it. I didn't want to keep ignoring the issue, but I also didn't want to escalate things further. I sat down with Alex and suggested that maybe we could come up with a plan that worked for both of us. Maybe we could compromise somehow. I suggested that I could take a weekend away to visit my sister, and in exchange, Alex would take over the caregiving duties while I was gone. It seemed like a fair compromise. I needed a break, and Alex could see what it was really like to take care of my mom for a couple of days. He agreed, but there was no excitement in his voice. He didn't seem relieved or happy at all. He just said, "Yeah, I guess that works." It felt like a half-hearted agreement. Still, I was desperate to make things work, so I went ahead and made plans to leave. When the weekend arrived, I left to visit my sister. I didn't expect a perfect weekend, but I thought it would give Alex a chance to see how much work goes into taking care of my mom. I texted him a couple of times to check in, but the replies I got were short and stiff. He told me everything was fine, but something about his tone made me uneasy. When I returned, I tried to ask him how things went, but he didn't really want to talk about it. There was an odd tension in the air, but I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. I wanted to know how he felt after taking care of my mom, but it was like he was shutting me out. The conversation felt forced, and the more I pushed, the more he pulled away. That night, after dinner, he finally opened up. He admitted that he had felt completely overwhelmed. He told me that he didn't realize how much I was doing for my mom, and that he wasn't prepared for the amount of work it took. It was the first time I had heard him say something like that. He seemed frustrated and upset, but I wasn't sure if that frustration was directed at me or at the situation itself. In the end, we talked about it for a while, but nothing was really resolved. We were still stuck in this strange limbo, where both of us felt unsupported. I was exhausted, and Alex was frustrated, and neither of us seemed to know how to fix things. The tension between us was palpable, and I couldn't shake the feeling that things were slipping further out of control. The days following the argument were hard. Alex was still processing everything, and it felt like neither of us knew how to move forward. We didn't talk about what happened much after that. It was as if we both agreed to pretend it never happened, but the tension hung in the air. I could tell Alex was frustrated, but I wasn't sure if it was with me or with the whole situation. I was frustrated too, but I didn't know how to bring it up without making things worse. I tried to keep up with everything. I kept working, I kept taking care of my mom, and I kept going through the motions. But something inside of me started to crack. I couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine. It wasn't fine. I was exhausted. I was mentally, emotionally, and physically drained, and I still had to manage my mom's care. Alex's distant attitude only made things harder. One evening, a few days after I came back from visiting my sister, I decided that we needed to talk. The silence between us was unbearable, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could deal with it. I needed to know if we were still on the same page, or if we were heading down separate paths. I also wanted him to understand how much pressure I was under, and I wanted to know how he really felt about everything. So, I sat him down after dinner. I told him that we needed to find a way to talk openly about what was going on. I was tired of walking around eggshells. I needed to know if he was willing to step up more, or if he was feeling overwhelmed by the whole situation. I suggested that we might need to come up with a plan, maybe set some boundaries, and figure out how we could balance caregiving with the rest of our lives. At first, he didn't say much. He just sat there, looking at the floor, not meeting my eyes. I knew he was trying to process everything, but I couldn't help but feel like he was avoiding the conversation. It felt like he was still holding something back, like he wasn't being entirely honest with me about how he was feeling. Eventually, He looked up at me and told me he wasn't sure what to do anymore. He admitted that he was feeling suffocated by the responsibility. He said he didn't know how to manage work and help care for my mom without feeling like he was losing himself in the process. He told me that it wasn't that he didn't care, but that he didn't know how to be everything I needed him to be. I tried to listen, but it was hard. I wanted to understand where he was coming from, but I couldn't help feeling angry. It was hard to hear him say that he didn't know how to be there for me. I had been carrying the weight of caregiving for so long, and all of a sudden, it felt like I was asking too much of him. I tried to explain how much pressure I was under, how difficult it was to manage my job, my mom's care, and our relationship all at once. I didn't know how to do it all, and I needed his support. But he still seemed distant. We spent the next few days in this strange emotional limbo. We weren't fighting, but we weren't really connecting either. It felt like we were both walking around in our own little bubbles, barely interacting, but still living in the same space. I tried to give him some space, thinking maybe he just needed time to process everything. But inside, I was starting to lose hope that things would ever get better. I wasn't sure if I was doing enough to communicate what I needed from him. I had made it clear that I couldn't do this alone, but I wasn't sure if he really understood that. Every time I thought about it, the same doubts crept in. Maybe I was asking too much. Maybe I was being unfair. Maybe he was right, and I was pushing him too hard. I tried to reassure myself, but it didn't make the situation feel any better. A week after our conversation, I suggested we go see a counselor. I didn't want to force him into therapy, but I felt like we needed some professional help to work through everything. Alex agreed, though I could tell he wasn't thrilled about the idea. It was as if he felt like seeing a therapist was admitting that something was wrong, and he didn't want to admit that. But I insisted. I knew we needed help. The first session was awkward. We sat in silence for most of it, with the counselor trying to break the ice. Eventually, we talked about what had been going on. I tried to explain my side of things, and Alex spoke about how overwhelmed he was. The counselor asked a lot of questions, trying to get to the root of our issues, but it felt like we were just skimming the surface. I didn't know if we were really getting anywhere. After that session, things didn't improve much. We kept going to therapy, but it felt like we were just going through the motions. We were both trying, but it didn't feel like anything was changing. The pressure I was under kept building, and the gap between us seemed to be getting wider. I kept asking myself if I was being unreasonable, if I was expecting too much from him. Maybe I was. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was drowning, and he was just watching me go under. A few days after our last therapy session, I had a conversation with a close friend about everything that had been going on. I needed someone to talk to who wasn't directly involved, someone who could give me an outside perspective. She listened to everything I said, and then told me something I didn't want to hear. She thought I was being too hard on Alex. She told me that he had his own struggles, and I needed to give him more space to deal with them. She said I couldn't expect him to be perfect, that it was okay for him to need a break, even if I didn't feel like I could take one. I didn't want to believe her. It felt like she was taking his side, but at the same time, I knew she was right about one thing: I hadn't been giving him the space he needed. But I also knew that I couldn't keep going like this. I couldn't keep pushing myself past my breaking point, while he took breaks and didn't fully understand the weight of everything I was doing. I wanted to be fair, but I couldn't ignore my own needs either. The conversation with my friend stayed with me for days, and I started to wonder if maybe I wasn't seeing the full picture. Maybe I was so focused on what I needed that I wasn't paying enough attention to what Alex was going through. But then I would think about how much I was doing, and how little support I was getting, and the anger would flare up again. I wasn't sure where the balance was anymore. The next weekend, Alex mentioned that he was thinking about going on a trip with his friends. This time, he didn't ask for my permission. He just said he was going, and that was it. I was caught off guard, but I didn't say anything at first. I was still processing the conversation with my friend, still trying to figure out what I wanted. But inside, I felt that familiar sense of frustration bubbling up. Was he really going to go again? Was he just going to leave me to handle everything on my own? I didn't know how to respond. I was tired of arguing, tired of feeling like I was being ignored. I also didn't want to be the one who held him back. I didn't want to feel like the controlling wife. But at the same time, I couldn't let it slide. I couldn't pretend like everything was fine when it wasn't. The weekend was coming up, and I knew we had to address it before he left. I wasn't sure how the conversation was going to go, but I knew it had to happen. Something had to give. I just didn't know if I could hold it together long enough to find a solution. The weekend was coming up, and I knew we had to have the conversation before Alex left for his trip. I wasn't sure how to approach it, but I also couldn't just let it happen without saying anything. I had already tried to be understanding, but this felt different. It felt like he was taking advantage of the situation, like he was choosing to ignore the pressure I was under just to get away for a while. The night before his trip, I asked him to sit down with me and talk about everything. I could tell he was already annoyed, but I couldn't back down. I couldn't pretend everything was fine when it wasn't. We needed to address it, no matter how uncomfortable it was going to be. I told him that I couldn't keep doing this alone, that I needed him to understand how much I was carrying. But as soon as I started talking, I could see the walls go up. He looked at me like I was asking for too much. I didn't know if I was being too demanding, but I was tired of feeling like my needs were secondary to his. It didn't go well. He said he wasn't sure what I wanted from him, that he was doing the best he could. He reminded me that he worked hard all week, and that he deserved to have a weekend off. But all I could think was that I didn't get a weekend off. I didn't get time to relax or clear my head. I was constantly on, constantly worried about my mom, and now it felt like Alex wasn't taking any of that into consideration. I knew he was overwhelmed, but I was too. We were both carrying so much, and I couldn't see a way forward where either of us got what we needed. The argument escalated, as most of our conversations about this had. He told me I was being unfair, that I was holding him to impossible standards. He said that he couldn't be the perfect husband and the perfect caregiver all the time. But I didn't ask for perfection. I asked for support. I just needed him to be there for me, to understand what I was going through. But it felt like we were speaking two different languages. Every time I tried to explain myself, he would get defensive, and then I would get frustrated. The conversation ended without resolution. He was still going on the trip, and I was still left wondering if I was the one in the wrong. I didn't want to control him, but I couldn't help feeling like I was being taken for granted. It felt like he didn't see how much I was sacrificing for everything for him, for my mom, for us. I couldn't do this alone, and yet it felt like I was. That weekend, Alex left, and I stayed behind with my mom. I tried to keep my mind occupied with other things, but it wasn't easy. I couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened. I kept telling myself that maybe it was just a phase, that things would eventually get better. But every time I thought about it, I kept feeling more and more isolated. It wasn't just about the trip. It was about the bigger picture, about the strain on our relationship, and the lack of support I was getting. When Alex came back, things didn't feel any different. He acted like everything was fine, like the weekend away had solved everything. But for me, it didn't. I still felt like I was holding the weight of everything, and I was starting to feel resentful. It wasn't fair. I couldn't keep doing this on my own. But every time I tried to bring it up, Alex seemed to retreat further. That night, we sat down again, this time with more resolve. I told him I wasn't sure how much longer I could do this. I couldn't keep putting my life on hold, couldn't keep sacrificing everything for my mom, and for him if I wasn't getting anything in return. I didn't want to seem like I was giving an ultimatum, but I had to be honest. I had to let him know that something had to change. He looked at me, and for the first time in a long while, he seemed like he was really listening. He told me he had been thinking about what I said, about how he hadn't been there for me the way I needed him to be. He admitted that he didn't realize how much I was doing, how much I was carrying. I wanted to believe him, but it didn't change the fact that I was still stuck in the same position. I was doing everything, and he was barely stepping in. We spent the next few hours talking about what we needed from each other, what kind of support we both needed. It wasn't easy. There was a lot of pain and frustration, and even though we were talking more openly, it still didn't feel like we were getting anywhere. I kept wondering if we were just saying the things we thought the other person wanted to hear. Was he really going to follow through? Or was this just another conversation that would fade away over time? At some point during the conversation, Alex said something that made me freeze. He said, "Maybe I just can't handle this anymore." I didn't know how to respond. I didn't want to panic, but that hit me harder than anything else. Was he serious? Was he really thinking about walking away from everything we had built? I had been so focused on how much I needed him, how much I was carrying, that I hadn't really considered the toll this was taking on him. But hearing him say that left me feeling like I was being punched in the stomach. I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know how to make it better. I was tired of being the one who had to figure everything out. But at the same time, I couldn't just ignore the reality of what he had said. He was struggling too, in his own way, and I didn't want to be the reason he walked away from everything. But how could I not be upset? How could I not be angry at him for putting me in this position? I told him I didn't know what to do anymore. I felt like we were both stuck, both at our breaking points, and nothing was getting better. I wanted to believe that we could find a way to make it work, but I wasn't sure if we could. We had been talking in circles for months, and I didn't know if talking more would change anything. I was running out of patience, and I was running out of energy. I didn't know how to keep going when I felt like I was carrying everything on my own. I didn't know if we were even going to make it through this. Something had to change, but I wasn't sure what that change would be. I didn't want to lose him, but I didn't know if I could keep doing this. Was it fair for me to keep pushing him, to keep expecting more when he was already struggling? Was I the one who was being unreasonable? I don't know what the next step is, but I can't keep pretending like everything is fine. I can't keep holding everything together when I don't feel like I have anyone to help me hold it up. Am I the asshole for not letting my husband take a break from helping care for my mom? Story 13. Am I the asshole for telling my sister her wedding is not my priority after she told me I should have aborted my son? I've always had a complicated relationship with my sister Lena. She's 5 years older than me, and growing up, we were never really close. She's always been the golden child, the one who did everything right, while I always felt like I was the one left to pick up the pieces. Things got worse when I had Lucas. He's 5 now, and he has special needs. I've been a single mom since he was born, and to say it's been difficult would be an understatement. But through it all, I've done my best to stay positive and keep moving forward. I've had to put my personal life on hold, my career on the back burner, and focus entirely on him. And while I've struggled, I've also learned to appreciate the small victories that come with raising him. Lena, on the other hand, has always been focused on her own success. She's got a high-paying job, a stable relationship, and a life that looks perfect from the outside. She's always been a little self-absorbed, and I've had to bite my tongue a lot over the years. But with Lucas's diagnosis, things started to get even more strained between us. I guess she just didn't understand what it was like to have a child who needed so much attention, and I don't think she ever really tried to. For the last few months, Lena's been planning her wedding. She's been excited, and I get it, getting married is a big deal. But at the same time, I couldn't help but feel like the wedding was all she could talk about. Every conversation seemed to be about her dress, the venue, the guest list. I was already stretched thin as it was with work and taking care of Lucas. I wanted to support her, But I couldn't drop everything just because she had decided to make her big day a month-long event. But I didn't say anything. I just smiled, nodded, and tried my best to keep up with her excitement. Then came the dinner where everything changed. It was a typical family get-together. My parents, Lena, and me. Things were a little tense as usual, because Lena and I had been drifting apart. But nothing prepared me for what was coming. At some point during the evening, Lena started talking about her wedding, as she always does. But this time, she went off on a tangent about how she couldn't believe I had a child like Lucas. She made this comment, completely out of nowhere, about how if she were in my shoes, she would have just aborted him. It was so casual, so offhand, like she didn't even think about the impact of her words. I froze. I didn't know how to respond. My mind went blank. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, but I couldn't say anything. I just sat there, staring at her, trying to figure out if I had heard her wrong. But I hadn't. She had actually said it. It wasn't just the fact that she said it. It was the way she said it. She acted like it was no big deal, like it was just a simple fact that any rational person would agree with. And the worst part was, she said it in front of my parents. They didn't say anything, and that hurt almost more than the words themselves. I couldn't believe it. How could she say something like that to me about my son, the person I love more than anything in this world? I didn't say anything at first. I just stood up and walked out. I couldn't breathe. I could feel the tears welling up, but I didn't want to cry in front of her. So I left. I didn't even know where I was going, but I had to get out of there. I drove around for a while, just trying to clear my head, trying to make sense of what had happened. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept replaying her words in my head, wondering if I was overreacting. But then I remembered that this wasn't the first time Lena had made me feel like I wasn't good enough. I had always tried to make her happy, to be the supportive sister, but it felt like it was never enough. And after what she had said, I realized that I had been trying to keep the peace for far too long. The next day, Lena texted me. She didn't apologize, not even close. Instead, she asked if I could help with the wedding. She wanted me to contribute financially, to pay for a part of the reception, and she wanted me to be more involved. I couldn't believe the audacity. The same person who told me to abort my son was now asking me to help her with her big day. It was as if nothing had happened, as if I was just supposed to ignore the fact that she had said the most hurtful thing anyone had ever said to me. I didn't know how to respond. I was so angry, so hurt, that I couldn't bring myself to reply right away. After thinking it over, I finally sent her a message. I told her that I couldn't prioritize her wedding anymore. I told her that my son, Lucas, would always come first, no matter what. I explained that I had been trying to balance everything, but I couldn't keep doing it. I told her that I couldn't contribute to her wedding, not after the way she had spoken about my son. I tried to be calm and collected, but my hands were shaking as I typed the message. She responded quickly, and I could feel the anger in her words. She said that I was being selfish, that I was ruining everything, that I was supposed to be there for her. She accused me of not caring about her happiness, that I had no right to take this moment away from her. I could feel my heart breaking as I read her message. All I had ever wanted was for her to understand, to at least acknowledge how hard things had been for me. But all she cared about was herself, and it hit me harder than I ever imagined it would. At that point, I knew I had to make a decision. I couldn't keep letting her treat me like this. I couldn't keep trying to please her at the expense of my own mental and emotional health. But even though I knew what I had to do, the guilt was starting to creep in. Was I being too harsh? Was I overreacting? I kept thinking that maybe I should just apologize and move on. Maybe I should just ignore what she said, let it go, and help her out like she wanted. But every time I thought about what she had said about Lucas, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had done the right thing by standing up for him. I don't know what's going to happen now. My family is torn. Some people are on my side, while others think I'm being unreasonable. My mom wants me to make up with Lena, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm ready to forgive her for what she said. I've tried reaching out to Lena, but she's ignoring me now, and that just makes me feel even more conflicted. I can't help but wonder if I made the right decision. It feels like I've lost my sister for good. But at the same time, I don't think I could ever go back to pretending like everything's fine after what she said. The days after I sent that message to Lena felt like a blur. At first, I thought it would be easier to just let things cool down, but I couldn't shake the anger and the hurt. My phone stayed silent for a few days, and part of me wondered if Lena had finally realized what she said and was too ashamed to respond. But that wasn't the case. Instead, when she did respond, it was full of anger and accusations. I could feel the tension rising as I read her messages. She called me selfish, said I was ruining everything, and made it clear that she didn't care how hard things were for me. Her wedding was the only thing that mattered. She even told me that if I couldn't put her first, then I was no longer welcome in her life. At that point, I didn't know if I was more hurt or angry, but all I could feel was a sense of betrayal. Here she was, the same sister I had grown up with, the one I had always tried to support, now telling me I wasn't worthy of being a part of her life. The cruel words she said about Lucas kept echoing in my mind, and I couldn't understand how she could just brush that off. But as time went on, I started to second guess myself. Was I being too harsh? Maybe I was overreacting. After all, this was my sister. She was just stressed about the wedding, right? Maybe the comment she made about Lucas was said in the heat of the moment. Something she didn't mean. I kept going back and forth in my head, trying to rationalize it. Maybe I should apologize, try to make amends, and just move on. But then I remembered the way she had spoken about my son. How could I forgive that? Then came the call from my mom. She had been reaching out to me, trying to get me to talk to Lena. I could hear the worry in her voice, the way she was trying to play mediator between us. She kept saying that I should try to fix things, that family was important, and that I was letting something small get in the way of a lifetime relationship. I kept hearing her tell me that this would blow over, and that I should just swallow my pride and make the first move. But I didn't know if I could. It wasn't just a small comment. It was a direct attack on my son, on everything I had been through. And the worst part was, it wasn't even the first time Lena had made me feel like my life didn't matter. She had always been this way, self-centered and dismissive of anything that didn't fit into her ideal life. Despite my own reservations, I decided to give in and call Lena. I wasn't sure what I was hoping to achieve, but I thought maybe if we talked, things would calm down. She didn't pick up at first, and I left a message, telling her that I wanted to talk things through. A few hours later, I got a text from her. She said she didn't want to talk about it, that she was done with the conversation. I could feel the coldness through the phone. It was like I had become some kind of enemy to her. That's when I realized that this wasn't something we could just sweep under the rug. The damage had been done, and I couldn't just ignore it. A couple of days passed, and I started getting messages from other family members. Some of them were reaching out to check in, but others were clearly taking Lena's side. My mom kept pushing me to apologize, to just let things go. She didn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of it. My dad didn't say much, but he did pull me aside once to tell me that I should stop being so stubborn. It felt like everyone was trying to tell me that I was in the wrong. But no one understood. No one understood what it was like to hear those words. To hear someone tell you that you should have just aborted your child. It wasn't just a comment. It was an attack on my very identity as a mother. I kept telling myself that I couldn't go back to the way things were before. I couldn't keep allowing Lena to treat me like this. But then I thought about Lucas. He was the reason I had to be strong, the reason I couldn't back down. And yet, every time I looked at my phone, I felt a pang of guilt. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I should just apologize, let Lena have her wedding, and everything would go back to normal. But every time I considered it, I remembered what she had said. and the guilt turned into anger again. Eventually, Lena's wedding day drew closer, and the messages from her started again. She was asking if I was going to attend, if I had changed my mind about being involved. I didn't respond right away. I just didn't know what to say. Every time I looked at my phone, I felt my stomach twist. I wanted to go, to be there for her. But at the same time, I couldn't bring myself to pretend like everything was fine. I couldn't go to that wedding and stand beside her like nothing had happened. It wasn't just about the wedding, it was about everything else. About how she treated me, how she dismissed my struggles, how she had said the one thing that I couldn't forgive. But at the same time, I felt this pressure. Everyone else in the family was asking if I was going to make things right, if I was going to show up. It was like they were all pushing me to do what they thought was the right thing. But no one asked me how I felt. No one asked me if I was okay. It was all about Lena, all about making sure she got her perfect day, no matter what. And that's when I realized just how little they understood about me. How little anyone really understood. They all wanted me to put Lena first, to forget what she said, to put on a smile and act like nothing had happened. But I couldn't do that. I tried to ignore the pressure, to remind myself that my relationship with Lena wasn't worth compromising my dignity. But it was hard. I couldn't help but think about how much I'd sacrificed for her over the years, how much I had tried to support her, even when I was struggling myself. And now, here I was, feeling like I was the one who was being forced into the wrong. I eventually decided to send her a message, telling her that I wouldn't be attending the wedding. I told her that I couldn't be a part of something that didn't feel right, and that I still hadn't gotten over what she said about Lucas. I didn't know if I would ever forgive her, but I had to make it clear that I couldn't just pretend like nothing happened. Her response was typical. She told me I was being ridiculous, that I was ruining everything, and that I was the one causing the rift. It was like she couldn't even comprehend why I would feel this way. She didn't apologize, and honestly, I didn't expect her to. But even as I read her response, part of me felt like I was losing something. It wasn't just the wedding I was losing, it was the relationship I had with her. The sister I had tried so hard to hold on to. And now, here I am, stuck in this weird place of uncertainty. Part of me wants to just move on, to forget about it all, and try to rebuild some kind of relationship with Lena. But another part of me knows that I can't just forget what happened. I can't just forgive someone who told me that my son didn't deserve to live. And yet, the guilt still eats at me. Did I make the right choice? Will I ever get my sister back? After I sent that final message telling Lena I wouldn't be attending the wedding, things didn't get any better. In fact, they only seemed to get worse. The silence between us was deafening. She didn't respond, but I knew she was angry. The pressure from my family to make things right only grew heavier. My mom called me almost every day, telling me I was ruining my relationship with Lena. She said that I was making a mistake, that one day I would regret not being there for my sister, especially on her wedding day. But honestly, I didn't feel like I was the one making a mistake. I wasn't the one who had crossed the line, who had been cruel and dismissive. Lena was the one who had said something unforgivable. But the more I thought about it, the more I began to doubt myself. Was I being too harsh? I wondered if maybe I had overreacted, if I should have just swallowed my pride and shown up for her wedding. After all, it was supposed to be a joyous occasion for her, and I had been a part of her life for so long. But every time I tried to justify attending, I remembered her words, the way she had so casually dismissed my son's worth, and the anger would flare up again. How could I just ignore that? I spent the next week going over everything in my mind. My head was constantly filled with conflicting thoughts. On one hand, I knew I had to stand my ground, that I couldn't just pretend nothing had happened. But on the other hand, I wondered if I was being too stubborn, too prideful. I didn't want to lose my sister forever, but at the same time, I couldn't let her get away with what she said. I knew I had to protect Lucas, to stand up for him. But was it worth losing my sister over? Couldn't I just try to get past this and show her that I still cared? I tried to talk to a few friends about it, but their answers didn't help much. Most of them told me I had every right to be angry, that I was justified in cutting off someone who would say something like that. But a part of me still wondered if I was being too extreme. I just couldn't stop thinking about the wedding. Every time someone brought it up, I felt this tightness in my chest. The guilt was eating away at me, but I didn't know if it was the guilt of not going or the guilt of cutting Lena out of my life. Then came the text message from my mom. She sent it just a few days before the wedding. It was a long message, telling me how disappointed she was in me. She said that I was making a mistake, that family was supposed to be more important than this petty argument. She told me that I should get over it and show up for Lena's special day. That's when I started to feel like I was losing my mind. It felt like the whole world was telling me I was wrong. Every conversation with my mom was filled with guilt trips. And every time I saw someone else's post about the wedding or heard people talk about it, I felt like I was being left out. My family was moving on without me, and I wasn't sure if I could ever go back to the way things were. The day before the wedding, I found myself sitting in front of my phone, staring at the text message Lena had sent me when I told her I wouldn't be attending. I had reread it so many times I had memorized it. She told me I was selfish, that I was ruining everything, that I was being ridiculous. I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe she was right. Maybe I was ruining everything. But then I remembered her words from that night at dinner. I couldn't forget how she had looked me in the eye and told me I should have aborted Lucas. That was not something I could just let go of. I spent the night thinking, pacing back and forth, trying to figure out what to do. I considered sending her another message, apologizing for being so harsh, telling her I would come to the wedding. But when I thought about it, I realized I couldn't do that. It would be like letting her off the hook for what she said, like telling her that it didn't matter. And I couldn't do that. The next morning, I woke up and checked my phone. There were more messages, more people telling me I was making a mistake. My mom was still trying to get me to change my mind. Some distant relatives were weighing in, telling me that I should come to my senses and make things right with Lena. I didn't respond to any of them. I just kept thinking about what my priorities were. My son, Lucas, was my priority. He needed me. He had always needed me, and I wasn't going to let anyone make me feel like I was wrong for putting him first. By the time the wedding day came around, I was emotionally exhausted. I kept thinking about how much I had tried to keep the peace between Lena and me, how many times I had put my own needs aside to make her happy. But this time, I couldn't just ignore how she had hurt me, how she had hurt Lucas. I couldn't pretend it didn't matter. I didn't hear from Lena again after that. She didn't text, didn't call, didn't try to reach out in any way. It was like she had completely written me off. And as much as it hurt, a part of me felt like I was finally standing up for myself. I wasn't going to let her walk all over me anymore. I wasn't going to let her dismiss my son and expect everything to be fine. But as the days passed, I began to question myself. Was I being too stubborn? Was I being unreasonable? I didn't know. The wedding was over now, and life was moving on. I was still dealing with the fallout. My family wasn't happy with me. They kept asking why I couldn't just make peace with Lena. My mom kept telling me that one day I would regret not being there. But I didn't know if I would. I didn't know if I would ever feel okay about what had happened. Now, I find myself wondering if I made the right choice. I don't know if I'll ever be able to repair my relationship with Lena, or if I even want to. But at the same time, I feel the weight of the decision I've made, the impact it has on my family and on me. And part of me is still torn. Did I do the right thing, or did I let my anger and hurt cloud my judgment? Story 14. Am I the asshole for refusing to share my hotel room with a coworker during a company retreat? I've been with my company for over 5 years, and if there's one thing I know about myself, it's that I take my job seriously. maybe too seriously. Honestly, I'm 32, and I'm a manager in my department. My team has always been a priority for me, and I pride myself on being the person everyone can rely on. The thing is, that kind of dedication comes with sacrifices. I often have to work longer hours and put my personal life on the back burner. But I do it because I'm ambitious. I want to move up in the company. And I know that means putting in the work. So when the company announced a mandatory team building retreat, I figured it'd be a good opportunity to step back a little. It wasn't about working harder or proving myself this time. It was about reconnecting with my team, fostering a better work environment, and maybe even unwinding a bit. I've always been the type who craves personal space. Work can be draining, and I usually like to keep a clear line between my work and my downtime. But I was willing to step out of my comfort zone, if only for a few days. When I received the email about the room assignments for the retreat, I expected the usual, probably a shared room with someone from my team. Nothing too out of the ordinary. But then I saw it. I was paired with Sarah, a coworker I barely knew. We'd crossed paths a few times in meetings, but we never really spoke beyond the surface level. I wasn't thrilled. I had a strong feeling that this wasn't going to go well. I'm someone who needs time to myself. After a hectic week, the last thing I wanted was to be in a hotel room with someone I hardly knew, especially not Sarah. I immediately sent an email to my manager. I explained my preference for a private room, emphasizing how important it was for me to have some time alone during the retreat. I didn't expect to get my way, but I hoped my manager would at least consider it. I explained that after working long hours and often feeling drained, I valued my personal space. I really thought it was a reasonable request. A few hours later, I got the response. It wasn't what I expected. My manager replied, telling me that the retreat was meant to be a team-building experience, and that sharing a room was part of that. The rooms were maxed out, she said, and that I needed to make the best of it. It was clear to me that my concerns didn't really matter. She ended the email by saying something like, "You'll be fine. It's just for a few days." I was frustrated, but I didn't want to seem like I was being difficult, so I kept it to myself. I brushed it off, telling myself that maybe I was overthinking things. I wasn't going to let something like this ruin the retreat. Besides, maybe I was just being selfish. Who needs that much personal space anyway? It's only a few days, right? But as the days passed, the anxiety started to build. I couldn't stop thinking about what the situation would be like. I wasn't just going to be stuck in a room with someone I didn't know. I'd be stuck in a room with someone who might be totally different from me in terms of habits and needs. What if she was loud? What if she had a bunch of friends she'd want to invite into the room? What if she stayed up late on her phone or didn't respect the fact that I needed rest? I felt trapped. I tried to convince myself that I was just being irrational, but every time I thought about it, my stomach churned. The night before the retreat, I was packing my bags. I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. I'd gotten a few hours of sleep the night before, but it didn't make me feel any better about the situation. I kept thinking that I should have just accepted the rooming situation without complaining. But at the same time, I didn't want to give up my boundaries so easily. I wanted to stay true to what I needed. When I got to the resort the next day, things didn't get any better. We were all checking in, and as I walked into the lobby, I saw Sarah for the first time since the email. She was chatting away with a group of coworkers, laughing loudly. I didn't know her well, but I could already feel myself getting annoyed. The thought of being stuck in a room with her, especially given how outgoing and social she seemed, only heightened my anxiety. Once I had checked in and got my key, I made my way to the room. Sarah and I hadn't spoken since we'd arrived, but I could feel her presence lingering in the background. As I walked into the room, she was already in there, placing her bag down and going through her things. She didn't seem to notice how tense I felt. I tried to keep it cool, but when she turned to me and said, "So, I hope you're okay with a bit of noise. I love to unwind with some music," and I don't mind keeping it on. I felt my stomach drop. This was exactly what I'd been worried about. How was I supposed to get any rest with someone blaring music in the background? I tried to brush it off, hoping maybe she was just trying to be friendly, but I could already tell that we weren't going to mesh well in this situation. I just wanted to have some quiet time to decompress, but now it felt like I was walking on eggshells. I didn't want to be the person who complained, but I also didn't want to spend the next 3 days feeling like a prisoner in my own room. That night, after we'd been there for a few hours, it all came to a head. Sarah had been on her phone non-stop since we'd gotten in, texting, calling, and laughing loudly with whoever was on the other end. I tried to sleep, but it was impossible. After a while, I couldn't take it anymore. I told her I needed quiet to get some sleep and asked if she could keep it down. She apologized, but then without missing a beat, she just lowered her voice a little and continued. She clearly didn't understand the severity of the situation. By the time she finished her phone call at 2 am, I was beyond frustrated. I had barely gotten any sleep, and now I was wide awake, trying to figure out how I was going to make it through the rest of the retreat. I couldn't keep pretending that everything was fine. This was affecting me more than I'd anticipated, and I didn't know how much longer I could handle it. The next day, I couldn't shake the exhaustion. I was irritated and on edge, and the team building activities didn't help. I just wanted to be alone and rest, but there was no chance of that happening. Sarah was always in the middle of everything, always talking and interrupting people. I could feel my patience wearing thin. The idea of spending the rest of the weekend like this made me want to pull my hair out. I knew I had to do something. I wasn't going to make it through the weekend without a change. But what could I do? I was stuck. The next day, I woke up exhausted. I barely slept through the night thanks to Sarah's loud phone calls and music. I tried to hold it together, but I felt like I was on the edge of a breakdown. It wasn't just the lack of sleep, though. The entire vibe of the retreat was off for me now. I just wanted to escape, but I couldn't. It wasn't an option to just leave, and I wasn't about to admit defeat in front of everyone. So I kept pushing through, even though I felt like I was slowly losing my mind. The first activity of the day was some icebreaker exercise that everyone was supposed to participate in. I was already drained, but I tried to go along with it. I kept my head down and focused on getting through the day. Of course, Sarah was all over the place. She was talking to everyone, laughing loudly, and making jokes. It didn't help that she kept drawing attention to herself. I found myself getting irritated at the smallest things, her constant interruptions, the way she kept sidling up to me and asking if I was okay. I wasn't okay. I hadn't slept. And I was stuck in this situation with no escape. When the group broke for lunch, I took the opportunity to step outside. I needed some fresh air, even if it was only for a few minutes. I found a quiet corner on the property and sat down, trying to collect my thoughts. I had a headache that wouldn't go away, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was slowly losing control of my emotions. As I was sitting there, trying to center myself, I saw Sarah walking over with a group of people. She was talking loudly about something, and I could feel my frustration rising again. It was like she didn't know how to be quiet or calm down. I just wanted to get through the retreat without making a scene, but it was becoming harder and harder. I decided to take a few minutes to myself. I walked away from the group and into the main building, hoping to find some peace. But when I got back to the room, Sarah was already there, sprawled across the bed, on her phone again. This time, she was FaceTiming someone, and she was speaking so loudly that I could hear the conversation clear as day. It was like she had no concept of the fact that I was right there, trying to relax and get a break from the chaos. I was so fed up at that point that I couldn't stay quiet anymore. I told her I needed some silence, that I needed to be able to unwind. Sarah didn't seem to get the gravity of the situation. She apologized half-heartedly, but then went right back to chatting. I felt like I was trapped in this endless cycle. Every time I tried to voice a need, it was met with her dismissive attitude. It was becoming clear that she didn't care about my boundaries. I tried to stay calm, but the longer I was in the room, the more I felt my frustration boiling over. It wasn't just about the noise anymore, it was about feeling disrespected, like my needs didn't matter. I had worked hard to get to this point in my career, and I'd earned the right to have some personal space. But here I was, stuck with someone who didn't seem to understand that. By the time we got to the evening activities, I was mentally drained. Sarah was still bouncing around, constantly talking to people, interrupting conversations, and laughing loudly. I couldn't take it anymore. I found myself getting increasingly irritable. I just wanted to be alone. I needed to recharge, but that wasn't going to happen here. I tried to focus on the team building exercises, but every time Sarah opened her mouth, I could feel my patience wearing thinner and thinner. It became clear that I wasn't going to survive the weekend unless something changed. I couldn't keep pretending that everything was fine. I needed a solution, and I needed it fast. The more I tried to stay composed, the more I realized that the situation was only getting worse. I wasn't getting any sleep, and I wasn't able to focus on the activities. I was just trying to get through the day without completely losing it. By the second night, I was barely functioning. Sarah was still talking loudly on her phone, and when I asked her to keep it down again, she just shrugged it off like it wasn't a big deal. That's when I snapped. I couldn't keep pretending that I was okay. I told her, as calmly as I could, that I couldn't stay in the room with her anymore. I told her I needed some peace, and that I was going to talk to my manager. She looked at me like I was crazy, but I didn't care. At that point, I was beyond the point of caring what she thought. I walked down to the main building to find my manager. I was hoping that maybe, just maybe, she would understand my frustration. I explained the situation, how I hadn't gotten any sleep, how I was struggling to focus on the activities, and how I needed to have some space. I expected her to be sympathetic, to at least offer me some sort of solution. But instead, she looked at me like I was the problem. She said that it was part of the retreat experience to share a room, that it was meant to be a team-building exercise, and that I needed to try to make it work. I tried to explain that I had tried to make it work, but it just wasn't happening. She wasn't having it. She said that it wasn't possible to switch rooms at this point, and that I just needed to tough it out. It felt like she was dismissing my feelings, telling me that my needs didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I felt completely defeated. It wasn't just the lack of sleep, it was the fact that no one seemed to care about my boundaries. I was expected to put up with an uncomfortable situation for the sake of the retreat, but no one was considering my mental and emotional well-being. I left the meeting feeling frustrated and drained. I was stuck. There was no way out of this, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could last. I wanted to pack up and leave, but that didn't feel like an option either. I had already voiced my concerns, and now it felt like I had no choice but to endure it. The weekend felt like it was stretching on forever, and I couldn't see an end in sight. The next day, I was at my breaking point. Every time I looked at Sarah, I felt my frustration bubbling up again. She didn't seem to understand how much she was wearing me down. It felt like I was invisible, like my needs didn't matter. I couldn't keep pretending that I was fine, but I also didn't want to make a scene in front of the whole team. The longer this went on, the more I realized I couldn't go on like this for much longer. I knew I had to do something drastic, but I wasn't sure what that was yet. I couldn't just keep taking it, but I also didn't want to be the one to ruin the retreat for everyone else. So, I decided to keep pushing forward for the time being, but I was running out of patience. I could feel the tension building, and I knew that it wouldn't be long before something had to give. By the third day of the retreat, I was at my breaking point. Every minute felt like a lifetime. I was exhausted from lack of sleep, and the constant noise and distractions from Sarah were unbearable. I was trying to focus on the activities and at least make a good impression, but it was becoming more and more difficult. I had a headache that wouldn't go away, and I could feel my nerves fraying. The stress from the situation was becoming overwhelming, and I couldn't pretend anymore that everything was fine. The retreat was supposed to help us build stronger connections as a team, but all it was doing for me was driving me further away from everyone. I just wanted to escape. I had tried to make the best of it, tried to push through, but it wasn't working. The worst part was that it wasn't just Sarah's behavior that was getting to me. It was the entire situation, the fact that my manager and the rest of the team seemed to think I should just put up with it, that I should just suck it up and go along with the flow. My needs didn't matter, and that was something I wasn't okay with. That morning, I woke up and immediately regretted not leaving the night before. Sarah was already awake, and of course, she was on her phone, talking loudly. I could feel my patience wearing thin. I tried to ignore it, but the more I tried to focus on anything else, the more I felt like I was losing control of the situation. I didn't want to make a scene, but I couldn't just stay in this room anymore. I walked out of the room and went to the main building to try and find some quiet. I didn't want to deal with Sarah anymore. I needed a moment to myself, a chance to breathe. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I couldn't continue this way. I started walking around the resort, trying to clear my head, but it didn't help. The whole place felt suffocating. Every time I walked past someone, I could hear their voices, their laughter, and it only reminded me of how much I wanted out of this situation. I just wanted peace. I went back to the room and tried to get through the day. At this point, I was barely even participating in the group activities. I was there physically, but mentally, I was checked out. It was hard to focus on anything when all I could think about was how uncomfortable I felt. I could tell that Sarah was noticing that I was distant, but I wasn't about to explain myself to her. She was the last person I wanted to talk to right now. It was during the afternoon session that I finally reached my limit. We were doing an activity where everyone was supposed to pair up and work together. Of course, I was paired with Sarah. She was all over the place, talking to everyone, laughing loudly, and making jokes. I couldn't take it anymore. My frustration was building to a point where I felt like I was about to snap. When the activity finally ended, I excused myself and went to find my manager. I needed to talk to her. I needed to let her know how I was feeling, how much I was struggling. I couldn't keep pretending that everything was fine. I walked into her office, and before I could even say anything, she looked up at me and said, "Is everything okay? You seem a little off today." I didn't even try to hide it. I told her everything: how I hadn't slept, how Sarah's behavior was wearing me down, and how I just couldn't handle being in the room with her anymore. I explained that I needed personal space, that I couldn't continue like this. I told her that I had tried to make the best of it, but I was at my breaking point. She listened to me, but her response was the same as it had been before. "You need to try to make this work. It's part of the retreat experience. You're here to bond with your team, and that means being with them in close quarters. I understand that you're feeling frustrated, but this is something you need to push through." I tried to stay calm, but I could feel my blood boiling. I had voiced my concerns, and now it felt like no one was listening. My needs didn't matter, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could take it. But there was no way I was going to stay in the room with Sarah another night. I couldn't do it. It wasn't just about the noise anymore, it was about the complete lack of respect for my personal space. In that moment, I made a decision. I told my manager that I couldn't stay. I explained that I was going to leave the retreat and find somewhere else to stay. She was surprised, but she didn't argue. I guess she could see that I was at my limit. I wasn't going to force myself to stay in a situation that was making me miserable. I didn't even wait for her response. I packed my things and left the resort. I found a guest house nearby and paid for the room out of my own pocket. It was a small expense, but it was worth it to get away from the chaos. I was finally able to get some sleep that night, and for the first time in days, I felt a little bit of peace. The next day, I received a message from one of my coworkers. They asked where I was, and when I told them I had left the retreat, they seemed confused. I didn't explain myself. I didn't owe anyone an explanation. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how much I was starting to feel like an outsider in my own team. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing by leaving, but I couldn't stay any longer. It felt like I had reached a point where I had to prioritize my own well-being, even if it meant going against what everyone else was doing. The rest of the team continued with the retreat, and I spent the next couple of days in the guest house trying to recover. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being judged. I didn't want to be the person who ruined the retreat for everyone, but it felt like I didn't have a choice. I had tried to make it work, and it just wasn't happening. Now, I had to face the fallout when I got back. When I returned to work, things were awkward. Some people were supportive, telling me they understood why I left. But others, including my manager, seemed to think I was overreacting. They told me I should have just toughed it out. I didn't know what to think anymore. I felt like I was caught between two sides, one that understood my need for space, and one that saw me as the person who ruined the retreat. Am I the asshole for refusing to share my hotel room with a coworker during a company retreat and paying for my own room instead? Story 15. AITA for not attending my sister's wedding because I was uninvited due to my relationship status. I'm Sarah, 29, and for the past 3 years, I've been in a committed relationship with Rachel, my girlfriend. Things between us are great, no big drama. Just two people building a life together. We live in an apartment in the city, both working full-time jobs. But what should have been a happy time in my life, sharing my love and happiness with the people closest to me, has turned into a nightmare, especially with my sister, Emma, 32. Emma and I have always had a complicated relationship. Growing up, we were close, but there was always a difference between us. I was always the one who'd push back when it came to expectations or rules, while Emma was the more traditional, rule-abiding type. It didn't help that she was always the golden child in the family, the one who did everything by the book. And I wasn't exactly the book type. Still, we got along, for the most part. But everything changed when I came out to her a few years ago. When I told Emma about Rachel and me, her reaction wasn't exactly welcoming. She didn't flat out reject me, but she definitely didn't approve. She asked me all sorts of uncomfortable questions, made passive-aggressive comments about my life choices, and even implied that I was confused and going through a phase. It hurt, but I figured it would pass. I figured that with time, she would come to accept Rachel and me. But I was wrong. When Emma got engaged to James about a year ago, I was genuinely happy for her. I thought it would be a new chapter, one where we could bond over wedding planning, where she would accept that Rachel was a permanent part of my life, and we could all get along. I wanted to be part of her big day, to show her that despite our differences, I supported her. But over time, I started to notice little things that started to make me uncomfortable. She'd ask about Rachel, and whenever I mentioned anything positive, she'd go quiet or change the subject. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she was just focused on her wedding. But I should have known it was more than that. The first real sign something was wrong came a couple of months ago. Emma called me and asked me to meet up to talk about the wedding. I thought it would be about details, flower arrangements, the guest list, things like that. But no. She started by saying how much she wanted my support on her big day, which was nice. But then it took a turn. She told me she didn't want Rachel there. She said, "It's just a family event, Sarah. I don't think it's the right time for your relationship to be there." At first, I thought I had misheard her. I asked if she meant that Rachel couldn't be at the wedding because of some logistical thing. But she said no. It was just not appropriate for her to be there. I was floored. I asked her why. I didn't understand. I had been at her bachelorette party. We'd spent holidays together. And now she was telling me I couldn't bring Rachel to her wedding. She said that Rachel and I being together was too much for her family. and that she didn't want to deal with the judgment. I felt like I had been slapped in the face. It wasn't just the wedding invitation. It was the fact that Emma didn't want to acknowledge Rachel as part of my life, as if our relationship was something to be ashamed of. I tried to stay calm, but I felt betrayed. I told Emma that I couldn't just leave Rachel behind like she was some kind of side note in my life. She was my girlfriend, my partner, and I wasn't going to hide that. I told her that if I was going to come to the wedding, Rachel had to come too. It wasn't negotiable. She paused for a moment, and then her tone shifted. It was colder. She told me that if Rachel wasn't invited, then I wasn't either. The words hit me like a punch in the gut. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She wasn't just saying I had to choose between Rachel and her wedding. She was telling me that I was welcome to stay away if I didn't want to do what she wanted. The thing is, Emma and I have had our disagreements over the years, but we've always been close. I've always been there for her, whether it was through her breakups, her new job, or when she was struggling with her own life decisions. I've supported her through everything. And now she was telling me that because I was in a relationship she didn't like, I couldn't be there for her on her most important day. I tried to explain. I asked if we could compromise, if there was a way for me to still be there without causing problems. I said Rachel didn't have to be a part of the whole ceremony, but I just couldn't come without her. Emma didn't care. She told me I was being selfish, that I was ruining everything, and that I didn't deserve to be in her life if I couldn't respect her wishes. I sat there in silence for what felt like hours, trying to figure out what to do. My emotions were all over the place. I wanted to be there for Emma, but I couldn't understand how she could be so dismissive of my relationship with Rachel. It wasn't like I was asking her to change her wedding plans for me. I was asking for basic respect. How was that so difficult for her to understand? But in the end, I realized there was no way we were going to see eye to eye on this. She wasn't going to change, and neither was I. I hung up the phone and tried to think about what came next. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. I couldn't go to her wedding. It wasn't just about the wedding anymore. It was about how Emma viewed me and my relationship. And if she couldn't accept that Rachel was a part of my life, then maybe I wasn't welcome in hers. I told Rachel what happened, and she was understandably upset. She said I should do whatever I needed to do, but I couldn't shake the guilt. I didn't want to miss Emma's wedding. She was my sister, and I had imagined being there for her since I was a little girl. But I wasn't going to stand by and let Emma dictate who I could and couldn't love. This wasn't just about a wedding. This was about a pattern of behavior that Emma had been displaying for years now. I realized that by asking me to choose between her and Rachel, she was making it clear that our relationship meant nothing to her. So, I made the decision. I wasn't going to attend her wedding. It broke my heart, but I knew it was the right thing to do. The days leading up to the wedding were a blur. I told my parents what had happened, but their reaction was nothing like I expected. They didn't take my side, nor did they take Emma's. Instead, they told me that I should just go to the wedding alone. They said it wasn't about Rachel, it was about family, and that I should make peace with Emma. But I couldn't. I couldn't just pretend that everything was fine when it wasn't. Rachel was my family too. I felt like I was losing both of them. I kept thinking about Emma's words, how she told me I was ruining everything. And I started to wonder, was I being selfish? Had I gone too far? I couldn't shake the doubt. In the end, I knew I had to stand by my decision, but the guilt kept creeping in. I wasn't sure if this was something I'd ever be able to repair. After I made the decision not to attend Emma's wedding, I thought that would be the hardest part. But that was just the beginning of a whole new set of challenges. What followed was a whirlwind of emotions and interactions that only made things more complicated. It wasn't long before my phone started buzzing nonstop. Family members started reaching out, asking if I was going to Emma's wedding. I tried to avoid the conversations at first, But when it became clear that people were starting to notice I wasn't on the guest list, I knew I had to address it. My mom was the first to message me, and honestly, I wasn't sure how to handle her reaction. She was upset, but not in the way I expected. I thought she would side with me, at least partially. Instead, she told me that she understood why I was upset, but that I should reconsider going to the wedding, even without Rachel. It's family, Sarah, she said. It's not about Rachel, it's about Emma. This is a huge day for her. You can't just walk away from that. I told her that it wasn't just about me and Emma anymore. It was about me being true to myself and my relationship. Rachel wasn't some side thing in my life that I could just hide for the day. My mom was quiet for a while before replying, but she didn't seem to get it. She said that sometimes we have to sacrifice a little for the family. She suggested I go alone and just put up with it. But I couldn't. I couldn't sit there, alone, pretending everything was fine. I wasn't about to be part of a family event where I had to choose between my sister and my girlfriend. I felt like I was being asked to erase a part of who I was, and I wasn't willing to do that, not for anyone. Meanwhile, Emma's reactions got more intense. She started sending me long texts, accusing me of ruining everything. She said I was selfish, that I was being manipulative, and that I was making a huge mistake by choosing Rachel over her. Every time I read one of those messages, I felt a pit in my stomach. Emma wasn't just angry, she was hurt, and it was a hurt that I couldn't fix. I reached out to a couple of friends, trying to talk it through, but honestly, it just made me feel worse. They all told me I had every right to stand by my relationship, but deep down, I still felt guilty. I didn't want to lose Emma, but I also didn't want to lose myself or Rachel in the process. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My mind was all over the place. Should I have compromised? Should I have attended the wedding even without Rachel? I thought about it every day, running the scenario over and over in my head. I kept thinking, maybe I could just show up for Emma, put on a brave face, and pretend that everything was fine. But I knew deep down I couldn't do that. It wasn't fair to Rachel, and it wasn't fair to me. I thought about trying to talk to Emma again, trying to explain, but every time I considered it, I stopped myself. It felt like we were so far apart that no amount of talking would make a difference. She had made her mind up, and so had I. I didn't think there was anything left to say. Then came the family meeting. It wasn't anything formal, just a dinner at my parents' house where everyone was going to be there. My mom insisted that I come, saying that we needed to talk things through as a family. I didn't want to go, but I also didn't want to look like the one refusing to make things work. So, reluctantly, I agreed. When I walked into my parents' house that night, I could feel the tension in the air. Emma was sitting at the kitchen table with James, and my parents were already there. There was a coldness between Emma and me that was hard to ignore. I didn't know what to expect, but it was clear this wasn't going to be a peaceful discussion. I sat down at the table, and Emma didn't say anything at first. She just stared at me, looking hurt and frustrated. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I was already dreading what was coming. Finally, after a long silence, Emma spoke. She asked me why I was being so difficult, why I couldn't just accept that this wedding was important to her. I told her that I wasn't trying to make it difficult. I was just trying to be true to myself. I explained again that I couldn't attend without Rachel. I tried to stay calm, but inside, I was falling apart. Emma's response was immediate and harsh. She told me that I was being selfish and that I was letting my personal life get in the way of family. She accused me of making everything about me and Rachel and not considering how this was affecting her. She said that if I loved her, I would put my relationship aside and be there for her on her wedding day. I felt like she was missing the point entirely. It wasn't about putting my relationship aside. It was about her accepting my life, accepting Rachel. But Emma wasn't willing to see that. She couldn't or wouldn't understand. And as much as I tried to explain, it was like speaking to a brick wall. The rest of the dinner was tense and uncomfortable. I couldn't even look at Emma without feeling this deep ache in my chest. I wanted to scream, to throw my hands up and walk out. But I stayed. I sat there, listening to her tell me how disappointed she was in me, how I was ruining our relationship, how I was making a huge mistake. After a while, I excused myself. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed space to breathe. I went upstairs to my room, shut the door, and sat down on the bed. I tried to hold back tears, but they came anyway. I felt like I was losing everything, like I was being torn in two. On one side was Rachel, the woman I loved, the person who had stood by me through everything, and on the other was Emma, my sister, who couldn't accept that part of my life. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually, my mom came upstairs. She knocked lightly before opening the door. She didn't say anything right away, just sat next to me on the bed. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't feel like she understood either. She told me I was being too stubborn, that I needed to think about the long-term consequences of my actions. She said that if I didn't go to the wedding, it would be a decision I'd regret for the rest of my life. I didn't argue with her, but I didn't agree with her either. I knew the decision wasn't going to be easy, and I knew that the fallout would last long after the wedding was over. But what choice did I have? I couldn't just erase part of who I was for the sake of family. When I left my parents' house that night, I felt worse than I had before. It felt like I had lost everything in one evening. Rachel was there for me, of course, but even with her support, I felt the weight of the decision settling in. Would I be able to fix things with Emma? Could we ever go back to being the sisters we once were? I wasn't sure anymore. The wedding was getting closer, and I was still no closer to a resolution. The distance between me and Emma seemed impossible to bridge. As the days passed, I couldn't help but wonder if I had made the right choice, or if I had just burned a bridge I could never rebuild. The closer the wedding got, the more I realized that I was losing something that I wasn't sure I could ever get back. I kept replaying the conversations in my mind, wondering if I could have said something differently, or if I had handled things wrong. But deep down, I knew this wasn't just about a wedding. It was about how Emma had treated me and Rachel. It was about respect or the lack of it. Days passed, and I kept getting messages from relatives, from friends, from people who had been invited to the wedding. They all seemed confused, asking why I wasn't going. Some were concerned, others were just curious. It felt like everyone had an opinion on what I should do, but no one seemed to understand where I was coming from. It wasn't about the wedding itself. It was about what my sister was asking me to do, and what she wasn't willing to accept. I found myself crying more than I wanted to admit. I hated how this was playing out. It felt like a nightmare. I wanted to fix things with Emma, but at the same time, I didn't want to betray Rachel. I kept thinking that if I could just explain myself one more time, maybe Emma would understand. But with every attempt to reach out, I felt like I was just digging the hole deeper. She was still angry, still convinced I was ruining everything. It was hard not to internalize that, even though I knew it wasn't true. There were days when I thought maybe I should give in. Maybe I should go to the wedding alone, just to make peace with my family, just to avoid the rift that was forming. But when I thought about sitting there, pretending Rachel didn't exist, it felt wrong. I couldn't live with that. I had already made my choice. I wasn't going to let Emma's refusal to accept my relationship change who I was, even if that meant losing her. I wasn't sure if I could ever forgive her for making me feel like this, for making me choose between her and Rachel. But still, I wondered if I was doing the right thing. The tension in our family was palpable. My parents were caught in the middle, not knowing what to do or say. They kept telling me that Emma was just stressed about the wedding, and that she didn't mean what she said. But they also told me that family was everything, and that I shouldn't let a disagreement tear us apart. They wanted me to let it go, to put the wedding above everything else. But how could I? How could I pretend that things weren't as complicated as they were? The day before the wedding, I got a message from Emma. It was short, but it stung just as much as the rest of her words. She told me that I had made my decision, and she had made hers. She said that I wasn't welcome at her wedding, and that I shouldn't bother showing up. She told me that I had lost her, and she didn't know if she'd ever forgive me. It felt like a slap in the face, even though I knew it was coming. I read that message over and over, trying to figure out if it was real. She wasn't just angry. She was done. Rachel was there, of course. She could tell how much it hurt. She told me that I had to stop second-guessing myself, that I made the right decision, and that we would be okay. But it didn't make it any easier. I still loved my sister, and I still wanted to be there for her. I didn't want to lose her, even though it felt like I already had. And maybe I had lost her. Maybe this was the end of that chapter in my life. The wedding day arrived, and I didn't even know what to do with myself. Rachel and I stayed at home, watching TV and trying to distract ourselves. Every time my phone buzzed, I felt a pang in my chest. It was like I was constantly reminded of what I was missing. The guilt was overwhelming. I couldn't help but wonder if I made a huge mistake. Was this really worth it? Was I making a decision that would haunt me forever? But the more I thought about it, the more I knew there was no going back. I couldn't just pretend that everything was fine when it wasn't. I tried to reach out to Emma one last time, but she ignored my messages. She was done. My heart broke all over again. I knew I was doing the right thing by standing up for myself and my relationship, but it didn't feel right. Nothing about this situation felt right. Rachel was supportive, but I could see the pain in her eyes, too. She had seen what my family was doing to me, and she hated it. She knew I was torn up about Emma, but she also knew that I couldn't be part of a family that couldn't accept us. I kept thinking about the things Emma had said, how she'd accused me of choosing Rachel over her. But what did that even mean? Why was I being asked to choose between the people I loved? Why wasn't that a choice Emma had to make, too? As the evening wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was losing something more than just a wedding. I was losing the idea of what family meant. I was losing a connection that had been there my whole life, and I wasn't sure if I could ever get it back. The next morning, I woke up to another message from Emma's side of the family. They told me they were sorry I wasn't there, and that they missed me. It was a reminder of what I had missed out on. But no matter how much it hurt, I knew I couldn't go back. It felt like the door was shut, and all I had left were the memories of a relationship that was no longer the same. I'm still struggling with it all. I still wonder if I made the right call. Could I have fixed things with Emma? Could we have found a way to make it work without losing each other? I don't know. All I know is that I had to choose my own happiness, even if it meant losing her. I just hope that someday she'll see that it wasn't about Rachel or the wedding, it was about respect. But for now, I don't know what happens next. Story 16. Am I the asshole for telling my sister she shouldn't have married my ex? I, Megan, 29, have been dealing with a lot of issues with my sister Rachel, 32, and my ex, Luke, 30. The thing is, Luke and I broke up 2 years ago after a 6-year relationship. And while I thought I was moving on, I've had a harder time than I care to admit. I didn't expect it to be easy, but I was coping. I had a decent job as a graphic designer, a nice apartment, and I was seeing someone new. I thought I was doing okay, that is, until I found out that Rachel and Luke had started dating. I should back up a little. Luke and I broke up for a lot of reasons: miscommunication, growing apart, the usual. It wasn't one of those dramatic breakups, but it still hit me hard. We had spent so many years together, and I thought I'd be with him forever. It was the kind of breakup that didn't involve shouting or throwing things, but instead, a lot of long nights and crying quietly. Rachel, my older sister, was there for me during the breakup. She was supportive in the way she always was, listening when I needed to vent and offering advice. Or at least, I thought she was being supportive. That's the part that hurts the most now. What I didn't know, what none of us knew at the time, was that Rachel was spending a lot of time with Luke during that period. She said it was just to help him through the breakup, to make sure he was okay. I had no reason to doubt her. I never thought anything was weird about it, and I never questioned her motives. Fast forward a few months. I was starting to pick up the pieces of my life. I'd gone out with friends, started dating casually again, and had even signed up for some cooking classes. Things were finally starting to feel like they could be normal again. Then, Rachel casually dropped it in conversation that she and Luke were seeing each other. I froze. I think I laughed, nervously at first, thinking she was joking. I mean, it didn't make sense, right? My ex, the one I had just broken up with, the one I had loved for years, he was now dating my sister. I tried to play it cool, but inside, I felt like I'd been kicked in the chest. Rachel told me they'd been talking for a while, that it had been building up since our breakup, and that it just happened. She told me she hadn't meant for it to happen like this, that she wasn't trying to hurt me. But I couldn't help but feel betrayed. It felt like they had been playing a game behind my back, and I was the last person to know about it. I remember how I felt in that moment, shocked, betrayed, and honestly, so angry. I tried to keep my calm, but my heart was racing, and my stomach was in knots. I was hearing this news for the first time, and my sister was talking about it like it was no big deal, like I should just accept it, like I should just be okay with it. I think part of me tried to convince myself that it wasn't as bad as it seemed. After all, it had been months since Luke and I broke up. He wasn't mine anymore. But the other part of me felt completely disregarded. My sister and Luke, two people I loved, had been hiding this from me for months. I didn't even get a heads up before I heard it from her. I spent the rest of the evening pretending to be fine, but inside, I felt like I was falling apart. After the dinner, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept replaying everything over and over in my head, trying to make sense of it. Did I miss something? Were there signs I didn't see? How long had this been going on? Why didn't Rachel tell me sooner? It was the secrecy that hurt the most. Rachel and Luke had been seeing each other for almost a year, and I hadn't known anything about it. Not a word. Not even a hint. I realized then that they had been careful to shield me from the truth, as though I was a child who couldn't handle it. I didn't know if I should be angry with Luke, with Rachel, or with both of them. I just knew that I felt like my sister had betrayed me in the worst possible way. The more I thought about it, the more I started to question everything. Was Rachel always this manipulative? Had I missed it before? Why didn't she respect me enough to at least have a conversation about this? She could have told me, and I could have processed it in my own time. Instead, she kept it a secret until she couldn't anymore. Now, she was getting married to Luke. I was expected to be a bridesmaid, to stand by her side and smile as if nothing had happened. But how could I do that? How could I support a marriage between my ex and my sister? It didn't feel right. A couple of days after our dinner, Rachel reached out to me. She asked if we could talk. I didn't want to, but I agreed anyway. She said she wanted to clear the air. Part of me was hoping she'd finally get it, that she'd understand how much she'd hurt me. But the other part of me was already so angry that I didn't know if I could have a calm conversation with her. We met up at a coffee shop the next day. Rachel looked like she had rehearsed what she was going to say, her usual calm, composed self. She apologized for not telling me sooner. But the apology felt rehearsed, not genuine. She said she never meant to hurt me. But how could she not know that this would hurt me? How could she think that I would be okay with her dating my ex, the one I'd spent years with? I didn't want to hear the excuses. She told me that Luke and she had been talking for months before they even made it official. It had been a slow progression, she said. But that didn't change the fact that they had been lying to me for so long. It didn't change how I felt like I had been left in the dark. I had trusted Rachel. And now, she was married to the man who was once mine. Rachel told me that I was overreacting. She said I had to move on, that I couldn't keep holding on to the past. I should be happy for her, she said. Luke and I weren't together anymore, so why couldn't I let them be happy? It wasn't just about moving on, it was about feeling betrayed by both of them. It was about not knowing where the boundaries were. Rachel said I was selfish, that I wasn't giving her a chance to live her life the way she wanted to. But what about me? Wasn't my life being trampled on in the process? I told her that I couldn't be a bridesmaid. I didn't want to pretend like everything was fine. I didn't want to stand at the altar, watching her marry Luke, when I was still struggling with the hurt and anger. I couldn't keep up the act. Rachel didn't take it well. She said I was being childish, that I should get over it. But I couldn't. I didn't want to be part of this new reality. It felt like everything I had worked through was suddenly invalidated. The more Rachel talked, the more defensive she became. She kept saying I was just angry, that in time, I'd see how happy they were. But all I could see was that my sister had crossed a line. And maybe, just maybe, I had a right to be angry. By the time I left that conversation, I was exhausted. But nothing had changed. I wasn't ready to forgive Rachel or Luke, and I wasn't sure I ever would be. It wasn't just about them being in love, it was about the way they had gone about it, the secrecy, and the disregard for my feelings. I went home that night, feeling more isolated than ever. I thought about the wedding. My family was expecting me to show up, to smile, to be the supportive sister. But how could I? How could I pretend everything was okay when I was feeling like this? Everything came to a head when I got another call from Rachel. She was upset about my decision not to be in the wedding. She said I was making everything about myself, that I was ruining things. But I couldn't back down. I couldn't let them make me feel small, like I didn't have a right to my feelings. I needed to stand my ground, even if it meant causing a scene. I don't know where this leaves me now. Maybe I am being too sensitive. Maybe I'm overreacting. But I don't think I am. I'm just tired of feeling like my feelings don't matter. I don't know what to do next. All I know is I can't pretend this isn't a betrayal. And now, I'm stuck trying to figure out if I'm the asshole for standing up for myself. A couple of days after I told Rachel I couldn't be a part of the wedding, she reached out to me again. I hadn't expected to hear from her so soon, but she texted me, asking if we could talk in person. I didn't want to, but something told me I needed to get this over with. I was already pretty sure I couldn't forgive her for what she'd done. But maybe, just maybe, we could come to some kind of understanding. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop. I was already on edge the moment I walked in. Rachel was sitting at a corner table, looking calm as usual. She didn't seem mad or upset, just composed, like everything was fine. I, on the other hand, could barely sit still. I wasn't sure what I was expecting from this conversation, but I knew that whatever happened, it wasn't going to be easy. She started by apologizing, but the apology didn't feel real. It wasn't that she didn't sound sincere. It was just that the more I listened, the more I realized she didn't really understand why I was so upset. She said she didn't mean to hurt me, that she had been dealing with her own feelings about Luke for a long time, and that it just happened between them. She didn't think I'd take it this hard, but how could she not? We had been through so much together. How could she not see that this would hurt me? I listened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was only apologizing because she had to. She wasn't really apologizing for what she'd done. She was apologizing because I was upset. There was a difference, and it stung. She didn't seem to fully grasp what was going on inside of me. Maybe she was trying to make it sound like it was all just an accident. But it wasn't. It wasn't an accident that they'd kept this relationship a secret for so long. It wasn't an accident that I had to find out this way. She told me that she never meant for it to come between us. But how could it not? She was marrying my ex. How could I just let that slide? I told her that I couldn't be a part of the wedding. I couldn't pretend like everything was fine. I wasn't sure how to put it into words, but I told her that I felt betrayed. She didn't take it well. She said I was being overdramatic, that I was making this all about me when she and Luke were in love. She told me that I had to move on, that I needed to get past my feelings because this wasn't about me anymore. It was about her and Luke. And I tried. God, I tried to understand where she was coming from. But every time I heard her say things like that, it only made me more upset. It was as if she couldn't see beyond her own happiness. She said she needed to do what was best for her, and I couldn't blame her for that. But I couldn't help but feel like she was disregarding everything I was going through. She told me I was holding on to the past, that I couldn't keep blaming them for something that had already happened. But it wasn't just about the past, it was about the present. It was about how they had treated me, how they'd kept this huge secret from me, how they hadn't even bothered to tell me they were dating until they were engaged. And now I was expected to stand there at their wedding and pretend that everything was okay. Rachel said she needed me to be a part of her life, that she couldn't imagine getting married without me there. But how could I? How could I stand by her side and watch her marry the man I once loved, the man I thought would be mine forever? How could I sit there and cheer them on when inside I was dying from the pain? I tried to explain this to her, but she didn't seem to get it. She was still focused on her own feelings, on the fact that she was in love with Luke. She said I was selfish, that I was making this about me when it should be about them. She said I had no right to hold on to these feelings, that I should just let go. And that's when I snapped. I don't even know what came over me. The words just tumbled out, and once they did, there was no taking them back. I told her that I couldn't support her getting married to Luke. I told her she was wrong for marrying my ex. I told her that I couldn't pretend everything was fine, that I couldn't act like this was normal. I was furious, and it was like everything I had been holding back for so long just spilled out. Rachel was stunned. She looked like I had slapped her. She didn't say anything for a while, just stared at me, like she was processing what I had just said. Then she started to cry. I didn't want to hurt her, but at the same time, I couldn't help it. I was hurting too. She said that I was making everything so much harder than it had to be, that I was being unfair. She said she had never meant to hurt me, but I didn't know if I could believe her. How could she not have known? How could she not have seen how much this was going to affect me? She kept saying that she was sorry, but her apology felt empty. She wasn't sorry for what she'd done. She was sorry that I was upset. At that point, I didn't know what else to say. We sat there for a while in silence, neither of us knowing how to move forward. Rachel wiped her eyes and told me that she still wanted me to be in the wedding, that she still wanted me to be part of her life. But how could I? How could I stand there and watch her marry the man I had spent so many years with? How could I stand by her side when all I felt was betrayal? I didn't have an answer. I didn't know what to say, so I just stood up and walked away. It felt like everything had fallen apart in that moment. I could hear her calling my name as I left, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. That night, I went home and just sat on my couch, not knowing what to do with myself. I couldn't stop thinking about the conversation. I couldn't stop thinking about how my sister had married the man I once loved, how they had kept this secret from me, how they expected me to just accept it. I was so angry, but at the same time, I felt guilty. I didn't want to hurt Rachel, but I didn't know how to make her understand. The next few days were a blur. My family started reaching out, asking why I wasn't responding to Rachel. My mom called me, asking me to reconsider. She said that this was just a phase, that I'd get over it, and that I'd be fine in time. I couldn't explain it to her, though. I couldn't tell her how much this had broken me. Rachel sent me a message too, telling me she was still upset by what happened, but that she was trying to understand where I was coming from. I didn't reply. I didn't know what to say. I was exhausted from the emotional roller coaster of it all. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I couldn't just sit back and pretend everything was okay. I couldn't let this go. I wasn't ready to forgive Rachel, and I wasn't ready to forgive Luke either. Maybe I was holding on to the past, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they had betrayed me in the worst possible way. The wedding day was fast approaching, and I was still torn. I didn't know what to do. Could I really go? Could I really show up, smile, and pretend like nothing had happened? Or was it better to just walk away entirely? I didn't know what the right answer was anymore. I just knew I couldn't do it alone. I needed someone to help me figure this out. Someone who understood what I was going through. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that there was no one else to talk to. I was completely alone in this. The days went by, and the wedding grew closer. It felt like the clock was ticking, and I still hadn't figured out what I was going to do. It felt like I was running out of time to make a decision, and all I knew was that I couldn't go on like this forever. The wedding day finally arrived, and I still hadn't made up my mind. I was running out of time, and the pressure was mounting. Everyone was expecting me to show up, to be a part of Rachel's special day. My family had been calling and texting nonstop, reminding me of the importance of this day. I didn't want to be the reason things fell apart. I didn't want to be the one who caused drama at Rachel's wedding. But at the same time, I couldn't just pretend everything was fine. How could I? How could I stand there and smile when my sister was marrying the man I had loved for so many years? The week leading up to the wedding was unbearable. Every time I picked up my phone, there was a message from Rachel asking me to come. Every time my mom called, it was to remind me that I was supposed to be there for Rachel, that this was a big moment in her life, and I shouldn't ruin it. It felt like no one was listening to me. No one was hearing how much this hurt. It was like they all thought I should just get over it and move on. I couldn't do it. I couldn't just act like nothing had happened, like my feelings didn't matter. I thought about not going to the wedding at all, but then I thought about the consequences. I thought about how much it would hurt Rachel, how much it would hurt the rest of the family. I didn't want to be the villain in this story. I didn't want them to think I was making everything about me. But how could I not? This was my life, too. This was my relationship, my love, and my heartbreak. I talked to a couple of friends, but honestly, they didn't seem to understand either. They were all telling me the same thing, that I needed to just let it go, that I should be happy for Rachel and Luke. They said I was holding on to the past, and I had to move on. But how could I? How could I just forget everything that had happened? How could I just let it slide when my sister had crossed such a huge line? Rachel had tried to reach out to me multiple times in the days before the wedding, but I hadn't responded. I didn't know what to say to her anymore. She was convinced that I would come around eventually, that I would realize that this wasn't about me. But it was. It was about me. It was about how my sister had betrayed me, and how I couldn't shake the feeling that nothing would ever be the same again. The day of the wedding arrived, and I still hadn't decided what to do. I spent the morning pacing around my apartment, trying to talk myself into going. I put on the dress I had bought for the wedding months ago, but when I looked in the mirror, I didn't recognize the person staring back at me. The person in the mirror wasn't the same person I had been before all of this happened. She was someone who had been hurt, betrayed, and broken. I didn't know if I could just put all that aside and pretend to be happy for Rachel. But I still hadn't made up my mind. I hadn't sent Rachel a message to tell her I wasn't coming, and I hadn't texted anyone to say I would. I was stuck in limbo, unable to take the first step in either direction. Eventually, I decided to go. But not to be a bridesmaid. I didn't want to be part of the wedding in that way. I would go to the ceremony and watch, but I wouldn't be in the wedding party. I wouldn't stand next to her, pretending like everything was fine. I didn't even want to walk down the aisle. I just wanted to be there as an observer, as someone who had no place in their relationship anymore. The ceremony was beautiful. I'll give Rachel that. Everything was perfect. The flowers, the venue, the guests. Rachel looked stunning in her wedding dress, and Luke looked every bit the groom. It wasn't hard to see how happy they were. but I couldn't look at them without feeling a twist in my chest. I couldn't stop thinking about how they had gotten here, about how my sister had gone behind my back and started a relationship with my ex, about how I was expected to be happy for them, expected to smile and cheer them on like I wasn't dying inside. I sat in the back row of the ceremony, trying to keep my emotions in check. I didn't want to cause a scene, but it was impossible to ignore the wave of anger and hurt that washed over me with every passing moment. Every word they exchanged, every look, every vow, it just reminded me of everything I had lost. It reminded me of how I had been replaced, how my relationship had been erased and replaced by this new one. I watched as they said their vows. Rachel was crying, and Luke was holding her hands, looking at her with such intensity that it was clear they were in love. And I really tried to be happy for them. But it didn't feel right. It felt like they were living in a reality that didn't include me, that I didn't have a place in anymore. At one point, during the vows, I could feel my emotions boiling over. I stood up and walked out of the ceremony. I wasn't sure if anyone noticed, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't stand there anymore, watching them make these promises to each other when I was still so broken from everything that had happened. I needed to get out of there. I didn't even know where I was going. I just walked out and kept walking, trying to escape from the feeling that had been suffocating me all day. I don't know how long I was gone. Maybe an hour, maybe more. I didn't even care. I just knew I couldn't go back. I couldn't go back to that church, that ceremony, that life where everything had changed. When I finally stopped walking, I found a quiet bench near the venue and just sat there. I could feel the tears building up, but I didn't let myself cry. Not yet. I wasn't ready for that. I was still processing everything in my head when I saw my phone buzz. It was a text from Rachel. She asked if I was okay. I didn't respond. What could I say? What was there to say? I couldn't explain to her what was going on inside of me. Not when she had already made it clear that she didn't understand. I couldn't go back. I knew that now. I had crossed a line. I couldn't pretend anymore, and I couldn't support their relationship the way they wanted me to. I wasn't ready to forgive Rachel, and I wasn't ready to forgive Luke either. I didn't know what to do next, but I knew I couldn't go back to the way things were before. There was no going back. I had said too much, and I had walked away. But now, sitting alone on that bench, I was wondering if I had done the right thing. Was I justified in walking away? Or had I gone too far? Was I the asshole for not being able to let go? Story 17. Am I the asshole for taking credit for my team's work because I was told to lead by my boss? I, Emma, 29, a project manager at a marketing firm, have been dealing with a lot of stress lately, especially after getting promoted to manage a campaign for a huge client. The team I oversee is made up of experienced employees who've been with the company longer than I have. And honestly, they've been doing most of the heavy lifting for this project. I've had some ideas for the campaign, sure, but they're the ones making it happen. It was only a few weeks ago that I got the promotion. I was thrilled, excited to finally be in a leadership position, to prove I could manage a big project. The client was one of the firm's largest, and we were hoping to land a long-term partnership with them. The team I inherited wasn't exactly thrilled either. There was Max, who's been with the company for 5 years and is a senior strategist, Jenna, who's a creative lead, and a couple of junior members who were still finding their footing. They all knew more than me about the specifics of the campaign. And if I'm being honest, I felt a little like I was just along for the ride, trying to keep up. When I was first introduced as the project manager, I wasn't sure how the team would respond. The dynamic was already set, and my role felt more like an extra layer rather than a leader they were looking for. I didn't expect it to be easy, but I also didn't expect to be just an observer. I would give input, but the team would always take charge. That was fine by me after all. They had experience, and I didn't want to step on anyone's toes. But then things started to change as the deadline approached. There was more pressure from upper management, more eyes on us. A week before the big presentation, I had a meeting with my boss, Greg. Greg's been with the company for a long time, and he's the kind of guy who doesn't sugarcoat things. If he tells you something, you listen. He's been pushing me hard to prove myself, but I thought that was just the usual, "you're the new manager" kind of talk. What I didn't expect was what he said next. He called me into his office and told me that the upcoming presentation was going to be a big moment for me. He said the campaign had been going well, but it was now my responsibility to present the final product. He said I needed to take charge in the presentation, to make it my own. He emphasized that this was my chance to show upper management that I could handle a high-profile client. I didn't know what to say. I had done some work on the project, sure, but the bulk of the work had been done by Max and the team. I had given some direction, made a few suggestions, but the heavy lifting wasn't on me. But Greg was insistent. He said this was the moment to step up, to make my mark. He told me that I needed to take credit for the campaign. He didn't say it outright, but it was clear he wanted me to frame the project as my project, as if I had led the whole thing. And when he said that, something clicked in my mind. This was my chance to show everyone I could lead, to show them that I wasn't just sitting back and letting the team do all the work. Maybe this was the moment that would make or break my career. At the time, it didn't seem like that big of a deal. I didn't think I was actually lying. I just needed to make it sound like I had been leading the charge. I'd done it in meetings with clients before, directing the conversation, steering things in the right direction, taking the lead when necessary. I could do this. Greg's advice made sense in the moment, so I went along with it. The day of the presentation arrived. My stomach was in knots. I hadn't prepared as much as I would have liked, but I figured I could fake it. After all, the team had done all the hard work, and I just needed to present it well. But as I stood up to present, something shifted. I started talking about the campaign in a way that I hadn't planned on. I started talking about how my vision had shaped the project, how I had brought everyone together and led them to this successful proposal. I made sure to highlight my role as the visionary behind the campaign, focusing on the decisions I made that pushed the team forward. I kept going, building myself up more than I had intended. At some point, I lost track of what was true and what wasn't. I wasn't just talking about what I had done, I was talking about everything, as if I had been the one leading from the start. My team's contributions felt like background noise in my mind as I continued. I thought about how Greg would feel. He'd be proud of me for owning the room. The client seemed pleased, and upper management was nodding approvingly. I told myself that I was doing what needed to be done, even if it didn't sit well with me. When the presentation ended, I felt a mixture of relief and unease. I had done what Greg asked, and it had worked. The client was happy, the team seemed satisfied, and upper management was impressed. But then, just as I was about to head back to my office, Max cornered me. He wasn't yelling, but his tone was sharp. He told me, point blank, that I had completely taken credit for the campaign, and that wasn't okay. He didn't care about how I presented things in front of management or the client. What mattered was that I had misrepresented the reality of the project. I had made it seem like I had been the driving force behind it all. Max, who had been leading the creative aspects of the campaign, wasn't happy. He said I had ignored the team's contributions, that I had taken the spotlight in a way that felt dishonest. I was shocked. It wasn't like I didn't know he was upset, but I hadn't expected it to blow up like this. Max said he wasn't sure how he could work with me after this, that it felt like I had thrown him under the bus for the sake of my career. He walked off, leaving me standing there, frozen. I stood there for a while, replaying the conversation in my head. Had I really done something that bad? I had been following Greg's instructions. I had been told to take the lead and show my leadership. Wasn't that what I was supposed to do? I felt the weight of Max's words, and for the first time, I started to wonder if I had crossed a line. Sure, I had contributed to the project, but I hadn't been the one doing all the work. That had been the team, and I had just stepped in front of them and claimed it as my own. The thing was, I didn't want to admit that to myself. I didn't want to face the fact that maybe I had acted in a way that was dishonest, even if I had done it for what seemed like the right reasons. I wanted to believe that I had earned this moment. I wanted to think that it was okay to take a little credit, to make myself look good. But deep down, I felt guilty, and I wasn't sure what to do about it. Later that day, Greg reached out to me. He congratulated me on the presentation and said he was pleased with how I handled everything. His words felt hollow, like a reminder that I had done what I was supposed to do, what he had told me to do. But that wasn't what I needed to hear. I didn't feel like I had earned this praise. I felt like I had taken something from my team, and I wasn't sure how to make it right. But there was nothing I could do. I couldn't exactly go back and undo what I had said in front of the client and upper management. I had made my bed, and now I had to lie in it. I just hoped that somehow things would smooth over with Max and the team. But I wasn't so sure anymore. And that was when I started to realize that I was in way over my head. After the presentation, I expected everything to calm down. I'd done what Greg asked, the client was happy, and upper management seemed impressed. But things didn't go back to normal. In fact, they got worse. Max avoided me for the rest of the day. I could tell he was pissed, but I hoped that after a little time to cool off, everything would be fine. I thought I could just keep going as if nothing had happened. But the more I saw Max, the more I felt the tension in the air. He wasn't just avoiding me, he was shutting me out. I didn't know how to fix it. The next morning, I walked into the office, trying to act like everything was fine. I needed to stay professional, focus on the next steps for the project. But the atmosphere was different. When I walked into the conference room for our team meeting, there was a noticeable chill. The team wasn't as open with me as they had been before. The usual small talk was gone, replaced by awkward silence. Jenna, who had always been friendly, now barely looked me in the eye. It wasn't just Max anymore, it felt like the entire team was distancing themselves. I tried to address it by asking everyone to focus on the next phase of the campaign. But no one seemed eager to engage. Max was silent, his arms crossed as he sat at the table. The others just nodded along but didn't contribute much. It was like I was talking to a room full of strangers. It hit me hard. I had been so focused on the presentation that I hadn't even realized how much I had alienated the team. I thought I was doing the right thing, but now I could see the damage it was causing. The next day, Max finally cornered me. It wasn't in the office, he caught me outside while I was walking to my car. He didn't yell or make a scene, but it was clear from his tone that he wasn't letting it go. He told me, point blank, that I had misrepresented the entire project. He wasn't angry at me for taking the credit in front of management, that was something he'd expected. What really bothered him was that I had made it seem like I had been the one leading the whole time. He told me that it felt like I had ignored the team's hard work, that it was like I was erasing everything they had done. He said it was disrespectful to act like I was the driving force behind it all. I tried to explain myself, but my words felt weak. I kept telling him that I was just following Greg's instructions, that I didn't want to risk losing this opportunity. I told him I had given some direction in the project, that I had worked hard on it, but Max wasn't having it. He said it wasn't just about the words I said in the presentation. It was about how I had taken the spotlight in a way that wasn't true. He told me I needed to give credit where it was due, especially to the team. I felt like the ground was slipping beneath me. I had honestly thought I was doing the right thing. I didn't realize how much it was affecting everyone else. I didn't want to lose my position or be seen as weak. But Max was right. I could see it in his eyes, he was hurt. I had never seen him like this before. He wasn't just angry. He was disappointed. And that felt worse. I tried to tell him I was sorry. I told him that I didn't mean to undermine anyone, that I had been following Greg's advice. But Max just stared at me for a long time before walking away. I don't think he even said anything else. That was the last real conversation we had. The next few days, he continued to avoid me. I could feel the distance between us growing. And it wasn't just him. I noticed Jenna and the others acting differently too. They were polite, but it wasn't the same. It felt like I had betrayed their trust, and I didn't know how to get it back. It was hard to focus on the campaign when everything else felt so tense. I kept trying to steer the team forward, but it wasn't the same. I started to question if I had made the right decision by taking credit. If I had just been honest from the beginning, maybe none of this would have happened. But now I was stuck in this mess, and I wasn't sure how to fix it. I tried to talk to Greg about it, hoping he would help me figure out what to do. But when I mentioned how Max had confronted me, he didn't seem concerned. He told me that I needed to toughen up and focus on the bigger picture. He said it was a leadership moment, that I had done what was necessary to get ahead. He didn't seem to care about the fallout with my team. His only concern was that the campaign was moving forward, and I was managing it. That was it. I left his office feeling even more lost than before. Greg's words weren't helping. I didn't know if I should keep pushing forward with the project, as if everything was fine, or if I needed to do something drastic to fix the situation with the team. I thought about apologizing to everyone, but how could I fix this without looking like I was admitting weakness? I didn't want to appear uncertain. But at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had really messed up. Max wasn't the only one who was upset. Jenna had been quiet lately, and it was clear she was uncomfortable. She wasn't rude, but her usual enthusiasm was gone. The team wasn't the same, and I knew it was because of me. It was like I had broken something, and no matter how hard I tried to fix it, it wasn't going to go back to the way it was. I was stuck with the fallout, unsure of what to do. One morning, a week after the presentation, I was walking through the office when I overheard a conversation between Jenna and one of the junior team members. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I caught a few words that made my stomach drop. Jenna was talking about the campaign, and she mentioned how Emma's just taking credit for everything, and how it was pretty obvious that the team had been the ones driving the project. My heart sank when I heard those words. I didn't know if she was just venting, or if she genuinely felt that way. But it was clear that the team's frustration wasn't going away. I walked past them, trying to act normal, but I couldn't shake what I had heard. I was losing control of the situation. I felt like I was stuck in a web I had created, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get out. I tried to talk to Jenna later that day, but she seemed distracted, distant. I didn't know if I could even fix things with her anymore. She wasn't outright hostile, but the trust was gone. Every time I thought I was getting a grip on the situation, something else happened to remind me how badly I had screwed up. I was getting more and more anxious about the project, about the team, about everything. The worst part was that I didn't know how to fix it. I wasn't sure if it was even fixable anymore. And so, I kept going, trying to hold it all together, trying to keep the project moving forward. But deep down, I was terrified that I had made a mistake I couldn't undo. I had taken the credit, and now I had to live with the consequences. I didn't know what to do next, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to break. A few days after that conversation with Jenna, I realized things weren't just strained in the office, they were deteriorating fast. Every time I walked into a room, it felt like everyone was talking behind my back. I wasn't paranoid. I could see it in their faces. The friendly office chatter had turned into whispers the second I walked by, and the silence during meetings was deafening. The team wasn't outright hostile, but they were no longer the team I had come to rely on. Max continued to avoid me, which I expected, but now Jenna and even some of the juniors were starting to act the same way. It wasn't just me, everyone had distanced themselves, and I couldn't figure out how to fix it. My attempts at small talk were met with awkward responses, and when I suggested new ideas for the next phase of the campaign, I was met with hesitation. It felt like they were just waiting for me to mess up, and I couldn't blame them. I had already messed up, and now I was dealing with the consequences. What made it worse was that I had no idea how to fix things. I kept telling myself that I needed to apologize, to somehow make things right with the team. But every time I tried to talk to Max or Jenna, I hesitated. I didn't want to admit that I had been wrong, that I had been selfish. I didn't want to look weak, but at the same time, I could feel the weight of the tension every time I walked into the office. I thought maybe I should reach out to Greg again. After all, he was the one who had told me to take charge, to take credit for the project. I wanted to hear his thoughts, to see if he had any advice on how to salvage this situation. But when I spoke to him, his response was as dismissive as always. He told me I had done what I needed to do, that it was part of the game. He didn't care about the fallout with the team. He only cared about the results. He told me not to worry about the small stuff and to focus on moving forward. The way he spoke made me feel like my concerns didn't matter. I wasn't even sure he understood what I was going through. It was after that conversation that I started to wonder if I had been too focused on doing what was expected of me. I had let Greg's advice cloud my judgment, and in doing so, I had alienated the very people I was supposed to be leading. It was easy for him to say that it was just part of the job, but he wasn't the one dealing with the fallout. He wasn't the one who had to face the team, who had to watch them turn their backs on me. One morning, about a week after everything had started to spiral, I overheard a conversation in the break room between Jenna and one of the other junior members. It wasn't supposed to be anything important, just them talking about their weekend plans. But then I caught a snippet of the conversation that made my stomach drop. Jenna mentioned how Emma's just taking credit for everything, and how it was so obvious that the team had been doing all the work. I wanted to say something, to step in and defend myself, but I couldn't. I just stood there, listening, knowing there was nothing I could do. It hit me harder than I expected. I had known that the team was upset with me, but hearing it so plainly, hearing how they viewed me as a fraud, was a wake-up call. I felt humiliated. I had been trying so hard to push forward, to keep the project on track. But now I realized that I wasn't just losing the respect of my team, I was losing my own sense of integrity. I had lied to them, and no matter how I tried to justify it to myself, I couldn't escape the fact that I had taken credit for something that wasn't entirely mine. That day, I tried to talk to Jenna, hoping to clear the air, to at least get her perspective. But when I approached her, she just gave me a polite but cold response. She didn't seem angry, just distant, like she didn't even want to engage with me. The awkwardness between us was unbearable. I could feel the tension in the air, and no matter how much I wanted to fix it, I didn't know how. How could I fix something that felt broken beyond repair? The next few days felt like I was walking on eggshells. I kept hoping that somehow things would get better, that I could find a way to patch things up with the team. But the more I tried to make amends, the more I realized that I was only making it worse. Every time I tried to explain myself, every time I apologized, it felt like I was just digging myself deeper. I wanted to come clean, to tell everyone how much I regretted what I had done. But I wasn't sure if it was even worth it anymore. Would they even believe me? Max hadn't said anything to me directly in days. He wasn't even looking at me in meetings anymore. I wasn't sure if he was avoiding me on purpose, or if he was just so disgusted by my actions that he couldn't bear to be around me. The other team members were still polite, but it was obvious that something had changed. It wasn't just the project anymore, it was the trust. I had lost their trust, and I didn't know how to get it back. One afternoon, after another tense meeting, I was sitting at my desk trying to work when I got an email from Greg. It was brief, just a reminder about the upcoming presentation we were doing for the client's next phase of the campaign. He reminded me that I needed to stay focused and keep the momentum going. He didn't mention anything about the team or the issues I was facing. It was as if none of that mattered. I thought about replying, about asking him for advice, but I knew he wouldn't understand. Greg was all about the results. The bottom line. He didn't care about the personal dynamics. I couldn't talk to him anymore. Not about this. Later that week, I overheard another conversation. This time it was between Max and Jenna. They weren't talking about the campaign or the project, they were talking about me. I didn't want to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help it. They were in the hallway, standing just outside the door to the conference room, and I heard Max say, "I don't know how we can keep working with her. I don't think I can trust her anymore." Jenna didn't say much, but I could hear the hesitation in her voice. She didn't disagree with him. That was it for me. I knew I had lost them. And the worst part was, I didn't know how to fix it. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, trying to push through the tasks at hand. But all I could think about was what I had heard. Max didn't trust me anymore. Neither did Jenna. The team was falling apart, and I was the one who had caused it. I had no idea what to do next. I had tried everything I could think of to make things right. I had apologized to Max. I had tried to reach out to Jenna, but it didn't matter. The damage was done, and now I had to face the reality of the situation. I couldn't undo what I had done, no matter how hard I tried. I could only hope that things would settle down, that the team would eventually forgive me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. I had messed up, and now I had to live with the consequences. And that's when I started to wonder, was it even worth trying to fix this anymore? Could I go back to being a team leader, or had I permanently damaged my relationship with everyone? Would they ever trust me again, or had I burned that bridge beyond repair? Story 18. Am I the asshole for taking credit for a team's work to secure a promotion? I've been with my company for 5 years, working my way up from an entry-level position to a manager. I'm 32 now, and for the past few months, I've been eyeing a promotion that would push me up to a director-level position. It's been a hard road, and lately, it's been even harder. Between work, personal issues including a breakup that left me feeling like I was drowning, and the constant pressure to perform, I was stretched thin. But I had one big opportunity to prove myself. A huge pitch to a client that could change everything for my career. I've always been a perfectionist, and I knew that this was the moment I'd been waiting for. The client we were pitching to was massive. If we got this deal, it would put us on the map. My boss had been hinting that this was my chance to show them I was ready for more responsibility, but only if the pitch went flawlessly. Of course, that kind of pressure didn't exactly make me feel any more secure in myself. But I was determined to do everything I could to make it happen. The team I was working with was solid, but I wasn't sure how reliable they would be under pressure. Tom, the guy who handled most of the creative work, had been pretty laid back lately. Sarah, the strategist, was good, but I wasn't convinced she could pull together the perfect pitch when it mattered. And Rachel, well, Rachel was new to the team and still finding her feet. In hindsight, I think I underestimated her. But at the time, I had doubts about whether she'd be able to step up when we needed her most. The first few weeks of preparation weren't terrible, but the closer we got to the presentation date, the more stress started to show. The work was coming together, but it wasn't coming together in the way I had imagined. Tom's creative ideas were all over the place, and while Sarah and Rachel were trying to rein him in, it felt like there was no cohesion in the final presentation. I was working late every night, reviewing their work, fixing problems, trying to pull everything into alignment. I didn't want to come off as controlling, but I found myself stepping in more and more. I started taking over certain parts of the presentation, rewriting slides, adjusting the strategy, even rethinking some of the creative concepts. I knew I had to do something if we were going to stand a chance. A few days before the big pitch, I realized the team wasn't as prepared as they needed to be. I knew the client would be tough to impress, and there was no way we'd come out of this looking good if we didn't deliver something extraordinary. So I started pushing harder. I worked even later, staying at the office until midnight some nights, just trying to make sure everything was perfect. It felt like it was all on me. I had to prove myself, and this pitch was my chance. The night before the pitch, I barely slept. I went over the presentation one last time. It was the first time in a long time I felt a sense of control over everything. I didn't trust the team's ability to deliver without me pushing them every step of the way, but I was determined to make it work. And then, the day of the pitch came. Everything that could go wrong did. I got to the office early, but already there were issues. The client's team had some technical difficulties with their presentation equipment, so our scheduled time was pushed back. We were sitting around, waiting, getting anxious. Then, disaster struck. The client's tech team couldn't resolve the issue in time, and we were told we'd have to present immediately. No more time for a final rehearsal. No more time to review. My heart dropped. This was the worst-case scenario. I looked around at the team, and I could see the panic on their faces. Tom was already looking lost. Sarah was trying to gather her thoughts. And Rachel, well, she didn't look ready for this at all. In that moment, I knew there was no choice but for me to take control. Without thinking, I stood up and took charge. I gathered everyone together quickly, restructured the presentation on the fly, and made sure the slides were in order. I told them what needed to be said and how we'd approach the client. I didn't even give them a chance to argue. I was too focused on the task at hand, too focused on getting it right. When it was time to present, I led the entire thing. I delivered the pitch as though I had created it all by myself. I was confident, authoritative. I could see the client's eyes on me, impressed by my leadership in the moment. I could feel the energy in the room shift as I took over, and I was sure that this was exactly what I needed to do to secure the deal. When we finished, the client was thrilled. They loved the presentation and even singled me out for my strong leadership and clarity of vision. I felt a rush of relief and pride. The deal was done. It was a win. But as I stood there, basking in the praise, I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. I hadn't exactly shared the credit with my team. I had taken control, yes, but I hadn't acknowledged the hard work that had gone into the project. I was so caught up in the moment that I didn't even think to thank them for their contributions. That's when I started to feel uneasy. The client loved the pitch, but I had ignored the people who actually helped make it happen. Deep down, I knew that I couldn't have done it alone. I knew I had pushed my team, maybe too hard at times, and now I had reaped the rewards. But the team was looking at me with mixed feelings, and I could feel the tension building. We went back to the office after the meeting, and that's when it started. Tom, Sarah, and Rachel pulled me aside. Tom was the first to speak up. He asked me why I hadn't mentioned the team's contributions during the pitch. I could see the frustration in his eyes. Sarah and Rachel didn't say much at first, but I could tell they were upset too. It was obvious. They weren't angry, exactly, but they felt like I had taken everything for myself. I tried to explain myself. I told them that the presentation had been a last-minute scramble, and I had to take charge to make sure we didn't fail. But it didn't seem to satisfy them. They were right, I realized. I had taken over without considering how it would affect them. I don't know what came over me, but in that moment, I felt completely justified. I told them that I'd worked the hardest on the pitch, and if they couldn't see that, then maybe they didn't understand how important the client was. I knew I should have apologized right then, but my pride got the best of me. Instead of backing down, I defended my actions. The tension in the room was unbearable. The team had worked hard, but it wasn't enough for me to acknowledge them publicly, not when I was fighting for my future. I thought about the promotion, about how close I was to getting it. My boss had already told me he was impressed by my leadership, and I could feel the promotion within reach. I couldn't let anything stand in the way of that. And that's when I realized what I had done. I'd pushed my team aside for my own gain. I hadn't thought about how they would feel. or how the situation would play out once the adrenaline from the pitch wore off. They were pissed, and I couldn't blame them. I left that meeting feeling conflicted. On one hand, I knew I had done what was necessary to secure the deal. On the other hand, I knew I had alienated the people I worked with. And the worst part, I didn't know how to fix it. I was walking a fine line now. I had the promotion coming, but I was losing the respect of my team. I had made the decision to take charge, but now I wasn't sure if it had been the right one. The next few days were a blur of uncertainty. The deal was done, the promotion was in the works, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made a huge mistake. The team wasn't speaking to me much. Tom, Sarah, and Rachel were distant, and I didn't know what to do about it. I knew I had to make things right, but I didn't know how. The promotion was mine for the taking, but at what cost? The fallout started almost immediately. I was expecting praise, maybe some congratulations, but what I got was a weird mix of silence and subtle tension. My boss was thrilled, of course. He pulled me aside after the meeting, praising my leadership and how well I handled the chaos. He started talking about the promotion, how I was clearly ready for more responsibility, how the client was impressed with my ability to take charge under pressure. Everything seemed perfect on the surface. I felt like I had won. But then I noticed the team. Tom, Sarah, and Rachel weren't celebrating. They weren't mad, but I could see the discontent in their eyes. It was subtle at first, but I couldn't ignore it. Tom didn't make eye contact with me during the debrief, and neither did Sarah. Rachel was the only one who tried to make small talk, but it was forced. I figured they'd just be relieved that the pitch was over and that we'd secured the deal, but the vibe felt off. Later that day, I got a message from Tom. It was short and to the point. "Can we talk?" I knew exactly what it was about. My stomach turned. It wasn't just that he was upset. It was that I knew he had a right to be. I had taken over the presentation, given no real acknowledgement of the team's work, and now they were feeling like I had stolen their thunder. I tried to brush it off, thinking it would blow over. After all, we got the deal. We all contributed in some way. But as the day wore on, it became clear that the tension wasn't going away. The next morning, we had a meeting scheduled to discuss the project in more detail. As soon as we sat down, it was clear that things weren't normal. Tom spoke first. He was calm, but there was a coldness to his tone. "Fiona, we need to talk about the pitch," he said. "I just want to understand why you didn't mention our work during the presentation." I could feel my face heat up. I opened my mouth to respond, but the words didn't come out. What could I say? That I hadn't meant to ignore them? That I was just doing what I thought needed to be done? None of it would sound right. "I'm not trying to make this into a thing," Tom continued, "but it just feels like you took all the credit for what we did. We all worked really hard on this, and I don't think it's fair that you didn't even mention us." Sarah and Rachel were sitting there quietly, but I could feel the weight of their disapproval. It was like they were waiting for me to explain myself, but I didn't have a good explanation. I had no idea what I was supposed to say. I tried to apologize, but my voice sounded weak. I said something about how I had to take charge because of the circumstances, how the pitch was in chaos and I had to step in. It wasn't untrue, but it didn't feel like enough. I could see Tom's eyes narrow, and Rachel shifted in her seat. Sarah just looked down at the table, not saying anything. "We all had our parts to play," Tom said, his voice getting sharper. "I get it. You were in a tough spot, but you can't just take the reins like that and leave us out of it. You didn't even give us a chance to contribute." I wanted to argue that I had done what needed to be done, that I saved the pitch, but I knew better. I knew deep down that I had crossed a line. I should have acknowledged their work. I should have brought them into the presentation, even if it was last minute. But I didn't, and now I was paying for it. Sarah finally spoke up. She wasn't angry, but there was a hint of disappointment in her voice. Fiona, it's not just about the presentation. It's about how you handled everything leading up to it. You kept taking control, even when we were trying to help. It feels like you didn't trust us. Her words hit hard. I had been pushing them for weeks, constantly reviewing their work, rewriting sections, and taking over. I didn't trust them enough to let them do their jobs without my input. I'd been so focused on proving myself that I hadn't considered how they felt. I hadn't realized how much I was taking over until it was too late. Rachel was quiet for a moment, but then she spoke up. I know this was a huge opportunity, but you didn't have to do it alone. We could have worked together. Fiona, you didn't have to take everything on your shoulders. The guilt hit me like a ton of bricks. I had pushed them aside, thinking I was helping, when in reality, I had taken everything for myself. And now they were upset. I didn't mean to ignore you guys, I said. But it sounded hollow. I didn't even believe it myself. The truth was, I had taken control because I thought it would get me what I wanted. And now that I had it, it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. The promotion was within reach, but I had lost something more important: the respect of my team. The rest of the meeting was awkward. I tried to apologize, but the damage was done. We finished up and went back to our desks, but it wasn't the same. Tom was distant, Sarah wasn't looking at me, and Rachel had already gotten up and left. I spent the rest of the day trying to focus on work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had messed up. The promotion was coming, but so was the fallout. I wasn't sure how to fix things with my team, or if I even could. The next few days were a blur of uncertainty. My boss kept talking about the promotion, but I couldn't focus on it. Every time I looked at my team, I felt like an outsider. I tried to smooth things over, but nothing seemed to work. I even suggested we all get together to discuss how we could approach future projects, but the response was lukewarm at best. By Friday, I could feel the tension getting worse. Tom barely spoke to me, and Sarah and Rachel had stopped making small talk altogether. I was doing my best to keep things professional, but I couldn't ignore the fact that the team was falling apart. I had created this rift, and I wasn't sure how to fix it. I considered reaching out to them individually, apologizing again, but I knew that wouldn't be enough. The damage wasn't just about the presentation. It was about how I had treated them over the last few weeks. I had taken over, not trusting them to do their jobs, and now they didn't trust me. I had alienated them, and I didn't know how to undo it. And yet, the promotion was still hanging in front of me, so close I could taste it. My boss was pushing hard for it, telling me how proud he was of the work I had done. But it didn't feel like a victory anymore. It felt like a hollow win. I had the promotion, but I was losing everything that had mattered. The team wasn't just upset with me, they were disappointed. And that was worse than any criticism. I kept telling myself I had done what needed to be done. I had saved the pitch, secured the deal, and gotten the promotion I had worked for. But in the back of my mind, I knew I couldn't keep going like this. Something had to change, and fast. But I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know if I even could. The days following the meeting with my team were a blur of awkwardness and tension. I'd spent the last few months working towards this moment, the pitch that would secure the deal, and the promotion that would solidify my position at the company. But now, with the deal secured and the promotion almost in my grasp, I was starting to feel like I was losing everything that mattered. My team wasn't just disappointed in me, they were starting to pull away. I could feel the distance growing with every passing day. It didn't help that my boss was still pushing for the promotion. He kept telling me how impressed he was with my performance, how I had taken charge in a crisis, and how my leadership was exactly what the company needed. He made it sound like the promotion was practically a done deal. But with each compliment, I couldn't shake the guilt that weighed on me. Sure, I had led the pitch, but I had done it at the expense of my team. They had worked just as hard as I had, And yet I had taken all the credit. Now, I had what I wanted, but it didn't feel like a victory. I tried to reach out to my team, hoping to smooth things over. I sent messages to each of them, offering to talk about what happened, to clear the air. But the responses I got were short, and they didn't seem interested in fixing things. Tom didn't reply at all. Sarah said she was too busy, and Rachel just acknowledged my message without offering any further conversation. It was clear that I had created a rift that couldn't be fixed with a simple apology or an invitation to talk. I spent the next few days thinking about what I could do. I knew that the tension between me and my team wasn't just about the pitch. It was about how I had treated them leading up to it. I had taken control when I should have trusted them. I had pushed them aside when I should have shared the workload. But I couldn't just undo all of that. I couldn't go back in time and fix everything. The promotion was still on the table. My boss had already started making plans for me to take on more responsibility, even though I was starting to feel like I wasn't ready for it. I had gotten the promotion, but it felt like it came at the expense of the relationships I had worked so hard to build within the company. I had sacrificed the respect of my team to get ahead, and now that success felt hollow. I knew I had to make things right, but I wasn't sure how. The damage was done, and no amount of apologies seemed like it would fix it. I considered going to my boss and telling him about the situation, but I wasn't sure how that would go over. I didn't want to look like I was making excuses or deflecting responsibility for my actions. The last thing I wanted was for my boss to think I couldn't handle the promotion or that I wasn't capable of leading the team. But I also knew that I couldn't keep going like this. A few days later, I called a team meeting. I figured that if I couldn't fix things one-on-one, maybe I could address the issue in front of everyone. I wanted to make things right, but I also wanted to show them that I was taking responsibility for my actions. I called the meeting for the end of the day, when everyone would be free, and I hoped that by bringing it all into the open, we could start to move past it. The meeting started off awkwardly. No one said much at first. I could see the same disappointment in their faces that had been there before, and I wasn't sure how to begin. Finally, I just came out and said it. I know I've messed up. I know I didn't give you all the credit you deserve for the pitch, and I can't take back what I did. But I want you to know that I didn't mean to make anyone feel like their work wasn't important. I got caught up in the moment, and I didn't trust you the way I should have. I took over when I should have let you all shine, and I'm sorry for that. There was a long pause. I could feel the tension in the room, but no one said anything at first. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, maybe a quick, "It's okay," or a half-hearted apology from them. But nothing came. They just sat there, looking at me. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. Finally, Tom spoke. He didn't seem angry, but his words hit hard. "You've already said that, Fiona," he said. "But it's not just about the credit. It's about how you handled everything leading up to it. It's about how you didn't trust us to do our jobs." I knew he was right. I had tried to do everything on my own, thinking that if I took control, everything would fall into place. But I had made them feel worthless in the process. And now, they didn't trust me. They didn't believe I valued them. And maybe they were right. Sarah spoke up next. "I'm not saying I didn't appreciate you stepping in, Fiona. But when we were working together, it felt like you were always looking over our shoulders. It felt like you didn't think we could handle it without you. And that's hard to swallow." I couldn't argue with her. I had been overbearing, constantly reviewing their work, rewriting things, stepping in when I should have just let them do their jobs. I had doubted their abilities when I should have trusted them. But I also didn't know how to fix it. Rachel said nothing. I couldn't even tell if she was still listening. She hadn't been particularly vocal before, but now she seemed completely checked out. I didn't know if she had already made up her mind, or if she was just too tired of trying to fix things. Either way, it felt like I had already lost her. The meeting dragged on for a little while longer. but it didn't feel like we were getting anywhere. I apologized again, and I tried to explain myself. But the truth was, the damage had been done. I had pushed them too far, and now I wasn't sure if they'd ever trust me again. The next day, my boss called me into his office. I figured he was going to finalize the promotion details, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As soon as I sat down, he got straight to the point. "I've been talking with some of the team members about the pitch," he said. "And I have to be honest, Fiona, they're not thrilled with how things went down. They're not saying anything outright, but there's some tension. I'm not sure if this is something you want to address, but I thought I should let you know." My stomach dropped. Of course, I knew there would be tension, but hearing it from my boss made it all the more real. I had thought I could push it all under the rug, but now it was impossible to ignore. The promotion was still on the table, but I wasn't sure if it was worth it anymore. I had gotten what I wanted, but I had lost what mattered more to me, the respect of my team. I didn't know what to do next. I didn't know how to fix this. The promotion was mine, but it didn't feel like it belonged to me anymore. Am I the asshole for taking credit for my team's work to secure a promotion? Story 19. Am I the asshole for choosing work over my friend's wedding? I, Emily, 32, have been friends with Sarah, 32, since we were kids. We've been through everything together: breakups, graduations, job changes, and now she's getting married. When she first told me about the wedding, I was thrilled. I've seen her go through so much over the years, and this was supposed to be one of the happiest moments of her life. But when the wedding date finally came around, I found myself in a tough spot. The problem wasn't Sarah, or even the wedding itself. It was my job. I'd recently been promoted to a managerial role at work, which came with a lot of responsibility and expectations. One of the biggest things I had to deal with was our company's annual retreat, which was scheduled the exact same weekend as Sarah's wedding. I didn't even realize the dates overlapped at first. It wasn't until a few weeks before the retreat, when I had everything in my calendar, that it hit me. The retreat was mandatory. As a new manager, it was a big deal for me to be there. This was the kind of event that could make or break my future at the company. I'd only just started my managerial position, and missing the retreat would send a signal that I wasn't fully committed, or worse, that I couldn't handle the responsibilities that came with the job. This was my big chance to prove myself, and I knew it. I thought about the situation for a while. I had already heard Sarah complain about how stressful wedding planning was, and I knew how much she was relying on her bridesmaids, especially me, to be there for her. At first, I thought maybe I could make both work. I could fly in for the wedding after the retreat ended, or maybe I could leave the retreat early to make it in time. But as I looked at the retreat schedule and the timing of everything, I realized that wasn't going to work. The retreat was packed from the moment we arrived until the very end, with no room to leave early or come late. I couldn't bail halfway through and expect it to not affect my standing at work. When I realized that I wouldn't be able to attend Sarah's wedding, I felt guilty. The thought of not being there for her on such an important day was hard to shake. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I couldn't afford to miss this retreat. It wasn't just about me, it was about my career. The first time I mentioned it to Sarah, I tried to soften the blow. I said I'd love to be there, but explained the work situation. I told her how important the retreat was for my job, and how I really needed to be there. I even asked if there was any flexibility in the wedding date. She didn't respond well to that at all. She seemed shocked at first, like I had just told her something unbelievable. And then, her reaction shifted to frustration, which quickly turned into anger. She couldn't believe I would even think about choosing work over her wedding. In hindsight, I should have known how she would react. Sarah and I have always been close. We've been best friends for years, and she has always been someone I could count on. I thought she would understand that this was important to me. But she didn't, and I was left trying to explain myself, which only made the situation worse. She kept telling me that if I really cared about our friendship, I would make the wedding a priority. I told her I understood why she was upset. I really did. But I also felt like I was doing what was necessary. I wasn't choosing work over her. I was choosing to secure my future. At least, that's how I justified it to myself. It wasn't just about missing her wedding. The way she reacted made me feel like I was betraying our entire friendship. I had been there for her through so many hard times. How could she not understand why I had to make this decision? I tried to keep things calm. I apologized and told her that I hoped she would understand. But she wasn't having it. Her messages turned cold, and I could tell she was hurt. I knew I couldn't change her mind, but I kept trying to reach out, sending more texts, offering my support, trying to explain myself. She never responded the way I hoped. A few days later, she suggested that she could change the wedding date to accommodate me. I was stunned. At first, I thought she was joking. But no, she was serious. She actually suggested that she could move the entire event just for me. It was such a huge gesture, and yet it made me feel worse. I didn't want her to go through all the trouble of rearranging something so important to her just because I couldn't make it. I told her that it wasn't necessary, but the damage was done. At that point, I knew there was no turning back. I'd made my decision, and it wasn't the one Sarah wanted me to make. I felt a weight in my chest every time I thought about how disappointed she must be, but I also felt like I had done the right thing for myself. I couldn't let my career slip away because of one weekend. I couldn't risk the opportunity to make a real impact at work, especially when I had worked so hard to get to where I was. The week leading up to the retreat was filled with tension. I kept thinking about Sarah, wondering if I'd made the wrong choice. But I also kept reminding myself that I couldn't afford to think like that. Work came first. Finally, the day of the retreat came, and I headed out of town. I tried to keep my mind focused on the team building activities and the meetings I was leading, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had let Sarah down. I kept my phone close, hoping that Sarah would send me a message or call. But she didn't. She hadn't responded to my last few attempts to reach out, and I wasn't sure what to do. I tried to push it out of my mind, but it was hard to focus. Every time I checked my phone, there was nothing from her. I told myself that it was for the best, that this was just how it had to be. But deep down, I knew that I was starting to lose something important to me. By the end of the retreat, I still hadn't heard from Sarah. It wasn't until I got back home that I received a message from her. The words stung. She told me she couldn't believe I'd chosen work over her wedding, and that if I really valued our friendship, I would have made the wedding a priority. She said that she didn't know if she could trust me anymore, and that hurt more than anything. The last thing I wanted to do was lose my best friend. But now, it felt like I had no way of undoing what I'd done. The fallout came quickly and unexpectedly. I had hoped that after the retreat, things would settle down, but it only got worse. The first few days after I got back were filled with nervous anticipation. I kept checking my phone, waiting for a message from Sarah, but nothing came. I knew she was upset, and I figured she just needed some time to cool off. After all, she had always been the one to calm down first in our disagreements. But this time, it felt different. The silence from her was deafening. I spent the next few days trying to keep my mind off everything. I threw myself into work, keeping busy with emails, meetings, and everything that needed to be done. But no matter how hard I tried, Sarah's wedding was never far from my thoughts. Every time I saw something about weddings, a picture, a video, a post, it hit me. I was missing out on something big in her life, and I couldn't shake the guilt. Still, I thought that once I gave her some space, she would eventually come around. It wasn't until 4 days later that I received a text from Sarah. I thought maybe she was finally ready to talk. But as soon as I opened the message, my stomach dropped. It was a cold, brief message. She said she couldn't believe I had chosen work over her wedding, that it had been a huge disappointment, and that she didn't think I valued our friendship anymore. She told me I had hurt her deeply, and that it would take a long time to get over it. I was crushed reading those words. It felt like she had just closed the door on our friendship. I immediately tried to call her, hoping that hearing my voice would change things. I left a voicemail, apologizing again, explaining myself, and telling her that I hadn't meant to hurt her. But I didn't hear back from her that night. The next day, I sent another message, saying I understood if she needed more time, but that I really wanted to make things right. Again, no reply. It was like she had disappeared from my life. I was left in this emotional limbo, constantly checking my phone, hoping for a response, but nothing came. My frustration and sadness grew each day. I wanted to make it right, but it felt like the more I tried, the further she pushed me away. Eventually, I reached a breaking point. I couldn't keep waiting for her to come around. I decided that I had to fix this, even if it meant doing something drastic. I contacted a mutual friend, hoping they could give me some insight into how Sarah was feeling. The friend confirmed what I had feared. Sarah was still really upset. In fact, she wasn't just disappointed. She felt betrayed. She couldn't understand how I had chosen work over her, especially after everything we had been through together. This made me feel even worse, like I had made the wrong decision all over again. I knew that I had to try something different, something more direct. So, I decided to reach out to Sarah in person. I figured that if she could hear me apologize face to face, maybe she would understand how sorry I was. I had this picture in my head of us talking it through, of her seeing that I didn't mean to hurt her. I thought that if I could just explain things properly, we could move past it. I arranged to meet her at a cafe, a neutral place where we could talk without the pressure of our past emotions hanging over us. When I arrived, my heart was racing. I was nervous and unsure of how things would go. Would she even show up? I sat down at the table and checked my phone every few minutes, waiting for her. When she finally walked in, I could tell she wasn't happy to see me. She was polite, but distant. There was no excitement, no warmth, just coldness. We exchanged a few pleasantries, but the tension between us was palpable. I felt like everything I said was being scrutinized, like every word I spoke was under a microscope. I told her again how sorry I was, how much I regretted missing her wedding, and how important she was to me. But Sarah didn't respond the way I had hoped. She was quiet, only giving short answers. It was clear that she wasn't ready to forgive me, at least not in that moment. As I tried to talk more about how I had been feeling, Sarah's expressions became harder to read. She seemed like she was holding back, but I couldn't tell if it was because she was upset or just because she didn't want to engage with me anymore. I pushed a little harder, trying to get through to her, but that only seemed to make things worse. She told me she needed more time and that we could talk again later, but I could tell that our friendship wasn't the same. It wasn't just the disappointment anymore, it was deeper. There was a shift, and I wasn't sure if it could be fixed. The next few weeks passed in a blur. I tried to give Sarah the space she asked for, but the distance between us only seemed to grow. I texted her a few times, trying to set up another meeting, but she never responded. I saw her post about the wedding, about how everything had gone perfectly. She looked beautiful in the pictures, and I couldn't help but feel like I had missed out on something important. But at the same time, I wondered if it was too late for me to be part of her life, the way I once was. One day, I ran into Sarah at a mutual friend's birthday party. It was awkward. We barely spoke. She was polite, but that was about it. I could tell that she was still upset, and honestly, I was too. I didn't know what to say anymore. It felt like any attempt to reach out made things worse, but the silence was unbearable. We stood across the room from each other, each of us trying to act like everything was fine, but it was clear that it wasn't. I started to think that maybe I had made the wrong decision. Maybe I should have put her wedding first. Maybe I should have found a way to balance work and my friendship. But what was done was done. Sarah had already made it clear that she didn't think I valued our friendship the same way she did. And that hurt more than anything. I wasn't sure where we stood anymore. Was this the end of our friendship? Was there even a chance to make it right? I thought about giving her more time, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that maybe I was the one who had to change. Maybe I had to show her that I truly cared, even if it meant making the first move. But at the same time, I was terrified. What if it was too late? What if I had already lost her for good? And if I did, was it really my fault? I tried to tell myself that I had made the right decision for my career. But deep down, I wasn't sure anymore. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say to her next. All I could do was wait and hope that, one day, she would come around. I kept thinking things would get better with time, that Sarah would eventually come around. But it didn't feel like that was happening. Every time I reached out, she remained distant. The texts I sent asking if she wanted to meet up went unanswered. The occasional response I did get was brief and cold. It felt like I was walking on eggshells around her, and the weight of the silence was unbearable. I started to question everything. Maybe I had really messed up. Sure, I had told myself that I was doing what was necessary for my future. But how could I prioritize my career over someone who had been my best friend for years? It didn't feel right anymore. I began to regret my decision, and I couldn't stop thinking about the wedding, what I had missed, how I could have been there for her. After about a month of trying to make things right, I decided to push a little harder. I knew I couldn't fix things by sitting back and hoping Sarah would come to me. So I planned a small gesture. I decided to arrange a day for just the two of us. A day where we could reconnect and hopefully heal some of the damage I had caused. I booked a reservation at a restaurant we used to love, the kind of place where we had spent hours talking about everything and nothing. I thought it might bring back some good memories. Maybe spark a conversation that would allow us to work through everything. I texted her, telling her I had something planned, hoping that this time she would show up. To my surprise, she agreed. I was nervous, but I told myself it was the right step. Maybe this time, things would be different. I waited at the restaurant, watching the door, hoping she would walk in. She did, eventually. We greeted each other, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the warm embrace I had hoped for, just a quick hug, a polite smile. I sat down across from her, and we started to talk. It was awkward at first. I could feel the tension in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. I didn't know what to say, and I didn't want to say the wrong thing. So I just started with the obvious. I apologized again. I told her that I had made a mistake, that I should have found a way to be there for her, that missing her wedding was the biggest regret of my life. I explained, again, that I had made the decision because I thought it was best for my future. But I knew that wasn't an excuse for letting her down. She listened, but her expression didn't change. She didn't interrupt, but she didn't reassure me either. She just sat there, quietly. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to gauge her reaction. Was she really listening, or was she just tolerating me? I kept talking, telling her how much she meant to me, how important our friendship was, and how I had been devastated by the thought of losing it. I told her that I understood why she was hurt, that I didn't expect things to go back to normal overnight, but I wanted to do whatever it took to make things right. But with every word I spoke, it felt like I was hitting a wall. She didn't respond the way I had hoped. She didn't open up. Instead, she just nodded occasionally, her gaze drifting around the room. I knew she was holding something back, but I didn't know what it was. After a while, she said she needed a break, that she had to go. She didn't say anything more than that, just stood up and left. I was left sitting there, staring at my plate, wondering what had just happened. It felt like I had just opened up completely, only for her to turn away again. I tried to tell myself that maybe she needed more time, but it didn't stop the ache in my chest. I had tried everything I knew to make things right, but it didn't feel like it was enough. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about everything. I thought about the retreat, about Sarah's wedding, about the decisions I had made. I couldn't help but wonder if there was a way to go back in time, to somehow fix everything. But even if I could, would it change anything? Would she forgive me? Could we ever get back to the way things were? Or was this just the end of a friendship that had meant so much to me? Days went by, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, something that couldn't be undone. I wasn't sure if I was willing to give up on our friendship, but I wasn't sure if Sarah was willing to fight for it either. She had made it clear that she was hurt, and I was starting to realize that maybe the pain I had caused her couldn't just be erased with a few apologies. I tried to move on, throwing myself back into work, hoping that the distraction would help, but it didn't. The nagging feeling that I had lost something important never went away. I found myself thinking about Sarah all the time, wondering if I had really done enough to show her how much I cared, or if I had ruined it all beyond repair. Eventually, I stopped reaching out. I didn't know what else to say, and I didn't want to push her further away. The silence between us became more deafening. I thought maybe, just maybe, if I gave it more time, things would work themselves out. But now, looking back, I'm not sure I even know what to do anymore. Am I the asshole for choosing my career over my best friend's wedding? Or was I just doing what I had to do for my future? Story 20. Am I the asshole for canceling my sister's wedding after she called me a failure in front of everyone? I've always had a complicated relationship with my sister Sarah. I'm 35, and she's 28. We're not exactly best friends, but we're family, so I've always tried to keep things civil. Sarah was always the one who got the spotlight in the family, especially growing up. She was the one who followed the traditional path: college, marriage, kids, and everyone in the family loved her for it. She had that perfect life that our parents were so proud of. Me? I'm the opposite. I chose to focus on my career. I'm a project manager at a tech startup, and I've been putting in the long hours to make a name for myself in a pretty competitive industry. I love what I do, but it's not exactly the life my parents envisioned for me. My mom and dad have always been pretty clear about their views on success. They think it's all about the family, the house with the white picket fence, and having kids. And because I'm single, with no kids, I've felt like I've been under constant pressure to meet their expectations. I've never been interested in marriage or having children at this stage of my life, but I've heard the comments and the constant nudging to settle down for years now. My parents, while proud of my professional success, still somehow view it as incomplete. And Sarah, she's the perfect example of what they want me to be. At every family gathering, I hear things like, "Look at Sarah, she's married with 2 kids now. Why can't you be more like her?" It's exhausting, but I try not to let it get to me. Now, Sarah is getting married again. This is her second wedding, and while I'm happy for her, I also can't help but feel resentful. This wedding is an even bigger deal than the first, and the family is going all out. My parents are obsessed with the details, as usual, and I feel like I'm just a spectator in the background. Sarah and I have always had this weird dynamic where I feel like she constantly tries to make me feel inferior. Maybe it's not intentional, but it always comes across that way. She has a way of talking down to me, like I'm somehow less than her because I don't have the same traditional life. The wedding day arrives, and I'm dreading it. I really don't want to be there, but I go because I love my family, and I try to support Sarah as much as I can. My parents were on me to help with all the preparations, but I couldn't exactly relate to what they wanted me to do. It felt like I was more of a bystander than someone involved. I tried to stay positive, but it wasn't easy. I knew what would happen: everyone would be talking about Sarah and her perfect life, and I'd be sitting there, a little on edge, trying not to be the failure everyone else seemed to think I was. When we arrived at the venue, I was already tense. I could feel the stares from my relatives as I walked in. They always looked at me like I was the odd one out, the single one, the one who had no kids, the one who was still chasing after a career while everyone else was living their best life. As I sat at the table, I felt that familiar knot in my stomach. I could already hear the whispers and the pity in the air, like I was the last person in the room who didn't have it all figured out. The wedding ceremony went off without a hitch. Everyone was glued to Sarah and her new husband, Matt. The focus was entirely on them, and I didn't expect anything different. I kept to myself for most of the evening, doing what I had to do. But then came the reception. Sarah asked me to give a toast to the bride and groom. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to be the one to ruin the mood by declining. So I agreed, trying to push aside the anxiety and the resentment. I got up to give my speech, trying to sound cheerful and lighthearted, like I was actually happy to be there. I should have known better. I don't even know how it happened. 1 minute, I'm standing there, raising my glass, trying to keep it together, and the next, Sarah decides to make a joke at my expense. It wasn't even a joke. It was a dig. She looked directly at me with that smug smile she gets when she knows she's about to say something hurtful, but thinks it's all in good fun. "Well, I'm glad Emily finally showed up," she says, loud enough for everyone to hear. I was starting to wonder if she was too busy being a failure to come to her own sister's wedding. The room went quiet. I don't even know what I was supposed to do in that moment. My stomach dropped. I couldn't breathe. My face flushed. I tried to laugh it off, but inside, I felt this deep, overwhelming wave of humiliation. It wasn't the first time Sarah had made comments like this. Over the years, I've gotten used to it. But in front of everyone, in front of our family, it felt like a slap in the face. I stood there for a moment, trying to find the words to respond, but nothing came out. I could feel the eyes of the entire room on me, and I knew that everyone was just waiting for me to say something or react. But all I could think was, how dare she? How dare she embarrass me like that? I glanced at my parents, expecting them to step in, to say something to Sarah. But no, they just sat there, looking uncomfortable, like they didn't know how to handle it. This wasn't the first time Sarah had made me feel small in front of the family, but it was the worst. And in that moment, I realized I couldn't take it anymore. I excused myself from the table and walked out. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe I thought I'd find some peace outside. Maybe I thought I could breathe again. But instead, I just felt angry. I was so pissed off. I wanted to scream at her, at my parents, at the whole damn family. It wasn't just the comment. It was the years of being treated like I didn't measure up. It was the constant reminders that I wasn't living the life they wanted for me. It was the fact that I had spent my whole adult life trying to be who they wanted me to be, and it still wasn't good enough. I stood outside for a while, pacing. I could hear the muffled sounds of the party inside, but it all felt so distant, so irrelevant. I was shaking, both from the anger and from the humiliation. I don't know how long I stood there, but when I finally went back in, I couldn't just sit there and pretend everything was fine. I walked right up to Sarah. I don't even know what I said first. I think I just told her I couldn't take it anymore. I was done. I wasn't going to sit there and let her belittle me in front of everyone. It wasn't about the wedding anymore. It was about me standing up for myself. I told her I wouldn't be a part of her celebration if this was how she was going to treat me. That's when I left. I don't know if anyone really stopped me. My parents didn't try to make me stay. They didn't try to stop me from walking out. It was like they had all accepted that I was the problem, the one who didn't belong. I went home that night, and I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I don't know if I was angry at Sarah or if I was more angry at myself for letting it go on for so long. I couldn't sleep. All I could think about was how I just ruined my sister's wedding, and I felt sick. But at the same time, I also felt a little bit of relief. For once, I had done something for me. That was the beginning. But the fallout was only just starting. The night after I left the wedding, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I spent hours replaying everything over in my head. The comment, my reaction, the way I had walked out of the reception like I didn't care. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I cared. I cared a lot. I just couldn't keep pretending that it was okay to be treated like that. I tried to go to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's face when I walked out, like she couldn't believe I was really leaving. She probably thought I was overreacting, and maybe in some ways I was. But the anger I felt in that moment was real. Years of putting up with her passive-aggressive comments. Years of my parents comparing me to her. All built up and exploded in one instant. And I wasn't sure if I could ever go back to being the person who just took it. The next day, I got a text from Sarah. It was a generic, "I don't know what your problem is, but I wish you hadn't ruined my wedding." She didn't even apologize. There was no recognition that maybe, just maybe, she had crossed a line. That made me even angrier. It wasn't just the insult in front of everyone, it was the complete lack of empathy. She was more upset that I had ruined her day than about what she had done to me. I didn't respond right away. I was still processing everything, and honestly, I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to just cut ties with her entirely, but I wasn't ready for that. She was my sister, after all. Even though our relationship had always been strained, we had moments when things were okay. I didn't know if I could completely walk away from that. Then, my mom called me. I wasn't in the mood to talk, but I picked up anyway. She immediately started in on me, telling me that I needed to call Sarah and apologize. I could hear the disappointment in her voice, the way she said, "You really embarrassed the family." I tried to explain what had happened, but it was like she wasn't even listening. She just kept telling me I was being too dramatic, that I had no right to ruin Sarah's wedding over something so small. "You're both adults," she said. "Why can't you just get along for once?" I could feel my blood pressure rising as she continued, her voice getting more upset with every word. My mom was never one to take sides, and that's what hurt the most. It was like she was brushing aside everything I had been feeling for years. The constant undermining, the way Sarah had always been the golden child, while I was just the other one. To her, it didn't matter. I was the one who had to apologize. That was when I realized just how alone I was in this. No one was on my side. Not my parents, not Sarah, and probably not even the rest of the family. I had always felt like the outsider, the one who didn't fit into their perfect little picture. And in that moment, I felt like I was completely on my own. After my mom hung up, I didn't know what to do. I wanted to throw my phone against the wall. I wanted to tell her that I wasn't the problem here. But I didn't. I didn't want to burn any more bridges than I already had. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just made the biggest mistake of my life. Was I really the one who ruined everything? Was it really my fault? I spent the next couple of days replaying the conversation with my mom over and over. It was like I was being gaslighted. I knew what had happened. I wasn't the one who had made the rude comment. But somehow, it felt like I was the one who had caused all the trouble. It didn't help that I started getting texts and calls from other family members, all asking me why I had left the wedding, why I hadn't stayed to make amends. It felt like the world was crashing down on me. Everyone seemed to be blaming me, and no one cared about the way I had been treated. I considered calling Sarah to talk things through, but honestly, I didn't know what I would say. I didn't think she was going to understand. She had never understood. She was always the one who had the perfect life, the perfect husband, and the perfect kids. Meanwhile, I was the one who was still figuring things out, as my parents liked to put it. There was always this underlying sense that I wasn't measuring up. And no matter how much I tried to explain myself, they never saw it that way. After a few days, I finally sent Sarah a message. I didn't want to, but I felt like I had to. I told her I was sorry for ruining the wedding, but I also told her that I couldn't keep being treated like I was invisible. I reminded her of the years of comments, the constant reminders that I wasn't good enough, that I hadn't settled down like everyone else. I tried to make her understand that this wasn't just about the wedding, it was about a lifetime of feeling less than. The message I got back wasn't what I was hoping for. She didn't apologize. She didn't acknowledge any of what I had said. She just went on and on about how I had ruined her special day and how I was being childish. She even said that I was jealous of her life. The whole thing felt like a slap in the face. There was no empathy. There was no understanding. It was just her, again, making everything about her. I was done. I knew I couldn't keep doing this. But I also knew that walking away wasn't going to be as simple as it seemed. There was a part of me that still wanted things to be different, that still hoped my family would wake up and realize how they had treated me. But at the same time, I felt like I couldn't go back. I couldn't go back to playing the part of the dutiful daughter who was always second to Sarah. Days passed, and I started to get more messages from family members. My parents continued to call me, telling me I needed to make things right. They said I was being stubborn and that I should just apologize to Sarah. But it felt wrong. It felt like I was the one who was always expected to bend, to be the bigger person, while no one else ever had to take responsibility for their actions. I started feeling resentful. It was as though no one cared how I felt, only that I made things right in their eyes. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I was sick of being the one who always had to apologize, sick of being the one who was expected to make everyone else feel better while my feelings were constantly ignored. But at the same time, I knew that walking away from my family meant something I wasn't ready to face. I wasn't ready to lose them, even if it felt like they had already lost me. I didn't know what to do next. But I knew one thing for sure: I couldn't go back to the way things were. I couldn't let Sarah or anyone else walk all over me anymore. The question was, what was I willing to lose in order to stand up for myself? It's been a couple of weeks since the wedding, and things have not gotten any easier. I thought, after some time away from it all, that maybe I'd calm down, that my emotions would settle, and I could look at the situation more rationally. But that hasn't happened. In fact, things have only gotten worse. After sending that message to Sarah, I felt like I was finally being honest with myself. I put everything out there, and I expected at least some acknowledgement. But instead, I got nothing but defensiveness and accusations. She didn't care about how I was feeling. It was all about how I ruined her special day. There was no understanding, no apology, no effort to see things from my side. I guess I should have expected that from her. She's never been one to look beyond herself. But what really shook me was the response from my parents. They called me almost every day, telling me I needed to fix things. They kept saying I was making it harder on everyone by refusing to apologize. My mom was especially vocal, acting like I was the one who had done something wrong by not just letting it go. She kept saying that family is more important than pride, and that I shouldn't let this tear us apart. But she didn't understand. It wasn't about pride. It was about respect. I'd been disrespected for years, and I couldn't just let it slide this time. It wasn't just the phone calls that were driving me crazy. It was the constant guilt trips. Every time I talked to them, I felt like I was the one who had done something irreparably wrong. They didn't care about my side of things. They didn't care about the years of insults and passive-aggressive comments. They didn't even acknowledge that maybe, just maybe, Sarah had crossed a line. It was always about me being the one to fix it, to apologize, to make things right. But I wasn't sure I could. I wasn't sure I wanted to. There were days when I felt completely alone. I realized that, even though I had made the choice to stand up for myself, I was losing my family in the process. I didn't know if I could handle the fallout, but it felt like I didn't have a choice. I couldn't keep being the person who bent over backward to keep everyone else happy while my feelings were ignored. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I felt like I had spent so many years trying to make my family proud, trying to meet their expectations, and in the end, it wasn't enough. Nothing I did was ever enough. But the hardest part was seeing Sarah's life move forward while I stayed stuck. She posted pictures of the wedding on social media, showing off her perfect family, her perfect life, and I couldn't help but feel resentful. It wasn't jealousy, at least. I didn't think it was, but it was hard not to feel like I was missing out. I had worked so hard for everything I had, and yet it was always overshadowed by what Sarah had. I wondered if I would ever have that kind of life, the one everyone else seemed to think was the ultimate goal. As the days went by, I started to feel like I was at a crossroads. I knew I couldn't go back to being the person I was before. I couldn't keep pretending everything was fine, like I wasn't constantly undermined by my own family. But at the same time, I didn't want to lose them completely. I didn't want to lose my parents, and I didn't want to lose Sarah, even though I knew our relationship would never be the same. I thought about reaching out to Sarah again, but what was the point? I knew she wasn't going to hear me. She didn't care about how I felt. I tried to talk to my friends about it, but honestly, they didn't get it either. They were sympathetic, but they also told me I should just apologize and move on. They didn't understand why I couldn't just let it go. They didn't see how much it had hurt me, how long I had put up with it. It felt like I was alone in this, like no one could understand why I couldn't just be the bigger person. Then, out of nowhere, my dad called me. It was the first time he had called without yelling at me or telling me I was making a mistake. He was calm, almost like he was trying to be understanding. He said that he didn't want to lose me, and that he hoped I would come around and talk to Sarah. He said I should consider how much she had been through, and how important this wedding was to her. But I didn't know how to respond. He was still focused on Sarah, still telling me to apologize. But he wasn't seeing that I was the one who had been hurt. He wasn't seeing that I was the one who had spent years being made to feel like I wasn't good enough. I hung up the phone feeling conflicted. Part of me wanted to just walk away from everything, to stop trying to make my family understand. But another part of me, the part that still loved them, wondered if I could ever repair things. Could I ever forgive them for making me feel this way? Could I forgive Sarah for humiliating me in front of everyone? I didn't know the answer. Days turned into weeks, and the situation didn't improve. I started to feel like I was living in a limbo, stuck between wanting to stand my ground and wanting to repair the rift with my family. It felt like I was losing everything, but at the same time, I didn't know how to move forward. I couldn't keep going in circles, and I wasn't sure if I was even capable of fixing things. It was clear that this wasn't something that would be resolved easily. There was too much history, too many unresolved feelings on both sides. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to just let it go, but I also didn't know how to make things right. Maybe I needed to talk to Sarah again, but part of me didn't think it would make a difference. Maybe I needed to distance myself from my parents for a while and take a break from the constant pressure. The thing is, I don't know if I'm ready to walk away from my family, even if they don't understand me. But the question I keep coming back to is, how much more can I take before it's too much? How long am I supposed to keep apologizing for things I didn't do wrong? How much am I supposed to sacrifice for a family that doesn't seem to care about me? So here I am, still stuck, still questioning whether I'm doing the right thing or if I've completely lost it. I don't know what the next step is, but I do know this. I can't keep pretending everything is fine when it's not. But I also don't know how much more I can lose in the process. Am I the asshole for refusing to apologize again and just walking away from the situation completely?